Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 376 Retreat. Hier kommt das dritte Kapitel der Woche. It's the third chapter of the week. German speakers, was I correct? Apologies in advance if I screwed up XP. The Second Battle of Southern was the only time House Visibalens and the four Central Duchies forces faced those of the four houses in a field battle. Near 160,000 soldiers were pitted against the Northlands. After House Norton unleashed their secret weapon, the catapult, the elite infantrymen of the four Central Duchies crumbled in the face of the gigantic stone balls falling from the sky. The Nortons unleashed a storm of ballista fire, inflicting more than 60,000 casualties on the four Central Duchies' men. They were utterly defeated. Had it not been for House Visibalen's reserve legion that intercepted the pursuing Rage Bear Knights, the four Central Duchies might have been massacred as they ran. Extract from Chronicles of the Grindia Continent, records of the rise of the Bear Battles of Southern. Lorist finally let out a breath of relief after the battle's victory was decided. The tide of war in Southern was finally under his control. However, he was quite troubled by his massive casualties. 30,000 of their 100,000 troops were incapacitated, much more than what Lorist initially expected. The greatest losses were in Lowe's and Pajik's Tigersaur divisions. They had crushed the three assaults by the barbarian cavalry and even launched a counterattack and defeated House Visibalen's fifth frontier. They rushed with what cavalry they had left into the enemy's two flanks of the enemy and managed to break them, building a firm foundation for the victory that followed. However, less than a third of the original 30,000 spear cavalry troops remained. Not counting the injured, there were more than 10,000 dead. Up next was the Rage Bear Knights. 3,000 silver-ranked knights and 6,000 knight attendants fought against the 20,000 of House Visibalen's reserve legion. Even though they managed to hold them back, they suffered 4,000 casualties. Count Philem's two Pegasus divisions were in charge of aiding the Tigersaur divisions led by Lowe's and Pajik. While the main force was the Tigersaur soldiers, the Pegasus Legion suffered around 6,000 casualties as well. House Kenmaze's heavy armored division was intercepted by the four duchies whilst in pursuit and suffered 2,000 casualties. Lastly, House Shazan's two division, one light cavalry division, and another light infantry division, were deployed on Lorist's order. At first, their pursuit was rather successful. However, when House Visibalen deployed Third Frontier to receive the retreating soldiers, the two were stopped. The two sides fought an intense battle and the two divisions incurred a total of 4,000 casualties. The unit that suffered the least casualties was Firm Rock, who had taken charge of defending the main camp. More than 3,000 barbarian corpses were littered around the camp, but Firm Rock only suffered about 500 casualties. However, if the dead soldiers defending the towers were included in the count, Firm Rock had lost a total of 5,000 men. In total, there were around 30,000 casualties, half of whom had perished heroically on the battlefield. Lorist sighed as he finally understood what the saying 10,000 skeletons for the fame of one general. The four houses' forces had suffered 30,000 casualties during the Second Battle of Southern, yet House Visibalen and the four duchies couldn't shed a single tear even if they tried to. House Visibalen had lost a whole reserve legion, 20,000 soldiers who could be considered their strongest force. They had all been completely wiped out on the battlefield. Fifth Frontier was crippled. Only around 16,000 of the original 40,000 light cavalry returned, yet all of them had to reinforce Third Frontier and fought fiercely with the light cavalry and infantry divisions of Count Shazan. Their fight ended in a draw with them losing another 3,000 or 4,000. What angered the Duke most was the grassland barbarian cavalry. He had deployed all of them under his command, split into three separate units. Around 20,000 were sent to attack the Nortons' main camp under the purview of Third Frontier. But they had refused to attack after losing a mere 3,000 or 4,000. Seeing as those at the camp only intended to stall for time, Duke Visibalen couldn't be bothered to deal with them just yet. However, he wouldn't forgive the 40,000 barbarian cavalrymen deployed on both flanks, of whom only 20,000 managed to return alive. According to the household knights serving with 5th Frontiers reports, barbarian cavalrymen were defeated because they refused to follow orders. When they ran away during the chaos, they disrupted the legion's longbowman formation, allowing the Norton's 2 spear cavalry divisions to break into their formation and massacre them. Unable to resist the crushing defeat, 5th Frontier had no choice but to retreat. With the reserve legion completely wiped out, the 45,000-man 5th Frontier left with only 18,000, 3rd Frontier lost 4,000. Including the 25,000 casualties among the grassland barbarians, the house had lost a total of 75,000 men. Not including the barbarians' losses, it had lost 50,000. Despite that, the reserve legion's complete defeat tore at Duke Fisibelin's heart. It was the knife the house had spent so long sharpening. Almost everyone was most elite barbarian captives that helped the house suppress the rebellious barbarian tribes across the grasslands, a great contribution to the house. They were all gone just like that. The Duke regretted it greatly and wondered why he sent them out in the heat of the moment to help the troops of the 4 central duchies retreat. Had he known earlier this was how it would turn out, he would have retreated and preserved his forces. In the end, not many of the duchy's infantry managed to escape anyway. As opposed to the regretful Duke Fisibelin, the 4 dukes had cried their tears dry. They lost 80,000 troops in one battle. Only around 10,000 managed to make it back to the main camp. Shabaj was the most fortunate. They had around 5,000 soldiers left because they were placed in the back of the army. Handra's infantry fared the worst, less than 800 were still alive. They were placed at the vanguard and had to weather not only the fall of the gigantic stone balls but also the storm of ballista bolts. Their casualties were heavy beyond imagination, and the ones who remained were only able to survive thanks to the fact that they turned tail to run. About 3,000 Farkle soldiers managed to make it back. Forand had a similar number. All the soldiers who escaped and returned to camp were panicked and traumatized. Many shot out of their slumber noisily at night, haunted by nightmares. The soldiers probably thought they had just experienced the forbidden spell, meteor rain. It was a legendary spell of the magic civilization. To them, there was no way so many stone balls could be fired without magic. It was suicide for commoners to fight the legendary magi. And, in actuality, it was the second battle of Southern that propelled the Norton catapults to fame. Almost every nation developed a great interest in their catapults and steel ballistae. The 4 central duchies, who attacked the first line of defense, managed to capture quite a number of ballistae, and they had their worksmiths try to reproduce them, to no avail. The most difficult part of forging them was the steel plates they used for the arms. There were quite a number of replicas made of the catapults, though. Even though many of the nations didn't get to see the real thing themselves, the mere idea of flinging gigantic rocks through the air let quite a few worksmiths figure out the mechanism. It didn't take long for springled, arm and bucket, and lever catapult designs to be produced. Even though they couldn't throw rocks as far or as accurately, and could only fire projectiles of relatively smaller size, they were a fresh new military engine for the armies of Grindia. A symbol of technological advancement. "Your Grace," Els said as he rushed in, "the scouts report an abnormal situation broke out in the enemy camp. The 4 duchies' banners are nowhere to be seen." "What?" Lorist raised his head. The battle had ended less than 3 days earlier, but the duchies' banners had disappeared completely. What was going on? Did they turn tail and run? Send people to search the highway to the duchies immediately. If they really escaped, they must have left some traces, instructed Lorist. By 3 in the afternoon, the scouts returned. They brought word of fresh carriage and horse tracks along the highway heading for the duchies. They were presumed to have been made around 5 at dawn. It was obvious they had given up on fighting the 4 houses in Southern and retreated with what remained of their men. Currently, all that faced them was House Fisibelin and its forces. "Your Grace, should we send a unit to chase them down?" asked Howard. Lorist stroked his chin in thought. He eventually shook his head. "There's no need to care about the duchies. They're no longer in one piece anyway. Our men are busy cleaning the battlefield right now. We also have to spend quite some time to recover from this battle. I worry we will fall into an enemy trap ourselves if we send our light cavalry after them. It's best we don't spread ourselves thin. After pacing around in the tent for a bit, he asked, "Are there any other oddities at the enemy camp apart from the 4 duchies' banners disappearing?" "No, Your Grace," Els replied. "The scouts report House Visibelin's forces are forcing the barbarian cavalrymen to dig ditches and set up defensive fortifications. Our men couldn't circle around to the rear of the camp. Frontier was quite thorough with their patrols. It seems the old man intends to clash with us even after the 4 central duchies escaped." Lorist said with a laugh, "We can resume our original plan for southern. When our forces finish resting, we'll go hammer House Visibelin's tortoiseshell. Chasing them out of southern is the first step of completing our plan. Once they're out of southern we likely won't have any more large battles. When we fix southern into an impregnable metal wall according to our plan, House Visibelin will be pushed back to the Great Plains. I really want to see when the old guy will finally submit to me." With House Visibelin's reserve legion gone, 5th Frontier neutered, and 3rd Frontier pushed to their limits given that they weren't even fully manned at 30,000 men as well as the duchy's withdrawal, Lorist had the advantage. As long as House Visibelin could be chased back to the Great Plains, southern would fall into the 4 houses' hands and the trade route with the duchies would be cut off. Salt Merchant Committee could then monopolize the market and mess around with House Visibelin however they wished. No matter how much gold they managed to mine, it would inevitably fall into the 4 houses' hands. However, Lorist still had to remain patient for now. There was much to do after the battle. There were more than 30,000 casualties on the duchy's side, another 30,000 plus captured. In all, the duchy lost 70,000 elite infantrymen. This was why Lorist didn't care about the duchy's escapees. They were just troops in shambles on which he didn't have to keep an eye. Apart from the duchy captives, there were also another 8,000 plus barbarian captives. Lorist sent them all to Count Felim for his mines without a second thought. As for the 30,000 captive foot soldiers and 10,000 plus injured captives, Lorist put them in Baron Camora's care. They were young, strong laborers that could contribute much to the repair of the main highway between Winston and Southern. As for the injured captives, they were given treatment and would be released in 3 years after their recovery. On the 28th day of the 7th month of year 1778, the Third Battle of Southern began. However, this time, it was started by the 70,000 soldiers of the 4 houses. They faced 50,000 Visibelan troops and 40,000 barbarian cavalrymen. Even though the numbers of Duke Visibelan's men exceeded those of Lorist, the latter grasped the initiative and the enemy could only react passively. Lorist proudly snorted, "What I have is time. I can take everything as slowly as I wish." The snort obviously sounded rather horrid, as evidenced by Howard, who clasped his ears tight after hearing the annoying sound. However, the other guards didn't notice what Howard did as they watched the gigantic stone balls fall from the sky on the enemy's defensive formations. Thunderous sounds rang out non-stop, accompanied by showers of dust. Thunderbolt Brigade, under Ovides's command, had smashed all that obstructed them. Potterfang and the soldiers of Firm Rock, together with Sulimas and the heavy armoured troops of House Kenmays, focused their efforts on making makeshift bridges with the ditch-filling carts. As for the forces of House Visibelan, their efforts of countering the attack were straight-up laughable. Malak's Karo ballista unit waited hungrily for prey. Any of the Visibelan soldiers who fought back were either crushed by the falling stone balls or skewered by incoming ballista bolts. Lorist didn't mind spending a few days taking down the defensive formations set up by Duke Visibelan. However, the Duke wasn't willing to stay and keep on playing. He pulled his army back during the 3rd night. When Lorist realized he had done so noon the next day and wanted to give chase, the last few knights who remained at the camp set it on fire. The great flames prevented the 4 houses from giving chase until the fire was put out 3 days later. But by then, the camp was already a burnt husk and Duke Visibelan long gone. Old fellow, you won't be able to run, said Lorist hatefully. Chapter 377, Beaublaget Mountain Range. Here's the fourth release of the week, albeit a little late. Enjoy. Lorist thought Duke Fisibalin had no option but to withdraw his army. After all, the border between Southern and East Wild was not far past the camp being burnt down. He was not rushing in the slightest. He had his scouts go ahead to find out where Fisibalin's forces had gone while he allowed the rest of his forces to prepare to pack up and leave in another 2 days. Maybe I should even send troops straight into East Wild while I'm at it, all the way to House Fisibalin's headquarters. I wonder if old Fisibalin will finally face me or lower his proud head in submission if I really raised his precious castle. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a scout came returned. Lord Duke, House Fisibalin's forces didn't retreat to East Wild. They set up camp at the Beaublaget mountain range in the south of Southern instead. What? This surprised Lorist greatly. The name sounded rather familiar. Map. Howard quickly opened the map of Southern and laid it on the table. Lorist took a look. Indeed, his doubts were answered. In his original plan, after chasing the Fisibalins out of Southern, he'd have set up a defense line along the border of Southern and East Wild. Part of the plan involved building a citadel at the Beaublaget mountain range, which would serve as the defense headquarters and seal off the border. The border between Southern and East Wild was not only long, its terrain was also really flat. The grassland barbarians had mainly relied on the route from Southern to the inner lands of East Wild to conduct their raids. Count Phelim's ancestors used to reside in Southern. They had learned the advantages of the barbarians' ways and formed a famous light cavalry legion like Pegasus. The border was also what separated the grasslands and the hilled area. While the lands were relatively flat, there wasn't a shortage in lakes. Lorist had intended to capitalize on the natural terrain by erecting 5 citadels as the center of defense to support towers which would be connected by trenches and set up a spider web-like net as a defense to seal House Fisibalins off from the outside world. It would prevent the frontier legions from launching hit-and-run attacks against his forces stationed in Southern. What does the old fellow intend by bringing his forces into the Beaublaget mountain range? Why didn't he retreat to East Wild? It's his dominion, his playing field. The lands are wide and flat, perfect for the tactics the frontier legions use. House Fisibalin would be like a fish in water. It seems the Duke isn't aware of this. He's even left the way to Crouch Tiger Castle wide open. What does he intend by stationing his troops there? Isn't he worried I would send my catapults to destroy his new camp? After staring at the map for a good amount of time, Lorist still couldn't figure out the Duke's intentions. However, it seemed he had no intention of returning to his dominion. Perhaps he's venting? If he can't defeat me, he wants to piss me off just because he can by leaving 80,000 troops in my yard so my rear is constantly under threat? I would have to delegate a number of troops to watch him. It would limit my moves. After scanning the area around the Beaublaget mountain range, Lorist realized he would have to control 3 points around the mountains to be able to effectively keep Fisibalin's forces quarantined. It would require he build a citadel and station at least 60,000 people. Soul, this old man is trying to spread my forces thin, cursed Lorist hatefully. He was starting to understand why Duke Fisibalin had done what he did. If he left the route into East Wild undefended by stationing the troops at the Beaublaget mountain range instead, Lorist couldn't afford to leave them unattended. If he intended to attack Crouch Tiger Castle, there was a chance Duke Fisibalin could interfere. The consequences could range from having his supply line disrupted to causing chaos in the entire Southern. There were only 2 ways to keep them in check. The first was to deploy troops to defeat them and chase them out of the mountain range. The other was to station troops to guard a few vital transportation routes and build temporary forts, which was both costly and time-consuming. Stationing 20,000 people to guard one spot was only good for defense and not for offense. After all, House Fisibalin's forces numbered 80,000. Just like a fist, they could be flung wherever they wished. defending 3 locations by stationing each with 20,000 men to control the situation in the mountain range effectively took 60,000 men off Lorist's roster. The move also prevented him from taking the initiative and attacking, as the enemy's numbers were quadruple that of the troops stationed at each location. Even though it was only a small part of southern, the mountain range was a range that could be reached from quite a number of paths from both southern and east wild. Many roads crossed it. By occupying it, House Fisibalan's frontier legions could leave southern and retreat to east wild any time he wished. It was a place easy to defend and convenient to use to launch attacks. I have to take the mountain range and chase House Fisibalan out of southern, thought Lorist resolutely as he decided to make a trip to check the mountains out for himself. Duke Fisibalan knows I have the advantage of catapults and steel ballistay. Why did he choose to occupy the range? Where did he find such confidence? Lorist couldn't calm down until he surveyed the mountains with his own eyes. He left for Beaublaget mountain range with only Reedy, Howard, Els, and 1,000 of his personal guards with the light cavalry scouts as his guide in spite of his household knight's objection. The moment he saw the mountains, he understood why the Duke had chosen to occupy the location. Unlike other mountains, the mountain range's outer area was surrounded by cliffs at least 40 to 50 meters in height. The routes to the central part of the range were either valleys or sides of a cliff. The scouts caught an old bandit who gave them a brief introduction to the range. According to him, the slopes leading up to the top of the cliffs were only accessible from the inner part of the range. It was the opposite of most other mountains. However, this mountain range was a one which sloped upwards from the inside. It was a citadel formed by nature itself. The old bandit also said there were originally 6 bandits who each set up their own strongholds in the mountains. Each housed a few thousand men. But last year, Third Frontier came over on the Duke's order to have the bandits surrender. They launched a sudden attack in the midst of negotiations instead and managed to conquer all the strongholds before moving all the youths to East Wild, supposedly to mine gold. Given the bandit's age and bad leg, Third Frontier's troops spared him. He now lived in a small hut at the foot of the mountains. He farmed a small plot of land for a living. Before he had time enjoyed his freedom for long, he was captured by a different group of soldiers. Given that the bandit had lived all his life in the mountain range, he was really familiar with the terrain and routes. He told Lorist that, while its cliffs sealed it off from the outside world, there was a nice valley, forest, and even a stream within. It was a wide and scenic location. Apart from the 3 routes that led into the mountains, there was no other way to enter the range. "My lord, while it might seem like there are a lot of small paths you can use along the cliffs, they all lead to dead ends. You won't know it until after half a day of travel. Basically, roads where there is thick grass are all dead ends. The other paths meet up at this main route over here, which is the same one that stretches into the mountain range. The other 2 routes are roughly 25 kilometers to the south. The other is roughly 2 kilometers to the west." As the old bandit didn't know who Lorist was, he went with Milord to be safe. "Is the terrain around the 2 other roads like this as well?" asked Lorist while he pointed at the cliff. "They're all like that, Milord. The mountain range is rather weird. The outer region is mostly like that, whether it be the end near southern or east wild. Legend goes that its name actually means giant's stronghold. It really does seem like a gigantic stronghold," replied the old bandit confidently before he snuck in the little factoid about mountain range's name. The problem now was that Duke Fisibalan had occupied the gigantic stronghold with a force of 80,000. Taking the mountains would require forces were sent in from 3 paths towards the main peak. Lorist didn't think Duke Fisibalan would give him that chance. According to the old bandit, it would take about half a day to reach the center along any of the 3 paths. All Fisibalan's forces had to do was roll a few large boulders from higher ground to bring about a tragedy for those attempting to invade. He brought out his simple telescope and inspected the tallest peak. A Fisibalan banner fluttered in the wind on the edge of a cliff along the way there. It was apparent attacking via this particular path wasn't an option. The enemy had also built fortifications along the way. Though they were only rock and wood, they put great pressure on him. The bastard really picked a good place. This range renders 2 of our most advanced weapons useless. Lorist believed Thunderbolt Brigade's catapults couldn't lob their stones over the 50-meter-tall cliffs. As for the steel ballistæ, firing at an angle couldn't achieve any results either. With the enemy hiding beyond the cliffs, the catapults and ballistæ weren't a threat. If there was no way to attack, he had to consider how to defend. After much thought, the only reliable solution he could come up with was to construct 3 forts, 1 at each of the paths into the mountain range. He was really bitter about it. Constructing 3 forts handed the initiative to the enemy. The project would consume lots of funds. Following their completion, each fort would also have to be manned by 20,000 soldiers. In other words, 60,000 of his troops would be held back just to defend against the enemy here. On the other hand, if Beaublaget mountain range was under his control, he only needed 20,000 men to secure the border. He continued to scan one peak after another using his telescope. Oh! What are those soldiers doing? It took quite a while to understand that House Visibelin's soldiers were setting up a suspension bridge that connected the 2 cliffs. It would allow them to move their forces around much faster. The Duke soon emerged. It was indeed the Duke. His face was clearly visible through the telescope's small lens. The old man seemed to have aged quite a bit and no longer looked as domineering as he had in the past. Nevertheless, he still oozed pride. He must be monitoring the soldiers constructing the suspension bridge. Lorist only got such a clear look because the Duke faced him directly. The old man must have realized Lorist's forces had arrived and was checking them out. Lorist and Duke Visibelin were looking at each other from a distance of about 500 meters. However, Lorist could see better with his telescope while it took quite a while for the Duke to realize the one standing at the foot of the mountain was Lorist. His expression tensed as he said something. Lorist felt they must have been curses directed at him. It didn't take long for the low sound of a horn to echo down the valley between the cliffs. The old man actually deployed his troops. Not long after, hordes of grassland barbarian cavalry gushed out of the route leading into the mountain. Good soul! This bastard's far too shameless. He actually sent his grassland barbarian cavalry to apprehend me, cursed Lorist. He felt completely humiliated. Even though he had managed to chase a rank 3 blade master like the Duke away, the Duke actually thought grassland barbarians were enough to apprehend him. It was clearly an act of mockery. Your Grace, we ought to leave. Els didn't hold the same opinion. 30 of the Duke's 80,000 men were grassland barbarian cavalry. The rest were the remnants of 3rd and 5th Frontier. As Lorist only brought around 1,000 guards to check out the mountain range, Els didn't dare to be careless. After all, even elephants could be bitten to death by swarms of ants. All right. Let's retreat. Bring the old bandit along. He's a living map and will be useful, Lorist ordered as he turned his horse. Either the barbarians were bored to death staying in the mountain range or Duke Visibelin had placed a ridiculous bounty on his head. The barbarian cavalrymen numbered close to 10,000 and showed no sign of giving up the pursuit. Frustrated, Lorist ordered Howard to head back and make a report with a few other guards while he brought the rest up a small hill to take a defensive position. After battling on the hill for more than 2 hours, the barbarian cavalry didn't manage to bring anything back. Instead, they left behind more than 2,000 corpses. Lorist faced the 10,000 troops alone. He occupied the path leading up the small hill and slaughtered the barbarian soldiers till they lost every ounce of their courage. Bathed in blood, he managed to vent his frustration. It didn't take long for Pegasus to arrive and disperse the remaining enemies at the foot of the hill. They escorted him back to the camp. He changed into new armor after he'd washed up and entered the tent. Tomorrow, we depart for Beaublaget mountain range. I want everyone to come up with an idea that could allow us to take the enemy camp, he said with a glum look to his commanders. Chapter 378 2 Pieces of Bad News. We're at the end of the week once more. Here's the 5th release of the week and CYA guys next week. Faced with a place with such unique terrain, no one could come up with a way to attack it. Lorist was prepared to gather the house's skilled fighters and launch a swift attack in the night while Fizibalan's men were off guard. He wanted to bust through the defenses along the path between the cliffs and kill all the forces he encountered while his main force made it to the insides of the mountain. Unfortunately, the plan was objected to by his higher-ranking subordinates. None of them wanted Lorist to take such a huge risk. Putting aside the cliffs approximately 50 meters tall, which would cause everything to go south with the slightest mistake, as well as the question of whether it was even possible to scale the mountain in the dead of night, even if the group were able to get up the cliffs, how many enemies would they face? 80,000. And, according to the old bandits' estimations, the household forces would take at least half a day without obstruction to travel along the paths through the cliffs into the open area deeper inside. In other words, Lorist and his group would be fighting to defend the main force for 8 whole hours. It was nothing short of impossible. It was especially so since the group couldn't just hold one position. They would have to respond to the main force's progress. Also, if the group got into some trouble on the cliffs, the main force traveling below wouldn't be able to escape and would fall into enemy hands. Lorist was no Superman. He understood that well. Even if he were a sword saint, he would be pushed back when faced with a 10,000-strong elite troop. No matter how strong a sword saint was, he would at most be able to kill around 3,000 enemies before being swarmed by the soldiers that remained. Lorist was filled with regret. At first, he had planned to make a tactical assault on Duke Fizibalan's position. He wanted to bring his men up on the cliffs to cause trouble for the Duke. As long as he was able to capture or subdue the man, perhaps the 80,000 soldiers would surrender obediently. Naturally, it was just his fantasy. Given Duke Fizibalan's personality, even if he fell into Lorist's hands, he would struggle like a dying fish and might even order his troops to fight to their deaths. There was no way they would meet his terms. The moment the Duke realizes Lorist was on the cliff, he would not hesitate to order his troops to attack. Potter Fang made a rather sensible argument. When it came to numbers and household might, the Nortons were superior. No matter how long it took, he was confident they could defend against Duke Fizibalan's assaults. Other things aside, holding out for a year was something the four houses could do incredibly easily. House Fizibalan, on the other hand, would be on the edge of collapse because of their lack of resources. After all, sustaining a force of 80,000 wasn't easy. So far, Southern was basically in the four houses' hands. Having successfully cut the trade route between the Fizibalan Dominion and the four central duchies off, even if the 80,000 troops occupied Beaublaget mountain range, there wasn't much they could do. The general situation was already set in stone. The most they could do was struggle to their deaths. Even if House Norton couldn't attack Eastwild, all they had to do was form a strong defenses at the mountain range. The more time passed, the more resources House Fizibalan would consume, and the sooner their defeat would come. Despite that, Lorist was still rather unwilling to accept this state of affairs. While Potter Fang made it sound really easy, House Fizibalan's occupation of the mountain range bogged down a substantial number of the house's soldiers. In their original plan, they would have chased House Fizibalan's forces out of Southern and built forts at the border between Southern and Eastwild. All Lorist had to do was let Firm Rock guard the border with House Philim's Pegasus support. The current situation forced him to station the four houses' forces here instead. And not just the same amount he had planned for originally, nearly double. This meant he had no troops to keep in reserve. Even though the house was rich in resources, it would still cost quite a bit to keep House Fizibalan's forces cornered, and he didn't doubt that Baron Spiel, the one in charge of the house's finances, would come see him not long after he heard about the plan. While he was rather troubled, a place like Beaublaget mountain range was not a place the household forces could attack. Doing so was nothing short of suicide. The old Duke had found a great spot Lorist could do nothing about. After some thought, he ended up going with Potter Fang's suggestion. First, they would set up proper defensive fortifications and drag the situation out. The one that gave out first would be House Fisibelan. Lorist left the assignment to Potterfang and Firm Rock. He ordered House Felim's Pegasus to aid them. Fierce Tiger Lows would lead Tigersaur and House Kenmaze's Heavy Armored Division, and House Shazan's Light Cavalry Division and Light Infantry Division to the border of Southern and East Wild and set up their defenses there. Time flowed quickly. The next 3 months were rather peaceful. Apart from the occasional attack by the Grassland Barbarian Cavalry, there were no large conflicts. Even the night assaults were ended in moments. If the Fisibelans saw they didn't hold any advantage, they would retreat as quickly as they attacked. It would be more appropriate to describe their attacks as harassment instead. It was already the 11th month and the weather was getting progressively colder. Lorist was curious how House Fisibelan's forces intended to spend the winter given their equipment. The mountains were definitely much colder than below and the winter could freeze people to death. Lorist had inspected them closely on a few occasions and didn't discover any signs of timber felling. When he questioned the old bandit about it, he was assured there were no large caverns within the mountain range. Perhaps House Fisibelan had set their camp up on the other side of the mountain. Then again, launching a surprise attack in the winter was a rather good idea. He believed House Fisibelan's soldiers wouldn't stand on the cliffs like idiots when it was snowing, so their guard on the routes stretching into the insides of the mountain range might not be as well guarded. When the snow covered the mountain roads, they could use skis to launch a sudden, swift attack. The house's forces had always insisted on training in the winter after all. Perhaps they could even mount the steel ballistay on sleds and take the mountain range with only one division. The more he thought about it, the better Lorist felt about the plan. Just as he was about to gather his generals for a discussion, he saw Howard enter the tent frantically. "Your Grace! Your Grace! Clam down! What's there to panic about? It's not like the sky's about to fall. You must always keep your calm, even when a mountain is about to collapse. Where did all your training go?" rebuked Lorist, dissatisfied. "No, Your Grace. Look. These are 2 secret reports from the Dominion. It's incredibly urgent." Howard put the 2 pieces of silk cloth, thin as a moth's wing, on the table. The cloths were covered with tight rows of words and were probably delivered by the messenger eagles. Lorist took a look and felt his head blur for a moment. He read the messages and paled right away. "Soul, we've been had. Fisibelan, you old fox. How did you manage to spirit yourself away all of a sudden? I thought you were still in the mountain range, but you got back to wild husbandry." There were 2 heavy attacks launched on 2 critical locations, yet Lorist couldn't move his troops to respond. The 2 silk letters brought over by Howard were fraught with bad news. The first letter reported that Jaeger had suffered heavy casualties in wild husbandry. Their commander, Divine Marksman Jusk, and Vice Commander, Yuri, sustained heavy injuries. The 3rd Division commander, Pete, perished. The 3 divisions suffered more than 30,000 casualties and Jaeger had been neutered completely. They were retreating to the eastern area of the Northlands. The huge territory they occupied in the province had been completely reclaimed by House Fisibelan. Had it not been for the 7th Local Defense Brigade that guarded the iron suspension bridge with their steel ballistay, the bridge might have been destroyed as well. The letter cited the reason for Jaeger's defeat. Ever since Jusk defeated 4th Frontier with his legion, he managed to conquer a large part of wild husbandry. 4th Frontier had no choice but to retreat to the east bank of Soxius, allowing 2/3 of the territory to be occupied by Jaeger. According to their former orders, Jaeger forced the commoners and livestock of wild husbandry to move to the eastern part of the Northlands to wear away at House Fisibelan's might. 3 days ago, Pete led Jaeger's newly formed division and 2 Caro Ballista brigades and carried out a sweep of wild husbandry's borders. The 21,000 men carried out the mission without issue, but they didn't expect to be suddenly assailed by countless grassland barbarian cavalrymen. In the end, they were forced up the highlands to call for help with their messenger eagles. Yuri, who had received the call for help, rushed to their aid with the 2nd Division of Jaeger. But it was a setup. Before they arrived, they were attacked by 4th Frontier. After a tough fight, they managed to break out of the encirclement and meet up with what remained of the 3rd Division. Had it not been for Jusk, who came to their timely aid with the 1st Division, the 2nd and 3rd Divisions would have been wiped out completely. By then, Pete had already fallen and Yuri was greatly injured. He helped the remaining soldiers escape, but he ended up falling from his mount and greatly injuring himself for attempting to hold Duke Fisibalin back. He was only saved thanks to the sacrifice of 7 other silver-ranked household knights. According to the report, the grassland barbarian soldiers numbered over 100,000. Jaeger's survivors recalled the number of grassland barbarian soldiers didn't decrease at all no matter how many they killed. They also used large shield carts to make the steel ballistae lose their effectivity. Jaeger's soldiers had no choice but to fight the barbarians in close combat. 4th Frontier was also recently assigned more men to fill up their ranks, but most of those who joined were picked from the barbarians as well. It was bad news indeed. Without wild husbandry and with Jaeger neutered, Pedro, the citadel located at the crossing point through Pisper Mountains, which was the border between wild husbandry and Winston, would lose all protection. If Duke Fisibalin led his grassland barbarians to besiege Pedro and conquered it, Winston would be a shivering and helpless girl before an assailant. The effort the 4 houses had expended conquering Windbury would also go to waste. There was nothing they could do but recall all their soldiers to Winston and launch a counterattack. Should that happen, the situation in southern would revert to how it was previously, with House Fisibalin and the 4 central duchies connection restored. What a move! Lorist was faced with a dilemma. He couldn't send any troops from southern given that House Fisibalin's 80,000 men were still cooped up in the mountain range. If he really did send reinforcements, the defences they had spent 3 months building would easily be breached. Given that Lorist had already pushed House Fisibalin's forces to the door, if he sent soldiers to reinforce the other front, the old fellow would lead the grassland barbarians into southern and further worsen the situation. Where's Baron Freyar? Lorist suddenly thought about the local defense legion's commander. This. Howard flipped open a notebook and scanned the pages quickly. Your Grace, Lord Freyar left for Windbury after checking on the construction at Seahack. On the way back, he still has to check the construction at Twilight Lake Town. He should have just made it back to Windbury. Send a messenger eagle immediately and tell Freyar to defend Pedro no matter the cost. Send another message to Count Chazin to inform him of the current situation and request he sends another household division to reinforce Pedro. Yes, Your Grace, said Howard as he hurriedly left the tent. Taking a deep breath, Lorist continued, Els, Reedy. Your Grace, said the two in unison. You've heard everything, right? The old bastard managed to deal us a huge blow. I have a mission for the two of you. Think of a way to capture a few soldiers from the mountains alive. I want to know how many men are still holding the place and how many he brought away with him, as well as how they intend to spend the winter. Understood, Your Grace. When Els and Reedy left, Lorist sat down again and read the second silk letter. It was a letter Tarkle had penned personally. It didn't bring any good news either. The letter described the movements of the mountain barbarians in the magical Dragon Mountain range. They seemed to be targeting the Northern Dominion for a raid. The mountain barbarians were a sensitive matter to him. He had been intentionally avoiding the affairs concerning them. Even though he had spent a few months among them and learned quite a bit, like the tribe that neighbored the Nordens, Habababa. Back then, there was a conflict for the position of Great Jam-Asin, so they didn't divert much of their attention to his dominion. During the first few years after Lorist returned to the dominion to answer his calling, he set up a small tower outpost near the border and hired the Pentasword mercenary band to guard it. After his narrow escape from the assassination attempt and his stay with the barbarian tribe, he gave the tower outpost to Pentasword mercenary band and developed it into a small town for mercenaries. The town became the main trade hub for the barbarians, where they traded for other resources. Tarkle warned off an incident concerning the town. Thanks to rumors that the mountain barbarians would soon invade the Dominion, the townsfolk panicked and mostly moved back to the household dominion. Not only that, the person in charge of the salt merchant committee's trading post there sent over a secret correspondence. The barbarians who had good trade relations with the trading post revealed that a group of grassland barbarians traveled into the mountains hoping to join up with the mountain barbarians and attack the dominion together. Needless to say, it was a move made by Duke Fisibalin. One move after another, hey! As expected of the war god of the plains. Loris deliberated whether he ought to return to the dominion to calm the people there down. The mountain barbarians were no threat given that there were so many local defense brigades in the dominion. The only thing he worried about was whether he could keep Pedro. It was the key factor which would determine whether House Fisibalin could turn the tables completely. Chapter 379 Idle Woke. Here's the first release of the week. My brain's not working quite so properly cause I've been missing lots of sleep, but enjoy nevertheless. Good morning, sir, greeted the patrolling soldiers. Idle Woke nodded before he ascended the stairs to the roof. They were in Pedro. Centuries ago, a count named Pedro built the first castle here to defend against the grassland barbarian raids in hopes he could stop them from entering Winston. It had been destroyed and rebuilt numerous times of the subsequent centuries. The moss-covered stone platforms still had lots of blade marks. Some were even rust-colored as a result of blood draining into their clefts, signs of the cruel sieges the castle de-weathered. Pedro only saw peace after the Christian Empire was formed and the barbarian territory now wild husbandry was conquered. Afterward, it became the connection between Winston and wild husbandry. As Windbury became the largest livestock trading area, the path through Pedro became more and more important for wild husbandry's herders, who had to travel to Windbury. They would often rest there in the middle of their journey. The merchants soon saw an opportunity to trade there. Over many years Pedro gradually grew into the city it was today. The conflict between the three princes, which eventually led to the 7 Years' Civil War, didn't disturb Pedro's peace. However, the livestock market at Windbury's ruin did land Pedro a killing blow. Herders no longer traveled to Windbury with their livestock, so the merchants' trading posts eventually closed down. When the second prince founded Iblia, the heavy taxes he levied caused the population to dwindle even further. It was further exacerbated by the second prince's expedition against the Maline Duchy, who moved the last garrison force away from Pedro, abandoning it for good. It didn't take long for the city to become a haven for deserters and bandits. It became a lawless paradise. Duke Fisibalin deployed his forces to eradicate the bandits that frequently caused trouble for the herders in wild husbandry and took it under his personal control. In contrast to the ignorant and incompetent second prince, the Duke regarded the city with great importance. He considered it a strategic location that could put pressure on the prince and control Windbury. He ordered his eldest disciple, Viscount Christophe, to guard it with 2 divisions of the Frontier Legion's soldiers. When House Kenmays built the iron suspension bridge in the East Northlands, connecting their dominion to wild husbandry, 2 trade routes formed to Eastwild and Winston respectively. The various goods produced by House Norton was marketed in droves to the 2 through the Salt Merchant Committee, which was operated by Duke Kenmays, who was a count back then. The products were really popular. As a result, merchant convoys began to see Pedro as a fitting place to rest and the city recovered a bit of its former merriness. However, when House Norton wanted to pay the second prince back for sending blade masters Arenan to assassinate their leader, they mobilized their soldiers to conquer Windbury and captured the second prince. Viscount Christophe, stationed at Pedro to guard the city, led its 2 divisions to stop their forces and ended up a captive following his defeat. While Duke Fisibalin resolved the tense situation between the 2 houses with the arms deal and ransomed the Viscount and his 2 divisions, he nevertheless became aware and wary of the 4 houses. Even so, Duke Fisibalin never imagined the 4's attack would be so sudden and savage. The sole division from 4th Frontier stationed in the city only lasted a night under Tigersor's fierce assault. 4th Frontier was badly beaten by the Norton's Jaeger soon after and forced to retreat to Soxius East Bank. At the same time, Pedro was being rebuilt into a citadel with even stronger defenses. As the leader of the 23rd Local Defense Brigade, Idlewoke was currently rather disturbed. He had taken in around 10,000 of Jaeger's remaining forces 3 days ago, and they brought him a piece of bad news: Jaeger had suffered a great defeat. All the soldiers said the barbarians were all over the place. They had fought for a full night and still lost. In the end, they were separated from the main force and had no choice but to retreat. The last order they received was to break out of the encirclement. The worst part was that the 23rd Local Defense Brigade wasn't assigned any messenger eagles. There was no way to send word out. After all, messenger eagles were incredibly hard to train and were only given to the main combat units and the Oceanic Legion. For the Local Defense Legion, communication was only established between the divisions and they had to rely on mounted messengers. While it had been approximately 6 months since Pedro was conquered, it was currently defended by only the 3,000 soldiers of the 23rd Local Defense Brigade. There were another 10,000 laborers working on construction. Only half of it had been completed in 6 months. The only thing Idlewoke was happy about was that the completed half was facing wild husbandry. In other words, when the grassland barbarians launched their attack, the 23rd Local would have complete battlements to rely on. After receiving reports from the soldiers about Jaeger's defeat, Idlewoke immediately sent someone to Windberry with a call for reinforcements. He had a strong feeling that House Fi Sabelin and the grassland barbarians would soon attack Pedro. Thinking back to the soldiers' looks of despair, he didn't think he could hold the city with only 3,000 men. He had to get more reinforcements. Unfortunately, the messenger that returned the next day with more bad news. The Legion commander, Baron Freyar, wasn't present in Windberry. Only Baron Camorra and the city governor nominated by Lorist, Viscount Ades, was there. When they received word from Idlewoke, Baron Camorra was of the opinion that Pedro had to be held no matter what. However, only 21st Local was defending Windberry and Baron Freyar wasn't around to mobilize the soldiers. Despite that, Baron Camorra and Viscount Ades gave Idlewoke 2 pieces of hope. Camorra promised that the 5 security brigades sent to escort a convoy would be sent to reinforce Pedro the moment they returned. Viscount Ades couldn't transfer 21st Local, however. He could only assign them to defend Windberry. However, he would rally the old nobles' private armies to reinforce Pedro. It required time, however. He estimated they'd only arrive in 6 days. Camorra also gave Idlewoke an idea. He suggested the 10,000 laborers be organized into a militia. Given the urgent situation, the fact that a local defense brigade leader like Idlewoke didn't have any power to recruit soldiers was irrelevant. As long as he could hold Pedro, Camorra was willing to bear all the consequences. If the city couldn't be held, House Norton's plan could not be realized. It was one of the most crucial parts of the plan. Idlewoke took Camorra's suggestion without hesitation and forcefully conscripted the 10,000 laborers into a militia. He stood now in front of this makeshift group. Duke Fisibalin didn't just bring his own army, he also brought countless grassland barbarians. He allowed the barbarians to raid as they pleased and keep what they take. Would you rather end up barbarian slaves or resist them together and protect your families in Winston? Living as their slaves is far worse than death. The slaves rescued over the centuries have taught us that much. If you die a heroic death as a Norton soldier, you won't have to worry about your family's lives. Every dead soldier's family will be paid a handsome pension that will allow them to spend their days in bliss. And if you don't end up dead on the battlefield, you'll be greatly rewarded when we win. Whether you choose to retire or continue to serve as a soldier afterwards is up to you. House Norton doesn't mistreat those who serve it. Even if you retire, the house will give you priority for positions at the factories and workshops in the Dominion. You'll also be prioritized when it comes to the distribution of houses and farmland. Think carefully, think well. Even though you're about to go onto the battlefield and face death, this is an opportunity for you all. You just need to place your bet. In the end, all the laborers accepted conscription. Given that it was a time of war and chaos, Idlewoke's words weren't wrong. This was a chance for them to take hold of their fate and change it. As a Norton soldier, the lives of their families would be guaranteed. It was far better than being enslaved and used as cannon fodder. If they were victorious and managed to survive somehow, a blissful future awaited them. With another 10,000 men in hand, Idlewoke breathed a sigh of relief. The only thing he wondered about was where House Fisibelin's men were. It had already been 3 days, yet the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Their tardiness allowed Idlewoke the precious time he needed to have the 10,000 laborers dig more than 10 deep ditches in front of the city to defend against the swift barbarian cavalry. It would be great if Tigersor's logistics and support division were here. The city would be more secure at the very least, and someone my superior would be responsible for everything, thought Idlewoke as he leaned on the roof's railings. It was too bad Tigersor had been transferred to the front lines in Southern 3 months earlier. While it was very successful during the Second Battle of Southern, they also suffered heavy casualties and required the support and care of the Logistics and Support Division. At that time, it had still been sweeping through wild husbandry with great success. While Pedro was a strategic location, it had always been rather peaceful, sizable conflicts rarely broke out. It was out of anyone's expectations that Jaeger would suffer such a huge hit, making the city the enemy's next target. Time really flies, hey. It's already been 10 years, mumbled Idlewoke. Looking at the ditch-covered ground, he was at a complete loss at how to defend the city. This was the first large battle he would face. It was also the first actual siege since his appointment as 23rd Local's leader. It wasn't a training session or a drill, but an actual siege. He could still remember when he first saw Lorist 10 years ago clearly. He had been just a small carpenter in the household Bastide back then. His greatest responsibility was to gather sawdust for his mother, the kitchen head. The sawdust would be mixed into flour to bake bad-tasting black bread for the servants. He had asked his mother why they mixed sawdust into the flour. It's household tradition, his mother had said. Those were the most difficult times the house ever faced. The first young master perished on the battlefield, the third young master died, and the old master passed after heading into battle with sickness. Even though the old master was his biological father, he didn't feel much grief following his passing. Instead, it was his mother who grieved the most. Not long after, House Kenmays caused trouble for them and encircled the Bastide with their troops for 3 whole months, only to withdraw after running out of food. At the time, everyone had been panic-stricken. Without the house's leader, everything fell to the old and sickly chief butler, Glaze. Pesha had wanted to raise the first young master's illegitimate son to household leader, but many objected. Molosink and Wellickson's mothers came out and said their sons were more closely related to the old master given that they were his illegitimate children, and claimed they had the right to inherit the position. Naturally, his mother didn't want to lose out and also claimed he was a rightful heir. But he knew better than anyone he was but a consequence of the old master's advances when he was drunk. His mother was young and his personal maidservant, one of the 8 at least. Which hadn't lain with the old master. His mother was only made head of the kitchen because she became pregnant. His mother loved the man dearly and didn't marry anyone else, unlike Molosink and Wellickson's mothers, who married other servants. Lorist had come then. While he had been exiled by the house, nobody contested his right to inherit the position and the peerage. He still recalled the first day after the succession ceremony when Lorist taught the bad-tempered Pesha a huge lesson and asked him why he was sawing wood every day. When he told him it was tradition, Lorist simply said it was a tradition not worth keeping. Already out of a job, he asked Lorist what he should do. Lorist suggested he join the household forces and serve the house. He must not let the Norton blood in his veins down, he had said. In the short 10 years since, the house had soared to the skies. Thinking back to the difficulties they faced when they initially tried to develop, he was incredibly thankful that Lorist ended up the leader. A clueless, illegitimate child like him even ended up a 2-star silver-ranked knight. He now even bore the proud Norton name and was a member of the family. Nowadays, Molosink and Wellickson served as division commanders of the garrison in Hanayabarta. He himself had a position as the leader of 23rd Local. Maybe this is where it all ends for me. He looked at the raging bear flapping in the skies above the city. His face eventually settled into a resolute expression. I am a Norden. I will not let my family's honor down. I will not sully our name. As long as I breathe, Pedro will not fall. A waft of black smoke rose from a peak near the city. The scouts were sounding the alarm. Blow the horn, ring the alarm. Everyone to attention. The enemy is here. Yelled Idlewoke at the top of his voice. Chapter 380 100,000 Barbarian Cavalry. Seeing the smoke signal from the distance, Duke Fizibalin waved his horsewhip around. Send someone to survey the location. Prevent the Northlands lookouts from observing our activities, ordered he. By your command, your grace, responded a guard, nodding. He turned to inform the others of the orders. A few moments later they set out. The Duke tugged on his horse's reins. The horde of grassland barbarian cavalry stopped their mounts as well. The mass of men and horses stretched beyond what the eye could see. Poles grew out of the sea of heads. On them, banners of different designs rustled in the wind. He took out a telescope. It was part of the spoils he got from defeating House Norton's Jaeger Legion, and inspected Pedro, where the alarm bell rang. On both ends of the city cliffs approximately 10 meters high cut off any route around the settlement. Right in the middle between them ran a steep slope, about 1.5 kilometers from cliff to cliff. On the horizon above the slope, towering over the city walls, stood a huge stone castle. It marked the crossing point of Pisper, Pedro, part city, part citadel. Pisper lay between Winston and the northeastern grasslands, a natural border. A wall thousands of meters tall and about as wide. There was, however, a large gap in the mountain range that allowed the opposite sides to be connected. If one stood on top of the mountain, perched on the peak of the slope, one should be able to see the grassy plains beyond. It was precisely because of this hole in the wall that Count Pedro decided, all those years ago, to erect a fort at the slope's peak. He hoped it would stop the grassland barbarians' raids into Winston. The citadel that peeked into the Duke's vision, however, had changed its appearance greatly. It was far more than just a frontier fort, it was a full-fledged man-made mountain, complete with extensive defensive fortifications. It's only been 6 months. House Norton is very reckless with its spending. They actually managed to completely reform Pedro's fort into a full-fledged citadel. That kid really thought this through. His moves are firm and leave no gaps for me to exploit, the Duke mumbled to himself as he lowered the telescope with a slight tinge of regret. I should have ignored the squabbles of the grassland barbarian chiefs and forced them to go south and attack Pedro after defeating Jaeger 3 days ago. At least, I would have been able to capitalize on the element of surprise. Now 3 days have passed. Pedro must be prepared for me. I guess there's no choice. We have to force our way in. Well, I don't really mind since the troops to die aren't from my house, he sighed after a moment's thought. It's about time those arrogant barbarians were taught a lesson. They all think they're at the top of the world. Did they think they could really conquer the realm with only 100,000 cavalrymen? The more idiots perish, the better it'll be. When he had left Beaublaget 2 months ago to return to his dominion, he gave the conscription order to the various tribes across the northeastern plains. However, he didn't employ force. Instead, he presented himself as the one who would help and guide them across the realm of civilized man. They would raid together and profit together as partners to satisfy their respective needs. He managed to gather 150,000 cavalrymen quickly. After spending a month to instill the smallest amount of discipline required in them and filling 4th Frontier's ranks again, he set his sights on House Norton's Jaeger, which had swept across wild husbandry. After a series of schemes and plots, he successfully ambushed the Legion and inflicted great damage on it, eliminating a large part of its forces. Only a small number managed to escape to the Northlands. However, he realized there were many situations beyond his control during the attack that ultimately cut him short of eliminating the legion completely. The main factor was his soldiers' insubordination. All the barbarian chieftains wanted their tribe stationed in the rear for fear of suffering heavy casualties. The chieftains' lack of confidence filtered through to their men, many of whom broke rank and tried to preserve their own lives when the situation looked unfavorable. There was nothing he could do about it. He was no different. He, too, had tried to preserve Fourth Frontier. The casualty count after the battle was like a wake-up call for the chieftains, though. While Jaeger lost close to 30,000 men, the barbarian cavalry incurred more than 60,000, 30,000 of which were dead, with the pained cries of the other 20,000 injured resonating across the battlefield. After sending more than 10,000 barbarians, injured beyond saving, back to war god Singwei's embrace, the Duke fulfilled his end of the promise and treated the lightly injured. The chieftains were engaged in an intense argument over the battle's spoils. They had delayed everything for 3 whole days, foiling the Duke's plan to head south and take Pedro by surprise. He had no choice but to find a way to mediate between them, lest the chieftains break into a full-on conflict for the sake of spoils. The spoils they were referring to were the armor, weapons, and warhorse equipment of the dead Jaeger soldiers. There were also the steel ballistae left behind by the Caro Ballista Brigade, as well as the 1,000-plus soldiers and 5,000 lightly injured personnel that were taken captive. The heavily injured ones had already been beheaded. There were approximately 16,000 complete sets of equipment stripped from the captive and dead soldiers, as well as near 400 undamaged steel ballistae. Those were the main cause of the chieftains' arguments. Even the spoiled equipment or ballistae were not spared, as metal was most scarce on the plains. Duke Fisibelan made the magnanimous sacrifice and gave up his right to distribute the goods and only demanded the captives and lightly injured personnel as well as 200 undamaged Caraballistae. His self-sacrificing move won the barbarians' praise. The Duke suggested another idea. Half of the spoils would be divided according to the respective casualties incurred by each tribe. Naturally, the tribes that were too impatient and ended up losing most of their members were ignored, since it was only a matter of time before they were assimilated into other tribes. The other half would be distributed evenly to all of the barbarians. In other words, while the strong would get most of the reward, the weak would also have something left. The tribes were finally placated. The plentiful spoils attracted even more barbarians, and their numbers soon rose back to 100,000. The chieftains quickly forgot about the heavy casualties they had previously incurred. When the Duke got to know from the captives that only a brigade of 3,000 defended Pedro, the barbarian chiefs were already clamoring to go south. To the naive chieftains, Jaeger was the most impressive enemy they had to face. Given that they had already paid such a huge price to defeat such a great enemy, they believed what remained were merely weaklings to be picked off, nothing worth mentioning. In their minds, 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen were enough to sweep the whole of Winston. Perhaps, they would even restore the honor of their ancestors and get to water their horses at Egret Lake. "Lord Duke, my dearest lion, why did you stop in your tracks?" asked an eerie-sounding voice as a few majestic war horses galloped towards the Duke. The guards beside Duke Fisibelan wore looks of rage. Some of them had their hands by the hilts of their swords, while others gripped their spears and lances so tightly their veins popped to the surface. With one word, they would not hesitate to storm the northeastern plains. Even though all the chieftains addressed Duke Fisibelan as Regal Lion Duke or Your Leonine Grace, the person that just showed up called the Duke my dearest lion in a way he would his pet. It was a huge slight on his honor, and the young hot-blooded guards glared at the approaching group with anger and hostility. Duke Fisibelan raised his horsewhip without the slightest change in expression to stop his subordinates from doing anything rash. At the same time, he greeted the riders as they arrived. "My brother, beloved chieftain Korinubi, we've arrived. Do you see that castle atop that slope? That's the city of Pedro. I think we should set up camp here and discuss how we will attack after settling down." Korinubi was a great grassland barbarian tribe that had a population of approximately 100,000. They were able to call on 30,000 battle-ready cavalrymen and were not among the tribes that had submitted to the Duke. Instead, Korinobi had always maintained a trade relationship. This time around, Duke Fisibalan prepared a lot of gifts to convince the whole of the tribe to head south together, with raiding Winston their goal. The chieftain was a short, thin man of 40 or 50 years. He looked rather martially challenged, but no one doubted his cunning. Duke Fisibalan always felt really tired after dealing with Korinobi's chieftain. He wondered how such an oddity managed to surface in the Great Plains where martial prowess was paramount. All Korinobi chieftains were named after the tribe. It was part of their tradition. After inheriting the position, they would cast away their former name and be addressed only with the name of the tribe. Chieftain Korinobi completed his mission during their attack on Jaeger perfectly with his 30,000 cavalry. Their mission was to harass the enemy at range and not engage in close quarters combat at the front lines. In spite of their relatively removed role, they managed to obtain most of the spoils. In the southward march that followed, the tribe also absorbed 4 smaller tribes and expanded their numbers to 40,000. Perhaps because of the increase in the men under his command, Chieftain Korinobi relaxed his attitude towards the Duke. The Duke had only brought 10,000 men on the march. After all, he was only there to guide the way. The main force was the 100,000 barbarians. There was no need for him to bring along a lot of men. He would also get the least spoils this way, and everyone was happy with the arrangement. Setting up camp. Chieftain Korinobi looked at the sky and smiled rather exaggeratedly. It's still early. Why don't we just rush straight at Pedro and attack? We won't have to set up camp that way. We can celebrate our victory in the city itself. My dear chieftain, if we can have 100,000 soldiers encircle Pedro immediately, I don't doubt it will fall in half an hour, Duke Fisibalan said as he pointed at the city with his horsewhip, but please take a look. That's the only way through Pisper and it's rather small. Those cliffs resemble a horn, it gets narrower the higher it goes. Pedro also occupies most of the space in between. We can only have about 3,000 men effectively deployed at a time. There's no way we can attack all at once. The city has already made its preparations. I believe it's best we discuss our approach beforehand. Chieftain Korinobi shielded his eyes from the sun as he leered at the city in the distance. Without a telescope, he wasn't able to see how prepared it was. After giving it a good look, he turned back to the Duke. Leonine Duke, are you sure we can really only deploy 3,000 men at a time like the captives said? Duke Fisibalan laughed as he shook his head. There's no way to confirm the claim. Before we launch our attack, I won't be able to grasp the state of their defenses. After all, 3 days have passed. Perhaps lots of reinforcements have already arrived. We've truly delayed for far too long. Korinobi fell deep into thought before he made his decision. I will have my men probe their defenses. If they only have 3,000 men defending the city, we will take Pedro in no time. What do you think? The Duke knew the chieftain had made his decision out of greed. When they were traveling southward, it was established that the tribe that conquered a town or city would be given control of it. They could keep whatever they pilfered from it. Nobody would be allowed to violate their rights to the spoils under oath to their gods. The moment he heard there were only 3,000 soldiers defending the city, Korinobi became anxious. Even if it took him 3 men to kill one of the defenders, it was still more than worth it if he could take Pedro for himself. He could even use the place to recover while the other barbarian tribes tested the waters in Winston. If things went south, they would be able to retreat to the northeastern Great Plains easily. If a lot was made through raiding and pillaging, the returning barbarian tribes would have to submit to him before they returned to the Great Plains because he controlled the passageway. Perhaps, he might even manage to swallow a few more smaller tribes. Why not? The Duke said as he nodded warmly. The mighty Korinobi tribe has the strength to emerge victorious. The city's guard pales in comparison to your tribe. Korinobi smiled, elated. Thank you for your praise, Leonine Duke. I believe it as well. I'm very confident in the tribe's warriors. He instructed the barbarian guards next to him. Have Halakai, Lunigigi, and Moramad attack the city. Tell them the one who breaches the city will be greatly rewarded. I'll behead the one who doesn't contribute. Darn, no wonder the fellow was willing to take in the smaller tribes on the way. He wanted to use them as fodder, cursed the Duke. The three names were the smaller tribes Korinubi had absorbed along the way here. They were each less than 1,000. Originally, they wanted to get the scraps of what was left by coming along, but they became Korinubi's targets and were forcefully absorbed. The low-pitched blare of a horn spread out over the grasslands as the horde called out. Korinubi! 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 The barbarians considered being the first to enter battle a sign of bravery and honor. However, the thousands of cavalrymen called to participate didn't look too willing. They were escorted by 1,000 more from the Korinubi tribe and divided into 3 units quite messily after a good while. The 3 units were sent towards the slope on which Pedro stood. On the 11th day of the 11th month of year 1778, at around 10 in the morning, the 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen surrounded Pedro. The bloody siege battle had begun. Chapter 381 The Bloody Battle of Pedro, 1. Here's the third release of the week. Sorry for the delay. It completely slipped my mind. People and horses rolled down the slope. The first wave of attacking barbarians, around 2,000 riders, were crushed before they even scaled half of the slope. Of the riders flung off their mounts, the fortunate ones were still not beyond salvation, while those less fortunate broke their necks and suffocated to death. The second and third waves of barbarian riders following tightly behind them stopped their mounts immediately and began to rescue the rest. After a lot of effort, they turned tail and ran. The cheering barbarians all seemed to have been given a face slap and no longer uttered a sound. They made no further movements on the city. Chieftain Korinubi's expression was rather sour. He felt like he lost a lot of face for stopping his attack halfway. Go, get Halakai, Lunigigi, and Moramad here. I want to hear their explanation for stopping their attack. The barbarian guards soon returned with the 2 of the 3. Revered Chief Korinubi, your humble servants Halakai and Moramad greet you. Where is Lunigigi? Humph, the chief. Revered Chief Korinubi, Lunigigi has returned to the embrace of the wolf god, replied Moramad, the elder of the 2, respectfully. What did you say? The chief exclaimed, stunned. He's dead? Nonsense! How could he die? He drank a large jar of my milk wine yesterday and one of my roast goats. Wasn't he looking well when he was sent out? It's true, revered Chief Korinubi. Your humble servant dares not lie to you. The brave Lunigigi rode at the front as per your instructions. However, the cowardly Flatlanders dug lots of horse pit traps on the slope. His steed stepped into one of them and broke its right front leg. Lunigigi was flung off forward. He broke his neck and returned to the wolf god's embrace, described Moramad in detail. What? The slope was fraught with pit traps. Yes, revered chief. Your humble servant doesn't lie. Of the 2,000 riders Lunigigi took with him, more than 1,300 lost their horses to the pits. More than 1,000 are injured. Over 100 returned to the wolf god's embrace just like Lunigigi. Not only did the Flatlanders dig pit traps, they also dug a lot of other ditches and traps with wooden stakes inside. There was no way we could rush up the slope with our horses. We decided to retreat first, explained Moramad hurriedly. He wanted to make it clear it wasn't that they didn't want to fight. They simply had no way to. I hope you speak the truth, said Korinubi as he swept Halakai and Moramad with his gaze. Seeing the 2 of them stand there like the most natural thing in the world, he reasoned that they couldn't have been lying, so he turned to Duke Fizibalin. Haha, no problem, my friend. As Duke Fizibalin also heard the conversation, he took the initiative to speak first. I will leave the shield carts we brought with you. I'm sure you know better than anyone how to use them. With the shield carts, you can fill up the ditches quickly enough while protecting your riders as they approach the city walls. I think it's obvious from the number of traps and ditches they don't have nearly enough troops to defend the castle. They had no choice but to use such underhanded tactics to delay our brave warriors' attack. Even though Korinobi had hoped the Duke would send Frontier to use the shield carts and protect his men as they made their approach, the Duke had spoken out first and stated his intentions. "You can have all the shield carts you want, but don't even think of laying your hands on my men." Hatefully cursing the old fox under his breath, Korinobi nodded and thanked him. He instructed Mormont and Halakai to collect the shield carts. He also had some of the barbarian riders dismount and grab some tools to fill the traps, ditches, and holes up and down the slope. Duke Fisibalan gave the order to set up camp and Korinobi didn't bother to stop him. As pushing the shield carts up the slope would take who knew how long, and filling up the traps and ditches would require lots of manpower and time, there was no way they'd let the 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen wait like idiots on their mounts. Korinobi postponed the attack by a day and stuck with establishing a method for the attack for what's left of the current day. At 4 in the morning, they'd managed to push the shield carts 300 meters up the slope. As the people in Pedro didn't seem to respond at all, the tool-wielding barbarians dropped their guard and focused their attention on filling up the traps and ditches. Korinobi had given the order for one route of attack to be established by the end of the day. As not one of the barbarian soldiers wanted to be punished, they only thought of completing their work as soon as possible so they could rest when they returned. Without anyone noticing, the 23rd Local Defense Brigade, led by Idlewoke, formed an assault unit around 1,000 strong. It left through the rear gate and circled the moat, approaching where the barbarians were. When they were less than 10 meters away, they leaped and rushed into the crowd of busy soldiers. It was a complete massacre. The 4,000 or so barbarian soldiers filling up the ditches were caught completely off guard and met tragic ends. When their enemy showed up, they panicked and forgot where they put their weapons. The tools in their hands were broken by a single slash before they felt a cold glint and lost consciousness, seeing nothing but darkness. The 100,000 soldiers who'd settled down in the camp stared wide-eyed at the massacre atop the slope. All of the working barbarians were slaughtered easily like chickens. Only a fortunate few managed to run down the slope, crying for their parents. However, they were not so lucky in the sense of having left the shield carts behind. Due to the inactivity of Pedro's defenders, they didn't feel the need to push the heavy shield carts up the slope, so they proceeded without them. Currently, the carts were obstacles to their escape. The groups weren't able to squeeze between them as the barbarians behind began to let out pained cries. The local defense brigade soldiers that caught up were able to pierce 3 enemies' chests with only one thrust of their spears. The barbarians in the camp finally snapped out of their stupor and reacted. They let out beastly cries and got onto their mounts without caring about anything else. They rode for the slope. At that time, the city's bell rang out once more. The local defense brigade soldiers that came out to launch a surprise attack didn't pursue their enemy. Instead, they took out the leather sacks slung on their sides and splashed the fuel contained within on those huge, wooden shield carts before they ignited them. More than 50 bonfires were lit on the slope. Following that, the local defense soldiers stayed to loot the dead barbarians before returning to Pedro. Only around 700 of the original 4,000 barbarians managed to make it back. They left approximately 3,000 corpses on the slope along with the 50 shield carts that were all set alight. That was a huge and harsh slap to the faces of all the grassland barbarians. The riders rode to reinforce their comrade with fervent anger. They had just received the other 700 plus who managed to escape and stared red-eyed at the corpses of their fellow tribesmen that littered the slope. The mocking laughter and cheers from Pedro sounded ever so ear-piercing. One of the grassland barbarians cried loudly in a crazed manner and rode speedily upwards the slope. Countless other riders joined him in his endeavor with similarly pained cries and launched their attack on Pedro. The riders' skill seemed to improve thanks to their anger. They rode speedily up the slope, almost seeming like they were flying up the uneven terrain as they passed the burning shield carts and avoided the corpses of their tribesmen, approaching the walls at breakneck speed. But they ran into some trouble when they were less than 300 meters from the walls. The ditches and pit traps began to slow them down. Some riders would fall from time to them from the traps or ended up in ditches because of riding too quickly. However, those whose heads were filled with wrath and felt no fear. Those able to get back up after their mounts collapsed continued running at the city while waving their weapons around as they called out loudly to plead for the protection of the wolf god. Fire! Seeing the grassland barbarian troops appearing within 200 meters of the walls, Idlewoke finally gave the order. Following the subsequent twangs, the first volley of the 200-plus steel ballistae mounted on the walls blanketed the battlefield, skewering the approaching barbarians, mounted or otherwise. Many of them were nailed to the ground by the bolts along with their mounts. Cries of pain and agony reverberated throughout the slope. While the 200 or so bolts gave the grassland barbarians quite a harsh blow, even more barbarian cavalrymen took their place. They ignored the skewered bodies in front of them as well as the incoming ballistae attacks as they rode onwards towards Pedro, shouting to raise their morale and courage while they were at it. Steel ballistae, fire at will. Longbowmen, stand by. Fire when the enemy is 100 meters away. There's no need to wait for further orders. Instructed Idlewoke once more. House Norton's local defense brigades comprised 2 regiments of sword and shield infantrymen, approximately 1,000 of them, 1 regiment of 500 heavy armored pikemen, 1 regiment of 500 longbowmen, 1 regiment of 500 ballistae soldiers armed with 100 ballistae, as well as a logistics regiment of 500 men. If they were tasked with defending a location, they would be assigned another 100 steel ballistae to be manned by the regiment of sword and shield soldiers. The 23rd Local Defense Brigade was stationed in Pedro and assigned 200 steel ballistae in total, which were all installed on the front wall by Idlewoke and were engaged in a different type of massacre against the barbarian riders. The first surprise attack by the Local Defense Brigade soldiers gathered by Idlewoke was conducted with close combat. But now, the soldiers manning the steel ballistae were engaging in ranged combat with the approaching cavalry. As soon as one of them evaded the traps and leaped over the ditch, the ballistae bolts that followed would put an end to their anger and effort in an instant. From time to time, soldiers would be sent flying by the bolts and fall into the ditches or onto the ground. Not one got to within 100 meters of the walls thanks to the storm of ballistae bolts. Korinubi and many other chieftains were calling out loudly to motivate their men. Rush up there! Kill them all! Massacre the whole city! In the end, Duke Fisibalin was no longer able to resist and reminded, I think it's best we retreat for now. If we want to mount an attack, we can use the shield carts left. Rushing up there right now would make you nothing but targets and sacrifice the lives of our brave warriors. Korinubi snapped out of his blinding rage. That's right. Blow the horn and have our warriors retreat for now. The loud blaring of the horn covered the whole plains and the attacking barbarian riders finally regained their sanity. They retreated from the slope like a receding wave, leaving behind a fresh trail of blood and corpses. Then they had all made it back to camp. The chieftains conducted a head count. They were all deeply enraged. Before they even launched a proper attack, more than 6,000 had died on the slopes. Korinubi himself was incredibly regretful as his tribe had already lost around 4,000 men from the first attempt at filling up the holes and ditches and the second retaliatory attack which he personally encouraged. Duke Fisibalin advised, even though it didn't start off well, we managed to get an understanding of Pedro's defenses. Taking a loss due to carelessness isn't much. Let's rest for a night and attack the city tomorrow. Korinubi refused Duke Fisibalin's advice coldly with bloodshot eyes. No, we will press our attack through the night. I will not allow them to rest well for even one more night. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. We have 100,000 men, and from now on, I won't give them even a moment of rest. We will continue to attack until we conquer the city. Great Lion Duke, please leave the remaining shield carts with us. We will organize our men into different units and have them take turns attacking. Naturally. We are allies and should stand together. I will have all the shield carts I have left sent to you. At the same time, I pray for your success in conquering the city and avenging the brave warriors lost so far, agreed Duke Fisibalin with a smile. The horn rang out once more and 3 square formations of barbarian soldiers gathered at the foot of the slope. Each of the formations contained 5,000 men. In front were roughly 30 wooden shield carts. These barbarians had dismounted and were split into 3 waves that would push the shield carts up the slope towards the city. The orders received by the first wave were simple: collect their comrades' corpses as they close in on the city. The second wave would use longbows to suppress the enemy and defend the other barbarian soldiers who would fill up the holes and ditches. Naturally, they would also have to pay attention so any surprise attack like the last one wouldn't be repeated. The third wave was the attack's main force. Apart from bringing shield carts, they also carried many wooden ladders. After the second wave opened a path towards Pedro, they would approach the walls. They would then scale them with the ladders as the longbowmen protected them and slaughter away at the enemy when they made it to the top. They would take control of the area so their comrades could continue to flood into the city and obtain victory. That was the traditional siege tactic used by the barbarians against flatlander towns for the past few centuries. That was the reason the third wave of barbarian soldiers comprised only the most famous warriors and strong men across all the tribes. Currently, they were drinking the milk wine from their waterskins nonchalantly as they packed up their armor and waved the weapons in their hands around, laughing and talking loudly as the other barbarian soldiers looked at them respectfully. The skies soon darkened and the shield carts that laid across the near 1 kilometer slope burned even brighter. The horn blared once more. The only difference was the steadily thudding drums that accompanied it. The booming drums echoed across the wide expanses of the plains and brought with them a feeling of cold dread. The barbarians at the foot of the slope all let out a chilling war cry. Hujra! That was the name of the celestial wolf god that all the grassland barbarians across the great northeastern plains worshipped. Calling out the name symbolized a single-minded determination on marching forward to victory or to death. The first wave of the barbarians marched up the slope, pushing the shield carts as they advanced. The siege on Pedro had begun. Chapter 382 The Bloody Battle of Pedro, 2. Fourth release of the week coming up. There'll be another release tomorrow to make up for yesterday. The cheers in Pedro resounded through the pass and across the lower lands on both sides of the mountain range. Both attempts by the barbarians to take the walls had failed, with their corpses littered all over the slope. There was an estimated 5,000 or 6,000. The casualties sustained by the defending side, on the other hand, was negligible. The first attack only caused 10 casualties while a few fools hurt themselves with their own carelessness during the second. They were mostly skin-deep wounds, though. It gave the conscripted soldiers a great boost to their confidence. They thought the barbarians were nothing much and their numbers weren't a cause for concern. Idlewoke wasn't too optimistic about the situation, in contrast. In fact, he was fraught with incessant worry. When the soul-chilling horns and drums were played on the plains as the barbarians cried out Hujra, he knew the thing he was most worried about was about to happen. The enemy had already been enraged by their 2 failed attempts and were going to press the attack through the night. For the soldiers defending the city, the most difficult hurdle was now here. The first wave pushed the shield carts near the walls in short order. Thanks to the light from the burning carts, the guards on the walls could easily see the barbarians were collecting the corpses of their comrades. "Sir, they collecting their corpses. Do you think they'll attack again tonight?" asked one of the guards, hope written on his forehead. "Maybe. I am not too sure about their plans either. They're still far away, we shouldn't fire now. If they're only here to collect the corpses, we'll spare them. But they might be doing so to have an easier time attacking later. We should be careful," said Idlewoke solemnly. The skies soon darkened completely and the shield carts looked like silhouettes in the dark connected next to each other. Some of the flaming carts were extinguished. what they were doing behind them was no longer visible. Not only did the shield carts arranged next to each other obscure much of the light, it also blocked the defenders' vision. Longbowman, fire a few fire arrows. 1. Let's see what they're up to, instructed Idlewoke. Tens of lights arced across the night sky in a beautiful parabola before they planted themselves in the ground behind the carts. The defenders intended to see what their enemy were up to by relying on the faint illumination the arrows provided. "They are filling the ditches," called out a voice. "The barbarians are going to attack tonight." Idlewoke's heart sunk. With the cover of night, the enemy was much harder to deal with. It definitely wouldn't be as easy as it was during daytime. "Steel ballistay 1 through 10, get some oil jars over there. Tie them at the front of the bolts and fire at the shield carts too. Longbowman, loose your fire arrows at the shield carts as well." Idlewoke gave 2 consecutive orders. Without delay, 10 jars filled with flammable oil were tied at the head of bolts before they were fired at the shield carts. While they didn't harm anyone, the jars shattered against their targets and covered them in fuel. The fire arrows soon descended from the skies onto the shield carts and set them alight one after another. "Very well," Idlewoke said with satisfaction for his impromptu idea. "Steel ballistay 1 to 10, continue tying jars to the bolts and firing them at the carts. The rest will fire at the burning carts as illumination. Your targets are the enemies trying to fill the ditches. Longbowman, continue to rain arrows down on them." The soldiers toiling away below had already noticed the fires on their shield carts. As the ones that hurried to put the fires out were taken out, the rest pushed the burning carts away from the ones not yet set alight. The others ignored the rain of arrows by raising their shields over their heads after each volley was fired and continued to fill up the ditches in the intervals at an even greater speed. They were less than 100 meters from the walls at the moment, but they'd run out of options. All the remaining carts that protected them were burning. The ground below the walls was bright as day with all the fires. Less than 2 hours after the first wave retreated, however, another closed in. Each soldier had a sack of mud on his back. Under the cart's protection, they emptied their sacks into the ditches and soon established a way through which they could pass. All the longbowmen changed from firing arced shots to firing directly at their targets. The ballistay also fired non-stop. However, there were far too many enemies on the slope. In the darkness, the shots weren't that accurate either. No matter how many casualties the barbarians suffered, they kept swarming forward. They filled the ditches and fired back at the men on the walls from the safety of their carts. The guards' casualties started piling up. "Ah!" One of the ballista operators cried in pain and collapsed, his hand clasping an arrow sticking out of his right eye. After his hands and legs twitched, he stopped moving altogether. The soldier reloading the ballista shouted "Brother," before he hatefully pulled the trigger with the ballista aimed at the man responsible for his friend's death. The walls hissed and clinked as hundreds of arrows bounced off them. 10 laborers busy rescuing the injured were caught in the middle of the volley and collapsed after taking tens of arrows each. Unlike the local defense soldiers who were equipped with good armor, they suffered huge casualties. "Over there!" One of the soldiers quickly noticed where the barbarian longbowmen were gathered. They were standing behind a flaming shield cart. A dozen ballistay fired in that direction. Hujrah! Yet another group of barbarians pushed more than 10 shield carts up the slope swiftly. Have the ballistay and longbowmen pay attention to the barbarian archers. Suppress them. Idlewoke just gave an order that he would soon come to regret deeply. Pedro's walls were 6 meters tall and their gate was reinforced with a layer of iron, with another huge portcullis behind. What could the barbarians do even if they managed to reach the entrance? It would take them far longer to breach the gates with the weapons they wielded, so Idlewoke decided to target the barbarian archers instead as they were the only ones who posed a threat at the moment. He didn't expect that the barbarians who rushed over to be so agile and swift. They rushed to the foot of the walls and drew out many long ladders from behind their carts and laid them against the walls. Some of them even used grappling hooks to ascend the walls by flinging them between the crenels of the wall. Others thrust battle-force-infused spears into the walls to use as makeshift ladders. The barbarians have scaled the walls. Idlewoke was startled by the cry. When he turned back, he saw a number of barbarians on the walls flinging their weapons against the defenders as they roared unintelligibly. Not far away, another barbarian made it onto the wall. With but the cold glint of a blade, the ballista operator who was taking aim had his head lopped off. His neck fountained blood as he collapsed. Before the 3 soldiers next to him could react, they were taken out as well. Filled with rage, Idlewoke drew his sword and rushed forward. The moment the barbarian saw Idlewoke's blade, which didn't have a blade glow, he let his guard down and thought the man a mere guard. He swung his short sword up to parry as he thrust the dagger in his right at Idlewoke's throat. Before he could react, Idlewoke's long sword shimmered the moment it clashed with the barbarian's sword. The man could only look at the shimmer as it cut through his sword, his shoulder, and the rest of his body on its way to his abdomen. Kicking away the bisected corpse, Idlewoke followed up with a strike that sent another barbarian just about to scale the walls back down. He got some jars and smashed them against a nearby ladder. He held a torch against the 2 legs. His breathing only resumed once he saw the flames chase the other barbarians down the ladder. Have the close combat forces come to the walls immediately. Have the reserves armed with pikes and stand by as well. It was too bad the order was given too late. More and more barbarians made their way up the walls with every passing moment. The 5-man ballista teams couldn't deal with the savage assault. Many ballistae stopped firing and the number of barbarians beneath the walls increased as well. Idlewoke realized his mistake. He had allocated most of the space on the 2-meter-wide walls to the steel ballistae, longbowmen, and laborers to supply more ammunition. So, he wasn't able to station any close combat forces on the walls. He had thought the enemy couldn't get up the walls in the first place, so he allowed the pikemen and other foot soldiers to rest in their barracks. Who knew the barbarians would actually scale the walls so quickly? Retreat! Retreat to the towers and shut the gates. We'll keep firing at them from there, yelled he when he noticed the number of barbarians on the walls increasing. After Pedro was renovated into a defensive citadel, its structure was thus: the towers extended outwards from the city's walls and were 2 meters taller. On both sides of the central tower, walls about 100 meters long stood. Both ends were fitted with towers again, which served 2 functions: to go up and down the walls and to keep situations like the current one from becoming worse. Even if they lost the walls, they could still hold the towers so the city behind the walls wouldn't be compromised. Idlewoke grabbed a soldier nearby. Sink, go assemble 50 steel ballistae on the second wall. Fire at the enemies on this wall, quick. The second inner wall was 2 meters higher than the outer and was roughly 50 meters away. It was the final line of defense for the citadel, besides the keep. The citadel would only truly fall if the second wall and the keep were conquered. Sink knew how urgent the situation was and left hastily without hesitation. You guys should follow, ordered Idlewoke the longbowmen on the top of the towers. They had already tried their best, none had fired less than 40 arrows. But the enemy was far too numerous. They attacked before the longbowmen were even allowed to rest and recuperate. During the time the steel ballistae suppressed the barbarian archers, some of the barbarians scaled the walls and they lost up to 100 men. Currently, the part where the battle was most heated was at the 4 towers on the walls. Each tower only had 6 openings for arrows facing the city walls, so only 6 arrows could be fired at a time, and that was not the least problematic for the barbarians, who were filled with frenzy and excitement for conquering the outer walls. They ignored the projectiles fired from the towers completely and attempted to use the shields and weapons in their hands to bash down at the tower's metal doors. Under the constant abuse, a large hole had been made in the metal door at the foot of the tower. Quickly, 4 to 5 pikes poked out from the hole with lightning speed, piercing the barbarians in the chest. Within the tower, the dozen heavy armored pikemen stood in a semicircle with their pikes pointed at the entrance, thrusting and taking their enemies' lives when they caught sight of them. But from time to time, the dying barbarians would unleash their final attack and cause the pikemen great harm. The injured would soon be replaced by the other pikemen behind, though. Corpses soon piled up at the tower's entrances, almost sealing it completely. However, the number of barbarians that made it up to the wall only increased. They pushed their dead tribesmen off the walls and rushed into the tower when the opening was widened before they turned into corpses themselves that were similarly flung off the walls. There could never be enough soldiers to go about. Each heavy armoured pikeman regiment only numbered 500, so each of the 4 towers were only stationed with a little more than 100. As more and more pikemen were injured or killed, they were soon replaced by the sword and shield soldiers. However, they suffered even heavier casualties. Though they managed to hold on for a little longer, they were quickly pushed to their limits. Idlewoke had no choice but to order the reserve soldiers into the fray. Even the reserve soldiers were mostly laborers, they didn't receive even an ounce of training, nor were they properly armed. The most they could do was to push back at the enemy with their pikes. Their numbers diminished even faster than the 2 units before. Approximately 5 or 6 of them died before one barbarian soldier could be killed. This time around, the corpses that piled up once more were those of the reserve soldiers. When the dead or injured were dragged away to be replaced, some of the reserve soldiers crumbled and ran all over the place in panic after discarding their weapons. Idlewoke could do naught but form an enforcement unit with the 60-odd remaining sword and shield soldiers to get rid of near 100 deserters on the spot. Only after their heads were lopped off and mounted on the pikes was the situation back under control. Just as the reserve soldiers were being sent to the meat grinder that was the 4 towers, the steel ballistæ and longbowmen were finally in position at the second wall. They soon dealt a huge blow to the barbarians who thought that the city was finally within their grasp. There were no shield carts to protect them on the outer walls of the city, and the skewered barbarians soon fell from the walls like leaves from a tree. The walls were filled with so many corpses that there was almost no space left for walking around. The amount of blood gathered there pooled up to one's ankles. Ballista bolts and feathered arrows decorated the corpses all over. From a distance, it looked like there was a small neat forest growing on the walls. The depressing horn tune of retreat could be heard as the barbarians at the slope began their retreat. The drums that seemed to have rumbled throughout the night had already quieted down, and the bloodshot-eyed Idlewoke, who was covered in blood, stood up with much difficulty by holding onto the railings of the walls. He looked down at the slope and only saw the silhouettes of a few retreating grassland barbarians who carried longbows. The enemy finally retreated, and Idlewoke finally let out a breath of relief for having defended Pedro. However, the pain from his injury made him moan uncontrollably. He had got that when he was fighting off a dozen of barbarian warriors with 10-odd other local defense soldiers. The casualties they suffered were intense, and Idlewoke himself got hurt by 3 sword strikes and 1 axe strike. Fortunately, those hits weren't fatal, and he was still able to command the troops to defend the castle after wrapping his wounds up. "Sir, reinforcements! Reinforcements are here!" cried Sink, who was in command of the second wall. He rushed to the wall and held onto the wobbling Idlewoke and said, "They're flying Lord Freyar's banner. The Legion commander has finally made it." Idlewoke suddenly felt the urge to laugh when he recalled a joke that was passed around in the household forces about how reinforcements only ever arrived after the battle was over. But before he could say anything, he blacked out and lost consciousness. 1 Editor's Note 1, Fire arrows? Yeah, those are completely bogus. They'd be extinguished the moment they were loosed, and if you made them big enough to actually stay lit, they'd be too heavy for bows to fire at anything even resembling a range. Also, even if the small ones work, the arrows would be so front-heavy, they'd be completely unstable and fly all over the place, and likely just plunk down on the ground long before they get even near their target. 2 Editor's Note 2, similar thing with the fuel jars on the bolts. The bolts would be so front-heavy they'd just plunk down on the ground. Also, considering the strength and integrity of the kinds of jars likely to be used here given the time period, the bolts would likely just rip the neck off when they're shot, and the rest of the jar, containing the liquid, would just fall down from the walls. Chapter 383, The Eccentric Queen. And here's the final release of the week. We will back after a 1-day break. During the 11th day of the 11th month of year 1778, 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen attacked Pedro. The battle lasted until dawn. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed in rivers. During the intense battle, the barbarians managed to take over the outermost wall for a time. However, the 23rd Brigade of 5th Local managed to successfully resist and keep the city from falling with only 3,000 soldiers and 10,000 laborers. When dawn broke, the barbarians finally retreated, having suffering huge casualties. Both sides had been bled, but 23rd Local's steadfastness allowed the four houses to eliminate Iblaya. Winston and Southern were successfully annexed. It also enabled the four houses to gain the advantage over the war god of the plains, Duke Fisibelan. From that moment on, House Norton firmly suppressed the house and turned a new page in the chapter of the Rage Bear dynasty. Extract from Grindian Chronicles, Records of the Bear's Rise, the Crimson Battle of Pedro. The 23rd Brigade has 1,728 men left. Most are injured and at least half of their gear and equipment have been worn out or ruined. The reserves formed from the laborers suffered 4,000 casualties. The barbarians left more than 12,000 corpses behind, their losses are estimated to be around 20,000. I've instructed the 22nd Brigade and the 1st to 4th Security Brigades to move to Pedro. At the same time, Viscount Ades will lead nobles' private armies, totaling around 6,000, to Winston. The name list is as follows. Thus was the message sent by Freyar. Lorist breathed a sigh of relief after he read it. Now that Pedro had successfully been defended, the strategy to eliminate Iblaya had succeeded halfway. As long as he could conquer Beaublaget and chase House Fisibelan's forces out of Southern, he could finish up perfectly. It would then be Duke Kenmaza's turn to leverage their economic and trade power to suppress House Fisibelan so they would submit. He wasn't the least bit interested in humoring the old fox and fighting him in the open on the great northeastern plains. Following the bloody battle, the 23rd Brigade managed to hold Pedro despite losing over half of their number. Freyar was full of praise for Idlewoke, the one in charge of their side during the battle. Lorist really didn't think his illegitimate brother would have the ability and was truly happy for his sake. For the current House Norton, as long as the blood of the Nortons flowed in their descendants' veins, even in those of illegitimate children, it would be a great help if they were talented. Now, Freyar had arrived at Pedro and took over the defences. With him there, Lorist no longer had to worry about Pedro's security. However, the battle reminded him that his strategy had almost gone completely wrong because of his own carelessness. Such an important place was under-defended, it had just a brigade 3,000 strong. At the very least, there should have been 3 brigades. Also, one brigade wasn't enough to defend strategic locations such as large cities. For instance, the 21st Local Defense Brigade stationed at Windbury was in charge of both maintaining security and securing the city gates. If the enemy really attacked it, there was no way it could defend all 4 gates. Maybe a reorganization of the local defense legion was due. The 75,000 troops were quite a force and splitting them over 3 provinces made commanding them a little difficult. Just when Lorist was considering how he should split his forces, Howard walked into the tent. Your Grace, Baron Camorra sent a letter from Windbury, the Queen is throwing another tantrum at Rose Palace. She claimed she would fast in protest of our impolite treatment and humiliation. Baron Camorra hopes you will deal with the Queen soon so she doesn't continue to cause trouble for everyone. Lorist couldn't help but admit the Queen was truly a weird one. Not only didn't she care about the kingdom's survival, she also didn't bother with her title. All she wanted was to participate in parties, balls, and banquets, to indulge in nothing but pleasure. Even after Windbury was conquered, she wasn't moved and didn't even bother finding out about her father, Duke Fisibelan, who had been clashing with the 4 houses in Southern. She only demanded she be treated in a manner fitting of her status as queen. She even tried to seduce Camorra and Freyar. While she was a beauty, she was already nearing her 50s. The two were naturally not interested, perhaps out of concern for Lorist's reputation. Having been refused by the Northland's nobles and officials, the queen, with the help of her maidservants, actually brought the soldiers standing guard at the palace gates into her chambers. The next morning, they emerged with large bags under their eyes and pale faces. They wobbled out of the castle on unsteady legs. The queen infuriated Kimura so much he even considered beheading her and being done with the whole business. Naturally, he didn't act on the thought. Killing a queen would cause lots of trouble from the peerage. Nobody was willing to be known as a queen slayer. Apart from being indecent and unruly, the queen wasn't a threat to anyone, neither was her demand to be treated in a manner fitting her status, unfounded. Even if she was a captive, her father was still a consideration. Nobody was willing to cross a rank 3 blade master hailed as the war god of the plains. Lorist was unwilling as well. Though he was arch-enemies with the Duke at the moment, he didn't want to vent his frustration on his daughter. Apart from being a famously loose woman, she hadn't committed any particular wrong. While she was Iblaya's queen, her marriage was a purely political one and her bad relationship with the second prince was an open secret. But since Kimura had made a number of complaints regarding the issue already, Lorist felt it was about time he dealt with it. Howard, write the Baron a letter. Have him pick a few Fisibalan household knights and 100 of their soldiers. We will release them, arm them, and let them escort the queen back to their dominion. Also, tell him to not touch the queen's personal belongings. If she thinks she doesn't have enough things, give her some money to cover her expenses. That way, we will be rid of our troubles, instructed he. It was the best way to deal with the situation. By sending her away with a generous gift, nobody would be in debt. As for what kinds of waves the queen would make after she was sent back to her house, it wasn't Lorist's problem. This way, the other nobles would also praise him for his benevolence. Yes, Your Grace. I'll write the letter right away, said Howard. Oh, Howard, is there still no word from Els, Reedy, and the others? Lorist felt something was off. A few days ago, he had given Els and Reedy orders to capture a few Fisibalan soldiers from Beaublaget alive and question them about some basic information such as the mountain ranges terrain, the number of men Duke Fisibalan left behind, and so on. However, they hadn't returned since they departed, not a single word. Howard shook his head. Your Grace, I'm not sure what happened either. Nothing's been heard of them since Els and senior brother Reedy left. They didn't take any messenger eagles with them either. I've instructed the scouts to pay attention to any trail they left during their patrols, but they haven't found anything yet. Weird. Where could they have gone? Pondered Lorist as he stroked his chin. Are they in trouble, Your Grace? Asked Howard worriedly. Lorist chortled. No way. Given Reedy's strength and Elsa's hardiness, even Duke Fisibalan wouldn't be able to hold them back. At least one would make it back. Also, they took 10 guards. They could scatter and at least a few would return. I believe they've only encountered some kind of delay. Perhaps, they'll return in a few more days. At that moment, Lorist thought of Morbinghan's golden eagle. It was too bad Tarkel's project would take 2 to 3 years. Otherwise, Jaeger wouldn't have ended up in such bad shape. They would have realized Duke Fisibalan's grassland cavalrymen were lying in ambush and could have avoided it. Thinking about how it would take the Eagle program 6 years to show results, it was understandable that training eagles to track enemies would take a substantial amount of time. Lorist had already promised Morbinghan many things as long as he could train a batch of similar eagles. At the very least, he would be rewarded with a hereditary barony. Lorist believed Morbinghan would do his best. As the saying went, suspect not those you use not those you suspect. Since he'd left the matter to them, he would trust their ability to carry it out. But if he still hadn't received any word from Reedy and Els, he would have to trouble Morbinghan to use his gold eagle to track them down. Your Grace, I know we managed to defend Pedro, but what about the mountain barbarians trying to attack the Dominion? Asked Howard as he recalled the matter. Relax, we'll be fine, Lorist said with a smile, the mountain barbarians would never descend from their mountains to raid in the winter. Currently, they are busy gathering resources to survive the winter. Every winter season is a trial for them. Unlike our household forces, armed and trained properly for winter and able to travel as they please with skis no matter how cold the weather, the barbarians are trapped. The soonest they'll invade in spring. By then, we'll be back in the Dominion and will ve made our preparations. It's due time we refreshed their memory. Okay, said Howard as he nodded before returning to his task. 10 days later, there was still no word on the two. Just as Lorist was about to write a letter to request Morbinghan's help, Freyar's report arrived. It stated that the grassland barbarian army finally retreated from Pedro. The barbarians had launched a number of attacks since Freyar took charge of the city's defenses. None of their attempts were successful and they only lost more men. None of the battles were nearly as brutal as their first two encounters. In the last few attempts, they seemed to quit after a few men from their first wave died. All they did was shout and intimidate outside the steel ballista range before retreating after hearing the horns. Freyar described one incident in his report. The night before they retreated, chaos broke out in their camp. Fires burned, people cried, and fierce fighting erupted. It was as if a large battle had broken out. He'd wanted to gather the forces he had to attack their main camp, but he worried that it was a trap and didn't mobilize. He only realized a real battle had broken out in the morning. The main camp had been ruined and there were at least 30,000 to 40,000 bodies. As for the surviving barbarians, they were nowhere to be seen. Even though Lorist was curious about what had led to the incident, he knew his men had no role in it. The good news was that Pedro was safe and the enemy had been forced to retreat. It was already a huge victory. Along with news of the victory came word of Camora's escort. They were the 100-carriage convoy that escorted the Queen and they had just arrived at the main camp. Camora wasn't present but he had written Lorist a letter. In it, he explained that to send the Queen back to the Dominion, he had no choice but to agree to a few of her requests. For example, she was to be allowed to bring back all the furniture in her palace, hence the huge convoy. Not even the toilet bowls weren't left alone. There were the 300+ maidservants. Camora felt it was kind of a shame as they were just as loose as the Queen. He had intended to open a brothel for the household forces, but after considering the fact that many of the maidservants were former members of fallen noble houses, he worried it would cause a lot of trouble for the house. So, he allowed the Queen to take them all. He also mentioned that he had to give her 100,000 gold fords, she believed she was due the money, before she was finally willing to leave. She also brought with her lots of other resources, so there was a chance the cohort of 10 silver-ranked Fisibalan knights and 100 Fisibalan soldiers wouldn't be able to protect the whole convoy. They had no choice but to dedicate some of their forces to escort the convoy to Lorist's camp. Lorist had no choice but to hurriedly prepare to receive her. After all, he was a noble and throwing a banquet for an occasion like this was unavoidable. While he was an enemy of House Fisibalan as well as the sole cause of Iblaya's demise, having captured the second prince and handing him to the second highness, nobles were supposed to keep their bearing at all times. Even if the Queen was the house's captive, she still had to be treated properly. The Queen didn't treat him as she would an archenemy during the banquet. In fact, she was thankful to him for capturing the second prince and allowing her to spend a few years in peace and luxury. Lorist finally realized how eccentric and indifferent she was. It didn't change how troublesome she was, though. While she didn't mind the kingdom's downfall, she lamented the loss of her annual allowance that went with it and cried and begged for Lorist to make it up to her. He reminded her tactfully of the 100,000 gold fords Camora had given her, but the Queen said her yearly allowance was 20,000 gold fords. 100,000 would only last 5 years. Since she was young and not yet 40, despite the fact that her real age was 46, she could live on for at least 20 or 30 years. "How will I live in 5 years?" cried she out loud. Lorist had just met the real deal. He promised he would do his best to provide her another 100,000 gold fords just to get her to shut up and stop crying. However, perhaps because she felt Lorist was too easy to push around, she demanded another 200,000 after pocketing his initial offer. Angered, Lorist refused her, and the queen stayed at the camp and refused to leave. He would soon regret his decision. Though Kimura didn't form a brothel unit from the queen's maidservants, the queen started running a prostitution service in the camp. It cost 1 gold ford to sleep with one maidservant for a night. If anyone was willing to pay 10 gold fords, the queen would join the fray herself. While she was a little aged, her looks were still rather fine. That aside, she held the title of queen. To normal soldiers, spending 10 gold fords to have a go with a queen was something they could brag about for the rest of their life. They were even willing to borrow money to not miss out on the opportunity. Soon, the queen's business boomed. Customers came her way non-stop. Lorist paled. They were at the front lines in the middle of a war. Having wobbly legs after doing the deed was unacceptable. Intent on going to the army camp to enforce military discipline, he was surprised to find that the soldiers and knights that spent time with the queen didn't violate any military regulation. They only paid a visit to the queens when they were off duty and didn't leave the camp. There was nothing to punish. Lorist didn't dare visit the queen's quarters, lest he be assaulted by a couple of naked maidservants. It had been happening to Potterfang whenever he was nearby. Since he'd treated the queen rather well, there was no way he could flip out on her out of nowhere. While it did sound weird for a queen to be prostituting herself in an army camp, it wasn't causing any trouble. In fact, the soldiers' mood improved considerably and it didn't seem to be a bad thing at all. In the end, Lorist acknowledged his misfortune and wanted to encourage the queen to be on her way by taking another 200,000 gold fords out of his pocket. House Fizibalin's forces in Beaublaget had already been waiting to receive the queen outside their camp for almost 10 days. She was really reluctant to leave and said that if she was allowed to stay in the camp until spring, she wouldn't need the 200,000 gold fords. It's best if you leave earlier. If you stay here until spring, the men's salary will end up in your coffers. Lorist responded. Darn, this queen is far more capable than Duke Fizibalin. At least the Duke didn't manage to sneak 300,000 gold fords from me, thought he as he watched the convoy depart. Chapter 384 Scheme. Here's the first release of the week. Enjoy the read. It started to snow 2 days after the eccentric queen was sent away. The weather was rather cold. Kimura, at Windberry, responded logistically by sending lots of resources to the front lines. All of the 4 houses' soldiers wore thick fur and cold-resistant clothing. They were still fully combat-capable. The only thing that troubled Lorist was the large delays in the construction of the province's defences thanks to the cold weather. It was especially severe when it snowed, everything had to be halted. However, given the current situation, it seemed the House Fizibalin's forces in Beaublaget would fare even worse. Even though they still stationed themselves on the cliffs to monitor Lorist's camps, there were only half as many as before. Their attacks also stopped completely. Just when Lorist was about to call for Potterfang, Malak, and the other knights to discuss how they should launch a surprise attack, Howard rushed into the tent. Your Grace! Els and Reedy are finally back. Oh! Lorist raised his head and smiled. He was glad he no longer had to worry about them. He had originally planned to seek them out in a few days, having asked Tarkal and Morbinghan with his gold eagle to come to the front lines. They would arrive in another 5 or 6 days, but the 2 missing individuals returned before they arrived. Where did they go? Why were they gone for so long? Els and Reedy entered the tent clad in dirty furs. Long hours of riding against the cold winds had drained the color from their faces. It seemed they were chilled rather badly. Why your Grace? Weary back, stuttered Els as he rubbed his hands together. Where have the 2 of you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Was capturing 2 enemies alive that hard? I thought the area near Beaublaget was heavily guarded. Shouldn't it have been easy to locate 2 guards? asked Lorist, trying his best to appear angry. No, Your Grace. We didn't capture anyone. It would have startled the rest too easily. Instead, we traveled into the mountains, explained Els. What? Into the mountains? But how? Everyone in the tent was stunned. Did they manage to find a way into the mountains without alerting the guards? No, Your Grace, we only circled around the mountains and entered from the entrance East Wild entrance, replied Els. Els proceeded to explain and Reedy helped fill in the details the former missed. It didn't take long to explain how they entered Beaublaget. Lorist had ordered them to capture 2 soldiers alive to understand what was happening, but the 2 didn't believe the patrolling soldiers would know much. So, they went all the way to Eastwild and bumped into some 50 Fisibolan soldiers led by 2 Fisibolan knights transporting 2 carriages filled with medicine into Beaublaget. The 2 ambushed the caravan during the night. After interrogating the troops, they killed them all and buried them before entering Beaublaget by disguising themselves as the squad in charge of delivering medicine. Wow, you guys are really courageous. Did you even consider the consequences if you were recognized? Don't laugh, Reedy. I was talking about you. Els trains in the dark attribute Battle Force technique passed down in his family. Also, his looks don't attract much attention, so it's no surprise people wouldn't take note of him. Hey, my wife says I'm the best. Objected Els. Lorist continued unfazed. But you, Reedy, you got first place in the swordsmanship competition. Too many people can recognize you. If the Duke left a few guards in the mountain range, there would have been no way you'd have not been caught. Your Grace, we asked the knights escorting the squad and they said only 3rd Frontier was left in the mountains. Duke Fisibolan had disbanded and redrafted 5th Frontier. They were absorbed into 3rd Frontier to fill their ranks. 2 years ago, 3rd Frontier had been led by the Duke on an expedition against the Maline Duchy and have been stationed in southern ever since. Given that 5th Frontier was formed in Eastwild, I doubt anyone from there would recognize me. Also, I wore a fake mustache so it was even harder for others to recognize me, explained Reedy as he took out a fake mustache from his pocket and pasted it on his face. It made him look much older and people who were not familiar with him would have a hard time recognizing him. Your Grace, the 2 knights have also been stationed at Crouch Tiger Castle in Eastwild. They were originally citizens of the Maline Duchy moved to Eastwild. They were just recently promoted to become household knights. They don't recognize the people from 3rd Frontier. When the Duke went back to Crouch Tiger Castle, he casually picked the 2 and had them transport the medicine into Beaublaget. It was practically tailored for us, so we decided to take the risk and enter the mountains, Els added. Look, Your Grace. This is the map we drew. Reedy took out a beast skin from his robes. Howard received it and spread it on the table. Beaublaget mountain range covered a really large area. From the top, it looked a little like the cracked shells of a chicken egg. However, the shells were in fact cliffs and beyond them were lush forests, lakes, and streams. It was large enough to be a viscounty. Your Grace, 2 of the 3 routes into the range have been sealed. Only the one in the middle is still usable. Attacking through the other 2 routes isn't possible. As for the route in the middle, it's severely booby-trapped. For example, the latter half is just next to a valley. The moment we arrive, the enemy just has to gather at the cliffs and roll boulders down at us. We won't be able to run. That trap is truly horrendous. Just 46,000 men from 3rd Frontier are there now. Duke Fisibolan took his personal guard and the grassland barbarians back to Crouch Tiger Castle. 3rd Frontier's commander is 3-star gold-ranked Knight Galini Bellaput. It's said he used to be the Duke's playmate and childhood friend. He's someone the Duke trusts greatly because of his reliable and resolute personality. The Duke trusted him enough to leave the defences of Beaublaget to him. Duke Fisibolan didn't return to Crouch Tiger Castle, Lorist interjected. He gathered the 100,000 barbarians and defeated Jaeger in wild husbandry. They suffered severe casualties. He's since moved on to Pedro. Luckily 23rd Local managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. 10 odd days ago, the Duke lost his last hope of taking the city and withdrew. Ja Jaeger Legion suffered huge casualties. Exclaimed Els. That's right. Both Jisk and Yuri are heavily injured, and Pete died. The two of you will take over Jaeger once this whole business is dealt with. Get them back up to full strength. Before we deal with the matter here, we won't be able to return to the Dominion. Anyway, continue with your report. Els nodded. He had an idea of what was going on. Pointing at the map with his finger, he continued, Third Frontier is stationed at 4 locations in Beaublaget. 1 division each is stationed at the left and right flanks. Their job is to pay attention to the 2 routes they sealed off, to patrol, and to maintain security. It takes at least 15 minutes to travel from the foot of the mountain to the cliff, and each of the peaks there has watchtowers. Their shifts change 8 times a day. Each shift is about 3 hours. The defenses are really tight, it'll be incredibly difficult to enter the mountain range there. They've been modifying the towers to be more resistant to the cold. Third Frontier's main camp is in the middle. There are 2 divisions stationed there. As the junction in the middle is the only way in and out right now, they've focused most of their resources there. The number of watchtowers and patrols decrease beyond the main camp. Also, they've long built some caverns in the mountains as shelter against the weather. Most of the patrol squads are there. If there is an alarm, they'll arrive at their posts within 10 minutes. I feel that it's incredibly difficult to launch an attack. Els pointed at the rear half of Beaublaget. Third Frontier's supply camp is here, half a day's travel away from the main camp. Not only is it their main resource storage area, it's also the central area of defense against anything coming from East Wild. Just like the 3 main routes on the other side, the Fizzabalan forces sealed 2 of the 3 on this side and left only the central one free for transporting resources. However, I discovered the soldiers of Third Frontier are rather lax on security. They send only 1 patrol along the cliffs twice a day and there are also no watchtowers. Perhaps they feel there's no need to put up such a defense in the direction of the Dominion. I suggest we circle around to East Wild and attack from there. We stand a much better chance that way, Reedy said, continuing Els's thought, before he recalled something. Oh, right. Your Grace, when we left, the fat logistics supervisor complained that there is a huge shortage of resources even though it's getting colder. He hoped we'd encourage the Duke to send more supplies. If we don't bring more furs, the soldiers will have no choice but to hide in the camps and huddle around fires. There'd be no way for them to patrol. Loris nodded. You did well. If we manage to take Beaublaget, it'll be thanks to your efforts. You guys heard Elsa's report. Any thoughts? Potter Fang laughed. Your Grace, Els, and Reedy truly made a great contribution. Just as they said, we can take a detour around the mountains. As long as we don't get discovered by Fizzabalan's scouts, we can attack Beaublaget from the rear. Given that the area is so large and the rear and main camps are so far apart, even if we're discovered, we can still conquer the rear support camp before reinforcements arrive. As long as the support camp falls, Third Frontier will be ants in a bowl. They'll have nowhere to run. Malak gave it some thought. Your Grace, while Potter Fong's plan is no doubt good, I believe it's best we wait for a little longer. Why? Asked Lorist. If we attack now, it'll take too long to circle around the mountain. Traveling there on horseback and carriage causes too much commotion and it'll be spotted by the scouts easily. We should wait a little longer for the snow to cover the plains before we depart using skis and sleds. The scouts won't want to come out on patrol in that kind of weather either. Third Frontier's defenses will be more relaxed as well. Loris laughed. You're right. It sounds incredibly appropriate, save one part, we will have to deceive our enemy. Deceive? How so? Asked Potter Fang curiously. Hey! Lorist was so surprised at Potter Fong's query he looked at him oddly. Think about it. Given that our camp is facing Beaublaget directly, any movement will be detected immediately. There's no way we can stay here until the snow falls before taking the detour. Even if the enemy can't see where we're heading, they'll be alerted by our movements and perhaps even strengthen their defenses where we want to attack. Since their commander is reliable and competent, we shouldn't let our movements rouse his suspicion. From tomorrow onwards, we'll transfer House Kenmei's heavy armored division over to guard the camp while Firm Rock packs up and retreats to the rear. We'll make it look like they're going to wait out winter in the back so the enemy don't suspect anything. When we move out, you should go to Loz's camp first and go to the rear of the mountain range from there and exterminate Third Frontier. But, Your Grace, Els said as he stood up, there's a whole legion in Beaublaget, Third Frontier no less. Isn't it a little careless to leave just one heavy armored division here? Maybe Third Frontier will notice the decrease in manpower and attack. If that happens, we'll suffer huge losses. It won't happen. I will have Count Phelim send 2 Pegasus divisions over to hold onto the main camp with House Kenmei's troops. Given the cold weather, it should start to snow soon. Galini will also consider whether Firm Rock Legion's retreat is a ploy to draw them out of the mountain range. He should know that snowfall impedes light cavalry. If he really attacks, he'll find it incredibly hard to retreat. I don't think he'll make the decision to attack that lightly. Lorist stood up. It's decided. Howard, take a squad of guards and head to Loz. Have Suleimas move his heavy armored division here and tell Loz to expand the camp. In a few days, we'll move Firm Rock over a division at a time. Make sure he's prepared. Yes, Your Grace. Chapter 385 Galini Belaput. Enjoy the second chapter of the week. Had a rather rough day, but I'm holding on. The fine snowflakes floated daintily to the ground. The sky was dark and gloomy and the chilling winter moaned past the ridges and peak, making many shiver and sneeze. Those out in the cold's feet went numb. Galini Belaput stood atop one of the cliffs, looking at the messy camp of the Nortons' Firm Rock in the distance. From time to time, soldiers left the campsite, undid their pants, and relieved themselves. From time to time, the wind brought the soldiers' cries to the cliffs. Idiots! We're gonna go rest for winter. Enjoy the breeze up there. Ha 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 ha. A few officers got out of the camp and gave the men a few kicks, probably getting them to go pack up. After another hour, the first batch of 3,000 departed. They marched neatly towards the southwestern part of Southern, flags and banners raised. Their marching songs fought through the wind and snow and echoed faintly into Belaput's ears. From time to time, some cruder folk songs and cheers came through as well. It seems they're really going to bed for winter. I doubt they'd be so relaxed and joyous otherwise. Belaput clutched his leather cloak tightly. He was rather moody and gloomy. When we were marching back after eliminating Malene, Third Frontier's soldiers sang in the same fashion. Though we did incur rather substantial losses, we were all experienced veterans who trusted our lives to fate. The spoils were quite voluminous as well. Spirits were naturally high. But now? The enemy marches home to rest for winter right in front of us while we have to suffer the cold in a mountain range surrounded by enemies. I can't blame the men for having low spirits, especially not with the snow. I can't even give everyone a fur to hold the bite of the cold at bay. Lord Duke's letter said the house has already done its best. We were attacked out of nowhere, so we had no time to gather the necessary supplies. Indeed, even with the 4 Central Duchies' aid, we don't have what we need for winter. They just sent over stuff civilians use. Belaput didn't blame the Duke for the current situation. He'd grown up together with him, so he understood how frustrated he must have been when he wrote the letter. The Duke had been a proud person as long as he'd known him, even going as far back as his early years. The Duke looked down on the former empire's corrupt nobles. He didn't consider them much different from the Plains barbarians. While he was called the war god of the plains for expanding the empire's territory and his many other achievements and contributions, he'd always been suppressed by the empire's nobility. He only managed to throw off his shackles and take full control of Eastwild and wild husbandry with the civil war. It was truly a shame. His plan would have taken shape if it had been given another year. If they'd had just one more year, he could have rightfully taken the position of hegemon in the northeastern area. He might even have been able to form his own kingdom. It would have marked the house's rise to prominence. No one expected the four houses to shatter the dream out of nowhere. Their ambitions had joined the winter's snowflakes. "Sir, is Firm Rock really going to bed for the winter?" asked a household knight. "It would appear so, given what we're seeing," answered Belaput. One heavy armored division, bearing House Kenmaze's banner, had arrived at the camp a few days ago. Belaput had even put his troops on high alert in case this warned of an impending attack. But he soon realized the enemy was just changing shifts. Firm Rock would withdraw for the winter while House Kenmaze's division was there to stand guard. "Sir, after Firm Rock leaves, there'll only be one division there. Their numbers are small. Should we attack?" "It's a good opportunity," suggested the knight. Belaput kept silent for a moment. He shook his head. "Let's not push ourselves too far. The weather's getting worse by the day, it's even begun to snow. How many people do you think we can afford to mobilize? More than half our men still haven't received winter clothing. They'll freeze if they go outdoors. We received near 20,000 of 5th Frontier's men. Most are domesticated barbarians still unused to 3rd Frontier's regulations. Not taking action is the best choice under these circumstances. It'd be a disaster if we get entangled with the enemy." He patted the young knight's chest and swept the snow off his shoulders. "Seer Ya, you're a young lion, a courageous knight, but victory in war isn't always decided by exterminating the enemy. Our main goal is to hold Beaublaget. That's the Duke's directive. No matter how many times we defeat or exterminate the enemy, if we lose our hold on the mountain range we'd have failed." Before the Duke left, he told me why we can keep the initiative if we hold Beaublaget. "The four houses will have to keep a good portion of their forces here to keep us in check. They'll end up spending way more resources than we will. We can advance or retreat as we please, but they have to hold their positions no matter what. The war's scale is great and it might stretch on even longer. We're not aiming for outright victory, instead, we want to force them to sign a peace treaty. We don't need to exterminate them to achieve that, we just need to make it too expensive for them to keep on fighting. It's the only way the house can rise up again." "Is there no chance to win?" asked Seer Ya stubbornly. Belaput smiled as he shook his head. "Nobody wants to lose, but we've lost our chance of victory. The four houses timed their invasion too perfectly. They struck us when we were completely unprepared. First Frontier was completely destroyed and Windbury taken. Even our joint assault with the four duchies failed. The Reserve Legion's loss might not be particularly bad, but Windbury and Southern's loss? That's an entirely different story. You should know why. The Reserve Legion is like a knife. If we lose it, we can easily replace it, but First Frontier was our true backbone. Losing it has greatly destabilized us. Not even disbanding 5th Frontier can compare. Our Lord is focused on keeping 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Frontier as intact as possible. They're the core of the house and our last hope to rise again. We can't risk 3rd Frontier. Do you know why the Duke wanted to return to the Dominion?" Seer Ya shook his head. "He's not there to salvage the situation in wild husbandry. Even if he did heavily wound House Norton's Jaeger, it still won't change the overall situation much. He has two aims. First, he'd like to see whether he can conquer Pedro and cause even more chaos in this war by pitting the grassland barbarians against the four houses. If he doesn't manage that, the house will have to suffer through several tough years. He plans to wipe the barbarian tribes out so they won't be a threat." Belaput looked at Seer Ya's shock and disbelief, and sighed. "Seer Ya, Fizzabelin blood runs in your veins. You are the new generation's elite and both the Lord and I have high hopes for you. That's why I told you about this. Fighting with courage is only good for a moment, planning with the future in mind is good for life. Failure isn't scary, not learning from your mistakes and failures is. This time around, our loss is inevitable. We can only hope to minimize our losses, or maybe force a draw of sorts. Seer Ya nodded gratitudinously. Thank you, Uncle Galini. I understand now. Belaput patted his shoulder. All right, I brought it up casually to give you a rough idea. Let's get down from the mountain. When you're not on duty, make sure to train in your hereditary Batla Force technique. Your talent is pretty good. I hope you can become like Her Highness, Princess Sylvia, and make it to the gold rank soon. Make the house proud. I will do my best, Uncle. Oh, and Seer Ya, there's something with which I have to trouble you. Can you go to the support camp for a bit and tell Uncle Wario I, as the commander of Third Frontier, hope he won't act too excessively. His actions when the Queen passed through made the soldiers incredibly angry. Also, I hope you can get him to do his duty properly and not half-arse the defenses there. I'm just one of the house's servants, I don't have the status to order him around, but I'm also the Legion's commander, so I hope he doesn't force me to impose military discipline. Seer Ya blushed, speechless. What a horrible shame. The kingdom's queen and the logistics supervisor of Third Frontier, one of them his aunt and the other his uncle, had become the house's most shameless members. As the duke's daughter and queen, his aunt had actually started a brothel in the camp. The next day, she complained rather vocally about how the soldiers were all poor bastards and couldn't even pay a single gold ford for pleasure. It's no wonder the Nortons beat them so easily, she'd said. She also mentioned that the Nortons were far better off. They could pay a gold ford without issue, some even took out 10. Seer Ya was so embarrassed by the comment he wanted to hide in the nearest hole. Not even in his wildest dreams had he thought his aunt would be so shameless and not care about the house's reputation. That was why the commander had ordered her out of the camp as soon as possible. In the end, the Queen's carriage was stopped by Seer Ya's uncle. As the logistic camp supervisor, he cooperated with the Queen and allowed her to open a brother with her maidservants. She even launched a huge discount promotion. Any soldier could spend a night of pleasure with one of the Queen's maidservants for a single large silver. The logistics supervisor could also lend money to soldiers who couldn't afford it, but they had to exchange something for the loan. Anything would do, even their rations and supplies. The crooked pair caused the whole atmosphere of the logistics camp to go sour. That even affected the 4 divisions at the main camp. After 3 days of enduring, Belaput could no longer tolerate it and sent his own guards to chase the Queen away from the camp and forcefully escort her back to the Dominion. When the guards who were sent on the escort returned, they said that the Queen cursed the commander all the way for stopping her from earning money. Because of that, Belaput also offended Wario, who was a member of the house and the nephew of the Duke himself. Belaput's father, on the other hand, was but a normal servant, and it was only because Belaput had gotten to know the Duke in his youth and they got along that he managed to reach his current position. Even though he was both a gold-ranked knight and commander of Third Frontier, not many descendants of the house thought highly of him, some even called him servant spawn in private. Before, Belaput would ignore Wario's actions of sneaking away more resources than he ought to have. As long as the logistics unit could support the Legion well enough, it was best to maintain a cordial relationship with him. But now, Wario had gone too far and hoarded the resources that were due to be sent to the main camp in retaliation, using lack of manpower as an excuse, causing the soldiers of the main camp to complain non-stop to vent their frustration. That severely impacted the morale of the troops. Belaput was also incredibly mad at that. Even though this was a crucial time for House Fizibalin, a descendant of the house like Wario still ignored the needs of the house to prioritize his own little gains. He even used the opportunity to delay the resources to get back at Belaput in a complete act of idiocy. However, Belaput couldn't just flip out against a person from the Fizibalin house lest he offends the rest of them. So, he had Seer Ya warn Wario to tone it down a bit. "Your Grace, it's already the third snowfall and the snow on the ground is almost half a foot thick. I think it's time we departed. You're right, it is time for us to give Third Frontier Legion the final blow. Your Grace, it's fine if you want to come along, but I refuse to let you be in the vanguard. We'd rather die than let you do that. Hee, Pog, you dare threaten me. Your Grace, I insist you not rush to the front if you come with us. Everyone else holds the same opinion. The house is only stable with you around. It's fine if we're gone, but the house can never do without you, Your Grace. All right, I'll stay at the back like you wish. On the 23rd day of the 12th month of year 1778, House Norton's Firm Rock Legion traveled through the stormy, snowy weather to launch a surprise attack on the rear side of Beaublaget. In one go, they conquered the completely unprepared logistics camp of 3rd Frontier Legion and forced the 4 other divisions at the main camp to surrender. The commander of 3rd Frontier, Galini Bellaput, publicly committed suicide after surrendering. His last words were, "I have failed the Lord and shall atone for my sins with death." Chapter 386 3 Requests. Here's the third chapter of the week. Happy reading! With Beaublaget conquered, Iblaya's conquest was complete. Lorist stood on one of the cliffs behind Beaublaget and looked at the snow-covered fields, smiling in a good mood. The old fox, Duke Fisibelan, had finally been locked in a cage. From that moment on, House Fisibelan's road to hegemony was cut off and they would not pose a threat to House Norton again. Jaeger and House Fisibelan's frontier legions might be entangled in wild husbandry for a good while. Or, House Fisibelan might join with the barbarians to attack Southern's border. There was also a chance the Duke himself would find a way to launch a surprise attack on Pedro. But, the general situation was now set in stone. No matter how hard House Fisibelan tries, they could not win any more. Even if they managed to sneak a few victories, those couldn't do much harm to the Nortons overall. As long as the flow of resources and products was regulated closely, the house might become just another barbarian clan like so many already on the plains. The only thing left is to see whether the old fox knows what's good for him, thought Lorist gleefully. Howard, standing beside him, was already at his limits. He could no longer resist the cold and pulled his cloak tighter. We ought to go back, Your Grace. What's so interesting about the White Abyss? The wind's so strong too. The logistics camp was actually a renovated bandit stronghold. The logistics officer, Wario, had ordered his soldiers to build a luxurious 3-story tall stone house for him. It was now Lorist's chambers. The former owner was kept in the stinky barns with the soldiers he loathed and on which he looked down. He was now just a Norton captive. He'd been given a decent pummeling during the first night. His bruises were so bad it made it difficult to look at him. Howard added another piece of pine wood to the fire. He added some max and water into the copper kettle and hung it over the fire. Drinking a cup of steaming hot max on a winter day was a bliss that filled the hearts of many with warmth and comfort. Els kicked his feet at the entrance before he wiped some snow and mud off his boots on the rug. Once satisfied that his shoes were clean enough, he headed for the second floor. Your Grace, Seer Ya arrived. The young Seer Ya no longer looked impressive and domineering. He was pale and silent as he was presented to Lorist. The things that had happened to him over the last couple of days was a nightmare. First, House Norton's Firm Rock weathered the snowstorm and appeared out of nowhere near the Beaublaget's rear entrance. They took the unprepared logistics camp by storm before they encircled the main camp of 3rd Frontier's 4 other divisions. Using their ballistay, which had incredible firing range for a lockdown on the various sections of the camp, no one could rush out of their lodges to launch a counterattack. After enduring and starving for 2 days, Potter Fong's threat to burn the place down finally forced Bellaput to have his men drop their weapons and surrender. He committed suicide publicly soon after, saying that he had failed the Duke's trust and expressing his desire to make up for his sins with his life. Nobody reacted in time. It all happened so quickly and without warning. Seer Ya thus had to watch his commander, his respected uncle, fall, his throat spurting blood everywhere and staining the ground red. He was completely frozen. They had lost just like that. There was no grand charge into battle, no great face-off on the battlefield, no exciting exchange of blows and blocks, nothing. Beaublaget was lost just like that, and Third Frontier had surrendered to the enemy. It was a complete defeat where all the soldiers were wiped out. The commander decided to take responsibility for the shame of surrendering by taking his life. What was left for him to do? Over the past 2 days, he'd lived like a walking corpse. He ducked in his corner, not caring about anything, neither drinking nor eating, until he was brought before Lorist. "So you're Fisibalan Seer Ya?" asked the man as he looked at him curiously. Seer Ya acted as if he heard nothing. Els patted on his shoulder and yelled, "Hey, are you deaf? We're talking about you." Seer Ya snapped out of his stupor. "Ah, what did you say?" The man smiled and repeated his question. "Yes. I'm Fisibalan Seer Ya, a member of House Fisibalan." "Do your worst, I'm not afraid," said Seer Ya emotionally. "I don't need you to do anything. Don't worry, even though House Fisibalan is our enemy, we will follow the traditions and customs and the code of chivalry. Now you're our captive, I want to ask you something. In your dreams, I will not betray the house," exclaimed Seer Ya resolutely. "Ha ha ha ha." The man laughed. He pointed at a youth standing nearby, whom in response poured some max and offered it to Seer Ya. "Nobody wants you to betray your house. We're not really interested in House Fisibalan any longer anyway. It's simple, you lost. The war's outcome is certain no matter what you try. You launched an underhanded surprise attack. I'll never accept this. Whether you accept it or not isn't my concern. The only goal of war is to emerge victorious. Strategy and tactics are of utmost importance. Didn't the Duke teach you something this basic? Don't tell me your Duke fights his enemies one-on-one honorably all the time? If that was the case, House Fisibalan would not even be worth my mention," said the man in a calm tone. Seer Ya blushed and realized he had uttered something foolish. The reason Duke Fisibalan was given the title of War God of the Plains was that he often fought with the odds and numbers stacked against him. Tactics like surprise attacks, ambushes, and assaults were milked dry of their efficiency. In the end, it all culminated in new territory for the Empire, as well as the house's growth into one of the strongest in the northeastern area. "Drink some max first," said the man warmly. "I asked you to come here to fulfill a plea your commander, Galini Belaput, asked of me before his suicide." "Commander?" asked Seer Ya, suspicious. "Yes," Lorist nodded and said, "before your commander ordered you to surrender, he made 3 requests, 2 of which I've agreed to. But I didn't think he'd actually be that stubborn. Even though we conquered the camp and you had no chance, he would only order your surrender after he was assured you'd be spared." He made requests?" asked Seer Ya. "He was an honorable knight, determined and persevering. He single-handedly bore the responsibility for your loss. He was no coward, but a knight and military officer of the highest caliber. I admire his courage and feel pity for House Fisibalan's loss of such a magnificent and heroic knight," continued the man solemnly as he stood up. "On Grindia, suicide was considered an act of cowardice. Regardless of what god or goddess one believed in, none of them advocated suicide. For example, the warriors and knights that were believers of Singway considered suicide humiliating and cowardly. Back when gold-ranked Knight Shivani, a subordinate of Duke Loggins, lost the battle against the Nordants, he chose to die by Lorist's blade for the same reason. He couldn't commit suicide by his own hand as believers of the war god believed the souls of suiciders wouldn't enter the god's kingdom." "Thank you." Seer Ya finally lowered his head as tears fell uncontrollably. The praise his enemy offered in the honor of his commander had finally opened his heart. His vexation finally melted away. Instead, he even felt a sense of pride over what his uncle had done. After crying for a good while, he muffled his voice. The young man passed him a hot towel. After he'd cleaned his face, he stood up and saluted his captor. "Lord Norton, may I know what 3 requests our commander made?" "Sure. I'd tell you even if you hadn't asked. Sit down and have some Max. I heard you haven't eaten anything for 2 days. I'm concerned for your health. If you continue like this, you won't complete the mission your commander left for you," said Lord Norton as he gestured to the sofa. "The first request was that news of your surrender be delivered to the Duke. He asked that you be the envoy to deliver the news. Given that the snows made it impossible to travel, he agreed for the news to be sent after the rainy season passes. You may pick 12 soldiers to go with you. We'll provide the mounts and supplies. Also, keep your commander's remains well. You'll have a carriage to take it with you." Seer Ya teared up again. "Your commander also asked I let your house ransom the knights and attendants. I must admit he duped me into agreeing. I thought he was referring to the Fisibalan knights and attendants in Third Frontier. He only revealed he meant everyone in the Legion after I'd agreed. I'm pretty mad about it, but I am a noble, so I'll keep my word. As long as the house can afford the ransom, I will let them go." Seer Ya raised his head proudly when he heard this. His commander had duped Norton Lorist. Such a child! Lorist smiled. What point is there to keeping the knights here? They would never betray their house unless they were abandoned. If they did, they'd have no honor to live by left. Even I won't recruit a knight who so easily betrays his oath. Your house controls the Greeks, so I can make a nice trade. I didn't agree to his third request, though. I won't let the house ransom the rest of the legion. It's impossible. I won't have the Duke rebuild his forces so easily. Belaput tried to convince me they'd only be used to deal with barbarians. He hoped I'd let them go so they could return to their families. I may be benevolent, but I'm not naive. I did promise to let them go when House Fisibalan surrenders or signs a peace treaty, though." Lorist stared intently at the kid. "That's all I have to say. You may pick 12 soldiers to follow you back. You don't have to stay with the captives either. Your treatment and rations will be same as that of my men. If you have any additional requests, feel free to bring them up and I will do my best to assist you. I only have one request. I wish to leave before the rainy season. May I go after the snow lifts in the 2nd month next year?" asked the kid, standing up. Lorist observed his resolute expression, and nodded. "As you wish." Snow usually stopped falling in the 2nd month of the year. However, the ground would still be frozen and muddy, hard to travel on. People and horses slip and fall easily in such conditions. Despite that, Seer Ya insisted on returning early and Lorist didn't stop him. It was his business if he wanted to look for trouble. After Seer Ya left, Potter Fang and Malak entered the room. Lorist greeted and had them take seats. "You should know what comes next, not that we have Beaublaget, right?" began he as he tapped on the map of Southern that hung on the wall. "We'll hold Southern against the barbarians. This won't be a quick operation. It'll likely continue for several years. Firm Rock is the house's best legion, there's no unit better suited for this operation." Potter Fang and Malak stood up straight. "Worry not, Your Grace. Firm Rock won't let the Fisibalans into Southern." Lorist had the two sit down again. "With Beaublaget in our hands, the defences in Southern will have more support. The house can now transfer Tigersaur there, it doesn't have to station as many men here. House Kenmaze's heavy armoured division and Shizan's light cavalry and light infantry divisions can return as well. I will leave everything here to Firm Rock. Naturally, Count Felim's Pegasus will aid you. I'm putting them under your command. Also, I will replenish Firm Rock's 2 Thunderbolt brigades. You may use the 23rd Local Defense Brigade's tactic of setting fire to shield carts. I won't say much more. The rest is up to you. I will return to the Northlands in a few days, there's much to deal with there. Set up proper defenses, I don't want any mistakes, understood? We will not disappoint you, Your Grace. Chapter 387 Property and Taxes. Phew, we're almost at the end of the week again. Enjoy the read. Lorist returned to the Northlands on the 7th day of the first month of the new year. He observed the Northlands' capital, Roaring Bear City, formerly known as Gildusk, from a distance in the cold. Grandmaster Siroba had renovated it without a hitch. He'd even gone out of his way to fashion a huge statue of a bear in the central plaza. The plaza was thus named Rage Bear Plaza. The city needed another year's work before renovations would be complete. Most of the year's infrastructure was completed the year before, from waterways and irrigation works to walls and roads. What had to be done now was the building of the many houses and buildings. Siroba had proclaimed optimistically that everything would be done before the 8th month of the previous year, but the internal furnishings and decorations would take more time. Siroba's aide, Zanban, would be in charge from the 5th month since Siroba had to head to Southern to build Pegasus Castle. Lorist stayed in the city for just 10 days. Apart from checking out its progress, he also met with Shadekampf. The servant who'd followed him around since his childhood had become a magnificent talent in management. The new settlements in the south of the Northlands, namely Haven, Harvest, and Vigors, construction was proceeding well. It would be completed in no more than 2 years. The only problem was the relatively low population. Settlements had to be populated to become prosperous. Charade brought Supervisor Spiel in a hurry to receive Lorist. Ever since he'd received Tarkel's report in the 11th month about the possibility of a mountain barbarian invasion, he'd stayed at Firm Rock Castle to guard it. Lorist understood the barbarians might well and was certain they wouldn't leave their mountains in the winter, but Charade still had to be prepared just in case. Now that Lorist had returned, the situation in southern had stabilized, Iblia conquered, and Tigersaur returning soon as well, Charade could finally let go of his worries. He also gave Lorist a piece of good news: the estates in the east of Roaring Bear, that is, the section reserved for nobles' manors, were selling like hotcakes. All 67 estates had been gobbled up by the nobles, and House Norton's funds had grown by roughly 1.6 million gold fords. Spiel was so ecstatic he almost couldn't shut up. It should be noted that the land sold was completely empty. It didn't have a single building. The nobles that bought the land would have to spend even more of their money to build their manors. All House Norton had to take care of was making sure the basic infrastructure, such as roads and parks, was in place. The endeavor was very profitable. Mainly because the landowners also had to pay an annual tax on their land, which was 1/1000th of its market price. In other words, while the land sold was private property, it was still Norton territory. Given that the Nortons were in charge of the land's safety, they would have to pay some sort of protection fee. Lorist was incredibly shocked. The plots ranged from 5 to 8,000 gold fords. How did it add up to 1.6 million? It was already 6 times more than what they'd estimated they'd get. What in the world had MADE3 the nobles willing to spend so much money? Charade explained gleefully that he hadn't settled on a fixed price. He just drew the boundaries, listed a minimum, starting price, and sent the maps to the various nobles, both honorary and landed. The entire peerage received the same map, including the old Winston nobles that had joined their side. The demand turned out to be incredibly high, so Charade organized an auction. In the end, given the demand, the plots all sold at 5 to 10 times their original price. The nobles that didn't get any of the plots demanded the district be expanded so they could get a plot as well. He'd estimated they could set up 2 similar districts and still sell out. So, he and Spiel picked 2 more areas, set up another 150 plots. Lorist just had to give his approval and they could go ahead with the auction. Lorist looked over the documents and scribbled about with his pen. He crossed out the larger district and left only about 58 plots. Charade and Spiel looked at him anxiously. He was denying them a mountain of gold. There's no need to be hasty, Lorist explained, the 2 districts ensure all the nobles can get a piece of land. Do you think they'll go crazy for them during the auction if they know they're sure to get a plot? It'll be difficult to raise the price if everyone has a guaranteed spot. We can only increase their value if we limit the number. Charade's eyes widened and he smacked his forehead. Apologies, I was being too hasty and forgot about that completely. I thought the new districts would sell for the same price as the first. This is my fault. It's not your fault. You two just didn't understand the reason the nobles were so crazy for the land, Lorist consoled with a smile. Basically, the reason they're willing to pay such a high price is, the act of purchasing a plot is an expression of loyalty. An expression of loyalty? Asked the two oddly. Yes, Lorist nodded. You carried out the auction after we'd already eliminated First Frontier and conquered Windberry, and the Duke D fled to Southern. Everyone can see we're winning the war. House Fizibalin may be a strong house in our region, but they suffered defeat after defeat at our hands. It's nearly impossible for them to turn the tables. Unless we do something incredibly stupid, Duke Fizibalin will lose the war god, or not. Given these circumstances, and that House Norton is the alliance's leader, they placed their bets on us. We've also now decided where the Northland's capital will be and given it a name, one reminiscent of our own family, Roaring Bear. Clearly, this is now our headquarters. The act of purchasing land from us here is a gesture of loyalty. In other words, they're saying they're willing to be in the same boat with us. Naturally, they're also looking for more opportunities to work with us. If they have any dealings with us, there's no doubt they'll prosper. Now that we've achieved our goal of conquering Iblia, Winston, and Southern are under the Four Houses' control as well. Andanak now controls more than half the former Empire's territory. While we're loyal to Kingdom in name, the Four Houses are their own powerful faction. The nobles know this as well. Compared to the Second Highness, we're a far better option for their allegiance. They can't even be bothered to deal with our king. Lorist pointed at the documents in his hands. Actually, no matter how much we charge for these plots, the nobles will grit their teeth and buy them to show they stand with us. However, I don't wish to sow any animosity. Apart from making them willingly give us their gold by raising the land's value, we have to make the value compound and rise over the years. For example, I plan to put just 40 plots up for sale. The rest will be used to build kickball stadiums, horse racing stadiums, and battleforce training halls. We'll also build facilities for high-level herbalists. We can even dig a small stream from a nearby lake so the people here can swim and kayak. The lake can be used for picnics and walks as well. We'll have luxurious restaurants and tea houses, and luxury shopping areas and streets. We'll make this district a noble paradise. If we do this, the land will be in greater demand and its value will go up even more. We can set up another special district or an elite residential area nearby afterwards. Naturally, the price will be even higher thanks to the surrounding infrastructure and the value of the land nearby. Your Grace, you're a true schemer, exclaimed Charade. Spiel furrowed his brow. Your Grace, don't you think these two districts sound a little similar to the rich district in the city? Won't this lower the rich district's value? Hee. Lorist shook his head. The rich district is just that, an area for rich nobles and commoners alike. Anyone with money can purchase land there. However, these two will be for nobles only, or guests that receive invitations from nobles. No amount of money will let you qualify to purchase land here. This will inevitably inflate the nobles that purchase land here's sense of status. And, given that the rich commoners also wish to be a part of this, they will try even harder to contribute to the house so they may receive our recognition and be given an honorary title. Starting next year, the house will no longer acknowledge other nations' titles. Supervisor Spiel, set up a system for foreign honorary nobles to become local honorary nobles. Naturally, they'll have to pay a fee. But, Your Grace, what point is there to this? They're only honorary titles. What difference is there between titles we issue and titles other nations issue? Asked Spiel, confused. Charade chortled. Absolutely golden, Your Grace. The difference is huge, Spiel. First, His Grace said that honorary titles from other nations won't be acknowledged starting next year. In other words, honorary nobles from other nations won't be able to attend any of our gatherings, balls, or banquets. They won't be able to mingle with the four houses or their vassals. All the foreign nobles that purchased land already have to have their titles converted or they'll lose the land. We don't offer noble titles very easily. People without noble titles can't buy them no matter how much they pay, so our titles are worth far more than other people's titles. Our faction is one of the strongest on the continent. Honorary nobles we acknowledge will have a far higher standing in other nations' noble circles. People will have to think twice before offending them since we are their backers and will stand up to defend them. Also, after this announcement, the land's price will go up even more. Honorary nobles will scramble to get a plot. I don't doubt for a second that the 40 pieces we'll sell this time round will be worth far more than the 67 we sold first. Since it would soon rain gold, Spiel kept his mouth shut and waited. Lorist smiled bitterly. Had it not been for our losses, I wouldn't have come up with something like this. Then again, taking money from nobles and rich commoners is far better than increase the poor's tax. Also, Baron Gerard, Tigersor and Jaeger's casualties are quite heavy. Make sure their pensions are paid to the families as well as those who retired because of their injuries. I've decided to decrease the taxes levied on households with dead or injured soldiers while maintaining the benefits they receive like the other soldiers of the house. Reduce their taxes by a third. Most landed nobles taxed their commoners more than 2/4. In other words, half of the crop grown on the rented land would be given to the noble as rent. Also, there were miscellaneous taxes such as for housing, water, boats, etc. Nobles would only have to pay 1/10 of their tax revenue to their liege in tribute. Many nobles raised their taxes as high as 7/10 and kept their subjects poor. They would have to rely on labor and blood tax to keep up with the high taxes. Labor refers to working for the nobles for free. They even had to prepare their own food. Usually, labor terms lasted from 12 to 15 months. Blood tax refers to serving in the nobles' levy. The nobles provide 2 meals a day, basically pig feed. The commoners wouldn't be paid a dime. They only profited from plunder. But most of the spoils would be given to their lords. If they were unfortunate enough to die in battle, their lord just had to inform their families. They didn't have to give them any compensation. The households that lost precious family members would find it even harder to cope with their main manpower gone. House Norton's taxes had always been 2/4. It was already the lowest among nobles. When Lorist returned to the Dominion to take up position as household leader, he learned that the taxes were too high and had tried to make them 30%, but it prompted strong opposition from the household knights and officials. Charade had privately advised him to not stand out too much by adopting such a radical policy, as it would cause them to be ostracized by the rest of the nobility. So, Lorist had never touched the main taxes. However, he did decrease the miscellaneous taxes wherever he could. One of the big ones was the fishing and hunting tax, which was only 1/10. Even though the main taxes couldn't be touched, soldiers' families would receive benefits. Households with members in the garrison would receive a tax cut of 1/10. They only had to hand in 4/10 of their harvests. Households with members in the house's main forces were only taxed 3/10. If they retired, the taxes would only go up to 4/10. Before, households with members in the military who died in battle would receive a 1/10 decrease in taxes permanently. However, Lorist wanted to decrease it by another 10% and was unyielding despite Spiel's objections. Actually, Supervisor Spiel, our house's main source of income isn't the taxes we levy on the harvests. Instead, it is the industrial and business sectors. Even after developing Felicitas, Salis, Redriver, and Great River, our annual harvest tax has still not exceeded 1,000,000 gold fords. It's not worth much more than what we generate in Wild North Town in Felicitas itself. The harvest tax isn't actually anything worth considering. Decreasing it by another 1/10 would instead generate goodwill and gratitude among the commoners. This time around, our casualties are as high as 40,000. Our annual pension payouts in the future will near 100,000 gold fords. There's no need to grumble about something insignificant like a harvest tax that doesn't amount to 10,000 gold fords. Forget about such a small amount of money and let the households of those who sacrificed themselves for us know that we will not forget the blood they've spilled and the sacrifices they've made for our sake. I apologize, I was in the wrong, my lord. I will respect your decision, apologized Spiel with a deep nod. Chapter 388 Mayor Doboff. Enjoy the last release of the week. CYA guys in 2 days. Barbarian courage is useless in the face of Loristian scheming. Termin. On the 27th day of the first month of year 1779, Lorist returned to Firm Rock Castle. There was no New Year's celebration this year, mainly because the leader of the house, Lorist, was not around. There was also the matter of the war, which made holding a celebration a little inappropriate. However, Iblia conquest was complete. Winston and Southern were both now under the four houses' control. House Fisibelan was locked within the 3 provincial plains, and Lorist also managed to get the position as governor of Windbury. Basically, it meant Winston would soon also be in the Norton's jurisdiction. While there wasn't a celebration this year, next year's would be even merrier. It would see the house welcome even more vassals. Lorist would have to entitle another large group of honorary nobles to acknowledge their contributions over the previous 2 years. Rumors of a mountain barbarian invasion, surprisingly, hadn't caused a panic among the folk. However, the atmosphere in Firm Rock Castle was still anxious and lifelessness. Lorist went to the rear of the keep and found only Deliana and her 1-year-old son there to receive him. After asking her about it, he learned that her 2 nieces, Ariatali and Fenazali, had gone to the new Dina barony now in Delamoc. She had only refused to go because she was worried that the cold of winter would harm her precious child. The other 2 new maidservants he'd taken in didn't think he would return in a month, so they had returned to their families for New Year's. Oh well, it doesn't really matter if they're not here. I'll be fine with Deliana. He didn't manage to get any good sleep, in spite of the castle having so few occupants, because this son made too much noise in the night. Either he wanted to be breastfed or be with his mother. Given that he'd tussled with Deliana 3 or 4 times already, he ended up getting no sleep. He decided to go to his study for a nap. Just as he was walking there yawning, Howard appeared. Your Grace, Sir Tarkle and Mr. Doboff have been waiting for you in the guest room for more than an hour now. While it wasn't odd for Tarkle to come over so early in the morning, Lorist couldn't quite recall Doboff, though the name did sound familiar. The moment Howard saw his expression, he knew his teacher was having a hard time recalling the man. Your Grace, Mr. Doboff used to be the Pentasword mercenaries' leader. You made him mayor of Twin Mount Town. Oh, that's the guy. Lorist had hired the mercenary group to guard the outpost at the intersection between Magical Dragon Mountain Range and the Dominion, as the first line of defense and an early warning. However, after he'd spent time among the barbarians, he got to know that the ones neighboring them were engaged in internal conflict, so they wouldn't come down to raid the Dominion anytime soon. Hence the outpost being rather quiet for 2 years besides a few small skirmishes shortly after its first completion. After that came the house's development of Black Mud Marsh. A wall was built on the border between the Dominion, Tortoise Hill and Hidebowl Mound, along with forts at the other 2 areas. One local defense brigade was stationed at both the forts, so the outpost between the 2 mountains outside the Dominion began to lose its importance. As a result, the house terminated the mercenary band's contract. At first, Lorist had planned to absorb the group into the household forces, but their leader, Doboff, refused. He was already old and didn't wish to live a life of blades and blood anymore. Given that he was going to disband the group, he would leave whether to join up to the men themselves. However, he'd had already grown attached to the outpost he had lived in over the years. Given the recent time of peace, it had managed to develop into a small town where many mercenaries and adventurers would gather before they headed deeper to explore magical Dragon Mountains. It was also through that town that small merchants traded with the barbarians. Some of the latter, who were more adaptable and intelligent, came to the town to trade their wares. The town had become a small bridge that connected the Dominion and the barbarians. However, Lorist had just returned from barbarian captivity and he avoided all word on them thanks to his traumatic experiences. He refused to even consider the notion of using the town to infiltrate and influence the barbarian tribes. Since Dobov was unwilling to leave, he made him the town's mayor. Apart from paying a small tribute, their administration wouldn't be interfered with in the slightest. They were left to do what they pleased. To Lorist, since the area was outside the household dominion, there wasn't a difference whether they controlled it or not. It wasn't something that would affect the house greatly. When the intelligence agency, Fury Bear, was formed, the one in charge, Tarkal, took note of the small town outside the dominion and sent his men to do a detailed investigation. In the end, he realized the town had developed properly under the ex-mercenary leader's administration. Dobov himself hadn't overstepped his bounds and considered Twin Mount Town under Norton control. HD didn't rule with uninhibited ambition. Apart from paying a yearly tribute, the extra funds collected would be used to develop the town's infrastructure. Twin Mount Town's population had grown to roughly 2,000. Most of whom relied on hunting, collecting herbs, and trading with the barbarians to make a living. 2 years earlier, Tarkal had submitted a report to Lorist about Twin Mount Town. In it, he suggested it could be directly administered by the house. Building it into a large-scale trading post like the one House Kenmays had in the east would not only provide large amounts of herbs and other rarities, it could also be used to take note of the barbarians' moves. However, Lorist had been completely occupied with his dealings with the Second Highness and the plan to take out Madras. Given the unpleasant memories he had, he neglected reading the report in detail before archiving it. No matter how much he tried to avoid the matter, however, he was only delaying the inevitable. The barbarians were a looming threat that had recently begun to move again. Get me a basin so I can wash my face. And bring those two to my study. He ought to freshen himself up to understand the possible attack thoroughly. Tarkal and Dobov soon made their way to the study. After greeting Lorist, Tarkal reported his experiences before he sent out the emergency message. The matter was first discovered by Major Dobov. According to him, the barbarians would be most active during autumn. It was also when their trade with Twin Mount Town would be most frequent. But, when Dobov inspected the trade market, he realized something weird was going on. The barbarians that had come didn't bargain at all. They were willing to complete the trade even if it meant taking a loss, and they purchased mostly metal tools and weapons. This odd behavior piqued his interest and roused his caution. While it wasn't uncommon for barbarian traders to incur losses, those who'd come to town in recent times were sly and cunning. The number of merchants that got scammed was also increasing. Those who treated the barbarian traders as uncivilized fools often ended up suffering losses. But this time around, the barbarian traders were unusually agreeable and didn't mind taking losses if it meant being able to purchase even more metalware and weapons. It was weird, considering that they'd mostly bought daily necessities in the past. Dobov secretly sought out an old barbarian that Dobov had rescued once. When the barbarian first arrived at the town, he bumped into a tough mercenary whose eye caught onto the piece of fine white leopard skin the barbarian D brought to sell. He insisted on trading a cruddy old sword for it and even boasted that the sword was a precious weapon. However, it broke apart the moment the old barbarian knocked against it with his dagger, so he refused the trade offer. It resulted in the mercenary blaming him for breaking his precious weapon and beating him until he spat out blood. Dobov happened to pass by at that moment. He rescued the old barbarian, got a hold on the situation, and punished the mercenary. He became good friends with the barbarian and had frequent interactions with him. Sometimes, the man even brought precious herbs as gifts for the mayor during his visits to his home. Given their relationship, Dobov trusted his information he got from him on occasion. He revealed that the last year's Cubawesan festival, held only once every 12 years, the barbarians celebrated the birth of mountain god Cubawesan and would have all sorts of activities to commemorate their deity. For example, they would have one sacrificial rite monthly where they sacrificed large numbers of livestock to the mountain god. All the chieftains would also participate. Most hailed from the larger tribes, with the chieftains being mostly Jamasans from other territories across Magical Dragon. The Jamasans were similar to landed nobles. The largest tribe neighboring the Northern Dominion was called the Habababa. Their chief was a great Jamasan, roughly equivalent to a duke, with more than 20 tribes under his control. In the past, Habababa had always been struggling for the title of Great Jamasan with another large barbarian tribe. But in the recent Biwasi conference, they yielded to Habababa and their chieftain's wish came true. He was finally made a Great Jamasan. After the conference, the Great Jamasan decided he would show the Flatlanders what the mountain barbarians were made of. It was highly probable the barbarian horde would start their invasion next year, hence the majority of products traded for being metalware. They wanted to cast them into arrowheads and weapons. The old barbarian advised Dobov to leave Twin Mount Town so he wouldn't be in the way of the invasion. The army mobilized this time would number up to 100,000. Upon hearing of how developed the Northern Dominion was from his subordinates, the Great Jamasan soon turned the focus of his campaign there. It was said some traveling merchants were also bribed to be their informants and guides. The moment Dobov learned of this, he made a report to the house. Tarkal was the one who personally went to verify its veracity. Some mountain barbarians were bribed with luxuries and meals and gave similar reports. At the end of the 11th month, the old barbarian made his last visit and told Dobov that a group of grassland barbarians came to request the Great Jamasan form a grand army and set out for the Dominion. They claimed the land was almost completely undefended. The old barbarian didn't know whether the Great Jamasan accepted the proposal and set out for Twin Mount Town because he was worried about Dobov's safety and wanted to advise him to leave. As Lorist had expected, the barbarians didn't launch their invasion when winter was so near. Even if the Great Jamasan accepted the proposal, there was no way it could be achieved given that they couldn't leave their shelters without cold-resistant clothing. If there was a snowstorm, loads might die without even a fight. He estimated the soonest they would descend would be during the 4th month after the rainy season. A barbarian army of 100,000, thought Lorist with a cold smile. Currently, the forces of the Norton House wasn't like it had been back during the days of Lorist's father, when a few hundred barbarians were all it took to plunder the house's livestock and scour about without worry. House Norton was a huge entity, one that rivaled even a kingdom. Both their advanced siege weaponry and military gear were far beyond the barbarians. Even another 100,000 wouldn't be much trouble. Your Grace, I have a map of a gold mine, said Dobov as he stood up and carefully took out an old and torn beast skin and placed it on Lorist's table. Tarkal looked surprised. It was obvious he hadn't anticipated something like this transpiring. It seemed he wasn't aware that Dobov possessed such a map. Actually, I wasn't the one to discover it, nor does it have an owner, Dobov explained. 2 years ago, an old mercenary got shot with a poisoned arrow. I discovered him unconscious on the ground when I was out hunting. It was a shame he was beyond saving. He handed me the map as he breathed his last breath. During the past 2 years, I surveyed the area carefully and found the mine, deep within the Black Forests. There's a small hill near a riverbank where the mine is. However, the area is inhabited by roughly 30,000 barbarians. Your Grace, to be honest, I've thought of monopolizing the mine by keeping its existence secret. However, I realized I have no way of dealing with the tribes, so I can only give you this map. Lorist appreciated Dobov's frankness greatly. He recalled the riders that he encountered when he was on the way to Firm Rock Castle from Maplewood's Bastide back then. That time, Jusk showed off his divine archery skills and made them discard their shot comrades and retreat into the forest. When they went to investigate the bodies, they found they were carrying sacks of gold grains. Lorist had suspected the barbarians controlled a gold mine, and it seemed he was right. The mine Dobov mentioned could possibly be the one the riders controlled. Thank you, Mayor Dobov. Your contributions will be remembered. We will not mistreat our loyal subjects. We thank you for your efforts, said Lorist as he stood up. You're welcome. It is my pleasure to be of service to the house, replied Dobov a little hastily, surprised. Tarkal let Mayor Dobov rest in the castle for a few days. When Tigersor arrives, we will hold a meeting to discuss how we should deal with the barbarian army. We will have to trouble the mayor to brief us on the situation as well. Let's leave it at that. Understood, Your Grace, said Tarkal as he stood up. Thank you. I will be more than happy to help the house out, said Dobov. Chapter 389 Barbarians and Gold Mine. Enjoy this week's first release. We Nortons know a sickness of the heart only gold can cure. Charade. On the 23rd day of the second month in the meeting room on the second floor of Firm Rock Castle, Lorist tapped on the map of the Dominion on the wall with a wooden pointer. I'm sure you've all heard what Mayor Dobov had to say about the barbarian tribes, right? 100,000 barbarian soldiers can't compare to even just one of Duke Visibalin's frontier legion's strength. In terms of organization and equipment, our forces greatly surpass theirs. I ignored them until now because they haven't caused trouble before and I didn't want to bother playing hide and seek in the forests. But now they've come with an army of 100,000. They consider us no different from the scattered nobles of past Northlands. They really think that 100,000 soldiers will let them walk unhindered through the Northlands. In actuality, they're no different from a dish served to our doorstep. Like a fresh fish sent for us to butcher. We ought to polish our blades and think of where we should cut first. The household knights laughed at how Lorist described the whole situation. When they'd quieted down, he continued, I never really considered them a threat. Not because of ignorance, because I understand them far too well. Even if they have another 100,000, they still won't be a threat. They'll have a hard time coming for us from the 500-kilometer stretch starting from Azure River to the eastern part of the Northlands, all the way to the part of Magical Dragon Mountain Range that border the Dominion. But, according to historical records, only two areas were really harmed by their pillaging, our Dominion and the eastern Northlands. These two areas are where their raids are most rampant. They are also the most developed areas. Ever since House Kenmaze took control of the eastern area, their approach to dealing with the barbarians has been carrot and stick. They set up a trading post and began doing business with them. Through trading fairly according to market price, they managed to obtain various specialties in exchange for other useful daily necessities. As a result, the barbarians were able to get their hands on what they needed and wanted without resorting to pillaging. They also divided them to incite inner conflict between the tribes through trade relations. This way they could ensure they wouldn't unite. As for the barbarian tribes that only cared for pillaging, House Kenmaze hired other tribes to attack them. They offered high rewards according to how well the employed barbarian fighters performed and also occasionally mobilized their household forces to deal an even harsher blow to the incessant raiders. By exterminating them or driving them far away from the eastern area, the raiders were no longer a threat. Within 5 or 6 years, the eastern part of the Northlands no longer had to suffer pillages. The border was completely peaceful. The facts show that House Kenmaze's policy is really effective. Currently, the barbarians' herbs and specialties are a large part of the Salt Merchant Committee's business. I really can't help but admire House Kenmaze head for his wit and farsight. As expected of one who hails from a merchant family. However, we can't mimic their methods. We're running out of time. The barbarian army will soon arrive. While we did have the opportunity to do so in the past, we didn't set our sights on them. Back then, our forces were far too busy with things going on in the west. Mayor Dobov just briefed us on a tribe called Habababa which rules the territory near our dominion. Habababa is a tribe with roughly 300,000 members. The chief is the Great Jam Asan, akin to a duke. He also commands over 20 vassal tribes. Given their tradition of conscripting all their tribesmen as warriors, it's no ruse that they can mobilize 100,000. Even though there is also word of the army's intentions to raid the eastern area, it's all based on the testimonies of the barbarians that come here to trade. They spread it around like some kind of folktale. The area they'd have to go through to attack the east isn't under Habababa's control, and the tribes there haven't answered the call. This alone makes me confident they won't target the eastern area. While we still have to keep our guard up, there's no need to be too anxious. In the area between the eastern Northlands and Firm Rock Castle is the fully developed settlement, Redriver. It's separated by hundreds of kilometers in the Black Forest from the mountain range, which serves as a natural barrier. There's no way the barbarians will attack through there unless they're willing to spend 2 or 3 months paving a way through the forest. This is why Redriver wasn't invaded in the past, and why it won't be now. Our house has also developed part of Black Mud Marsh near our dominion. We have a wall from Tortoise Hill to Hyde Bull Mound where the 3rd and 4th Local Defense Brigades are. Twin Mount Town is right in front of that line, and that's where it'll be the easiest for them to invade. They used that very spot to enter the Dominion in the past as well. Now that we have completed our defenses there, we can be confident in keeping them out. If their army is blocked here, they'll look for another location to break through. The area between Hyde Bull Mound and Firm Rock Castle is separated by the Black Forest, which is roughly 50 kilometers wide. However, that part of the forest isn't where the swamp intersects, so it's the mostly likely place to go through. It'll be Tigersaur's hunting ground. All the mountain barbarians coming through there are your prey. I don't want to hear about any barbarians making their way to the villages or towns. Fierce Tiger Lows stood up and clutched his chest. Your Grace, Tigersaur will not disappoint you. We promise to not let even one escape. Lorist nodded and gestured for him to sit. I trust you and Tigersaur's abilities. I'll leave this to you. As for Termin's Ragebear Knights, you will be transferred to Tortoise Hill Fort to hold them there. The moment you see their forces split, attacks them from the fort. Strike all the way along Azure River until you circle to the rear pathway where they came from. From there, launch a pincer attack to crush them completely. Understood, Your Grace, said Termin as he stood up and accepted the order. Lorist pointed the stick at the eastern Northlands. I've already ordered Waxima to temporarily serve as Jaeger's division leader. This time around, they suffered huge casualties because of the ambushes. However, the remaining soldiers are still enough to form a division. We will station them in the eastern part of the Northlands as a contingency. As for the villages of Felicitas, Salus, and Redriver, have them enter combat level 2 after the harvest. Make sure they're on guard when they start sowing seeds for spring. Also, form garrison regiments that can be sent to reinforce the front lines at any time. Baron Charade, you are in charge of this. Charade stood up. Your will be done, Your Grace. Next, we have a piece of good news, Lorist said as he tapped on the map. Over here. Lorist pointed at the part of Black Forest between Hyde Bull Fort and Firm Rock Castle. He dipped a goose feather into some ink and drew a red circle around the area. This is the hilly part of the forest. There's also a large riverbank there roughly 20 kilometers away from Firm Rock. According to Mayor Doboff's surveys, there is sure to be a gold mine. He reported his findings not long ago. However, it's inhabited by 30,000 barbarians. They're a tribe called Warazinke, one of Habababa's vassals. Our true focus this time shouldn't be defeating the 100,000 strong barbarian army, but, instead, occupying these hills and taking the gold mine. Let me first remind all of you that in this conflict, performance is not measured by the ratio of kills to deaths. Instead, what we want is for as many of them to be taken captive as possible. Why do we want that? Simple, the house is extremely lacking in manpower. The 20-odd thousand captives that surrendered after we took Madras have already served 2 years. This year is their third and they'll regain freedom the next year. The transportation and irrigation routes in Delamak have also been greatly overhauled thanks to the hard work of these captives, and they will be working on the final phase of development for the rest of the year. However, we just defeated House Fizibalan and obtained 2 provinces. Winston and Southern are in need of development. It's rather barren and there will be lots of development projects that require lots of manpower. While we have more than 100,000 captive soldiers, a good number of them are injured. Far from enough are left to develop the 2 provinces. The whole region is now under Norton control. It's imperative we restructure the transportation facilities to increase the region's productivity. We need lots of free labor. Even if we conquer the gold mine, we will need laborers. Since there's an army of 100,000 coming our way, I hope we can capture at least 60,000 youths to contribute to the development of our dominion. Tigersaur's Karo Ballista Division leader and gold-ranked Knight Dulles stood up. Your Grace, do the barbarians we capture this time get freed after 3 years of labor as well? Lorist shook his head. They're not soldiers belonging to the former empire. They are different from us. These barbarians will serve 8 to 10 years until they assimilate our way of life. When they agree to be our subjects, they will regain their freedom. Otherwise, let them work as laborers for the rest of their lives. Dulles breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally stop worrying. If you said they would be free after 3 years of work, where would we find free labor after that? The rest broke into laughter. Tiger Lows stood up again. Your Grace, is Tigersaur put in charge of securing the gold mine? No, you will only play a supportive role. Lorist said as he pointed to Reedy. Originally, I had planned to have Els and Reedy take over Jaeger, but, due to the matter of this gold mine, I've decided to let them take over the 2 guard brigades as the main force for the operation. At the same time, I have also transferred the 7th and 18th local defense brigades over to take charge of the defenses at the gold mine after we conquer it. Tigersaur lost almost a division after the huge battle in Southern. They'll have to wipe out the mountain barbarians that come out from that part of the Black Forest. As for the hills around the gold mine, I will leave it to Els and Reedy's guard brigades. Understood, Your Grace, said Lows as he sat back down. Even though I want you guys to catch as many captives as you can, but don't take any risks. 100,000 mountain barbarians aren't scary. We can definitely defeat them. But what we have to watch out for is that each of those mountain barbarian warriors is tough and courageous. They will fight to the end even when the odds are stacked against them, given how they glorify death on the battlefield. In the same vein, I hope that you guys don't put our household soldiers in danger in trying to catch those captives. The easiest way to deal with these barbarian warriors is to take out their braves. Fight them one-on-one and make them lose their morale and their will to fight to the death. Mountain barbarian warriors have always worshipped strength and they believe that one-on-one duels are sacred. They will definitely not do anything underhanded to interfere with a duel. That is a trait we can make use of. After encircling the enemy, challenge their representative to a duel. If we win, they surrender, and if we lose, we release them. Only through doing so will those mountain barbarian warriors obediently surrender themselves to become our captives. That's the gist of our strategy in dealing with the barbarian invasion. If there's anything that we need to change later, I will make sure to notify all of you. It is now the 2nd month and I estimate that the barbarian army will descend from the mountains around the 5th month. There's still roughly 3 months' time. The rainy season will follow after winter and we have to harvest the winter wheat and plant the spring crop following the rainy season. So, we must use what little time we have to train and reorganize. If you guys need anything, report to Baron Gerard. He will be in charge of the logistics in this operation to resist the barbarian army. After Lorist concluded his announcement, the meeting adjourned. Everyone returned to their own posts to begin preparation. Lorist, on the other hand, brought a regiment of guards and headed to the eastern Northlands. He wanted to visit Jisk and Yuri, the 2 commanders of the defeated Jaeger Legion who were recovering from their injuries. Chapter 390 Jaeger's Consolidation. Here's the second release of the week. The snow began to melt during the second month. Both large routes and small paths from Firm Rock Castle to the eastern Northlands were muddy and hard to travel on. That was also why Lorist wished to redo the Northlands' whole transportation infrastructure. At the very least, the roads had to be usable, unlike the current mud rivers they were. This was how most roads on the entire continent were. A merchant's most important tool, a tool he had to have with him at all times, was a spade. A spade so he could fill up the holes in the road on the fly to keep his convoy moving. House Kenmays hadn't scrambled to build a massive city when they took control of the eastern part of the Northlands. There were currently still just 2 relatively prosperous towns there. One was Singe, on the border with magical Dragon Mountain Range, where the barbarians traded. It was filled with taverns, whose customers were exactly these barbarians. You could even see drunk barbarians snoring away on the sides of roads at times during the night. The other was White Rock. It used to be a small village, named after a huge white rock near the town. It had caught its new lord's attention because it was the area's settlement nearest the suspension bridge to over the border river between it and Wild Husbandry. It was made the Salt Merchant Committee's headquarters and expanded with several dozen warehouses, carriages, garages, and lodgings for the committee's employees. The village soon grew into a proper town. When their dominion was moved, House Kenmays moved to Sigler and took more than 200,000 citizens with them. A small number of Sigler citizens were relocated to this part of the Northlands. There were less than 50,000. This was mostly because most of those moved to the Northlands were moved into the 3 new settlements in the southern Northlands. The place was reasonably developed already, it just lacked population. While House Kenmays took many citizens with them when they left the traders that dealt with the barbarians and also those that maintained the warehouses in White Rock Town. It was actually a request made in the name of the Salt Merchant Committee. Given that the Nortons had a stake in the committee as well, they would receive quite a bit of profit from their operations, so they agreed quickly. Jaeger's main camp was currently there. When they received word of Lorist's visit, Waxima, the Legion's temporary commander, rushed out of the camp to receive him. He'd taken half a year to recover from his failed attempt at breaking through to the gold rank 2 years already and was currently once again at the peak of 3-star silver rank. He was likely to make his next attempt soon. Lorist had contemplated a long time before letting Waxima take charge of cleaning up the mess that was Jaeger. He'd always been a loyal, courageous, and responsible knight. While he wasn't much of a talker, he was sincere, accountable, and frequently demonstrated his worth with his actions. Given that Jaeger had suffered a huge defeat and their morale was low, they needed a knight like Waxima to slowly build themselves back up. And he'd not let Lorist down. Even though he hadn't been in the position for a whole month yet, Lorist noticed the camp was incredibly orderly and clean, everything was in order. The men carried out their various duties efficiently. No one looked down or depressed, on the contrary, everyone seemed polite and energetic. They had a very hopeful atmosphere about them. Lorist did notice something out of place, though. Everyone wore a single non-uniform code-abiding item, a single white feather. The feathers are to remind everyone of the brothers they lost, to remind everyone of the humiliation they were put through. The feathers must be stained red with the blood of our enemies to wipe this shame away. It is also to honor the sacrifices of their fallen comrades that has given them a chance to take revenge sometime in the future. These martyrs are worthy of being remembered for their sacrifice, and their valor, Waxima explained when Lorist inquired. Lorist nodded. You're right. But I don't think Jaeger suffered a huge loss. 3 of our divisions faced off against 100,000 grassland barbarian cavalrymen. It wasn't just any confrontation either, they were part of a far bigger, organized offensive. Yes, the casualties were great, but Jaeger should be proud of their performance in spite of these odds. A loss is a loss no matter how you sugarcoat it, Your Grace. Jaeger was defeated because it was too careless. They thought they could roam Wild Husbandry unhindered and neglected to survey the area properly. Even after they discovered some barbarian scouts, they thought they were only a small cavalry unit and proceeded to attack. That was why they fell for the ambush. Commander Yuri, who set out to reinforce them, didn't first try to find out why they'd been put in such dire straits first, he just charged in blindly. I questioned the surviving soldiers and have written a detailed report. I'm not trying to pin the fault on anyone. I just want this valuable lesson to be learned and remembered so our men don't make this mistake again. Jaeger became arrogant with their power and lowered their guard. They underestimated their enemy, which gave them the chance to catch the Legion off guard. Had they stayed vigilant, had they stuck to procedure, they wouldn't have been caught as they were. Lorist was rendered speechless. He understood Waxima wasn't trying to make him look bad, though, he was just stating the facts as they were. He appreciated his frankness even more. He responded after a moment of silence. Apologies, I was wrong. Your words ring true. A failure is a failure. We shouldn't try to underplay it just because we had to sacrifice many of our men. However, I'd like to know why the scouts weren't sent out when the 3rd Division was out on a mission. Well, according to 3rd Division's men we managed to rescue, Division Leader Pete was worried the scouts wouldn't be enough to take the unit on. He thought it would lead to unnecessary casualties. He only sent the scouts out as far as they could be covered by the Caro Ballista. Sir Pete died on the battlefield. I am unfit to judge whether his decisions were correct, but I believe he didn't realize there were 100,000 enemies waiting for them. He just wanted to keep the men safe. 3rd Division was newly formed at the time, and heading out to wild husbandry was supposed to be training for them. He had to think carefully about pitting greenhorns against barbarian cavalry. Taking into account that 3rd Division brought 2 Caro Ballista brigades, it's obvious he believed the small group of enemies weren't anything to be afraid of. They couldn't stand against his men. So, he only sent the scouts around 300 meters ahead so they would still be protected by the Caro Ballistae. That's how they were eventually encircled. Waxima's theory sounded rather reasonable, but Pete had died, so there was no way to hold anyone accountable. He just had to accept the explanation without comment and continue surveying the campsite. Dinner was held in the mess hall. Lorist dressed like all the other soldiers and dined together with them. Those that dined with him were so elated and excited they almost forgot to eat. He chatted with them and asked about their families. He didn't forget to motivate them and tell them how much the house was prioritizing the Legion's reconstruction either. He hoped they would stand strong again soon and wash their humiliation away. During the night, he visited Jisk and Yuri, who were still recovering from their injuries. The herbalist in charge informed him that, while Jisk's injuries were rather severe, he was recovering quite well, mainly because he had a great constitution. There was also the fact that he was rescued right after he was injured, unlike Yuri, who continued to fight maniacally despite his injuries. By the time he was rescued, he was already at his last breath, unconscious and injured all over, with his flesh flayed and bones chipped. A couple of his Batla Force circulating major nodes had also been destroyed. He was no different from a disabled person. He required help from consumption to excretion. The herbalist estimated it would take at least 3 or 4 months for his normal bodily functions to recover, and another 1 or 2 years of training before he would return to the gold rank. Jisk was already well enough to sit up. That damned Duke set me up, he grunted, bitterly. Even though a marksman like me can shoot enemies from a distance, I didn't think the Duke would disguise himself as a normal soldier and launch a surprise attack from in their midst. I was busy looking for the leader to snipe and left the normal barbarians to the guards. In the end, that bastard jumped out of nowhere. Anyone who blocked his way was killed. He quickly approached me. I knew something was off when I recognized him. I fired a dozen arrows, but he blocked them all, before I turned and rode away. The Duke knew he couldn't give chase, so he threw his long sword at me. Fortunately, a guard blocked it. It still pierced through him and bit into me. I fell with him. The ground shoved the damned thing right through me. I nearly fainted. The bastard caught up pretty quickly. A few dozen men took up positions between us to try and protect me. It was too chaotic and I lost the sword somewhere along the way. I only heard what happened to the guys that stood between us after we'd already gotten pretty far away from the battlefield. What happened? Dead, they're all dead. Jisk's physical condition was good. He'd only injured his sternum and lungs and was recovering rather well. He would be right as rain in a few months. At one point during their conversation, he even basically shouted that he would lead Jaeger back into wild husbandry one day and slaughter everyone who'd taken part in the attack. Seeing that he was still that spirited, Lorist stopped worrying about him. Yuri, however, laid in his bed like a dead man. Despite his necrotic disposition, he was alive and conscious. Tears poured out of his eyes when he saw Lorist. The latter held his hand by the bed and accompanied him for a long time. He told Yuri there was no rush and he should prioritize recovering from his injuries first. Now that the house had forced House Visibilan back to their own dominion, and cut them off from the outside world, the Duke could struggle all he wanted, but he wouldn't be standing up again anytime soon. When Yuri recovers, Jaeger would have been rebuilt and retrained. According to Lorist, he would accompany Yuri to the great northeastern plains and sweep it clear of the barbarians before going to make trouble for House Visibilan. They would test themselves against Frontier to see which was the better light cavalry unit. Lorist stayed in the camp for half a month before he returned to Firm Rock Castle. Before he left, he instructed Waxima to make preparations to defend against the mountain barbarians' invasion. Though the eastern part of the Northlands probably wouldn't be attacked, it couldn't hurt them to be prepared, just in case. 2 days after he returned to the castle, the rainy season began. After a few days of consideration, he called for Charade and Spiel. I'm going to reorganize the local defense legion. It will be made 3 legions with slightly smaller numbers. There's no need for each to have 75,000 men. Currently, apart from the Northlands, our house also controls Delamock and Winston. Windberry and Pedro, both strategic cities in Winston, are a little short on defenses. They can't just have 3 sound strong brigades guarding them. The moment they are attacked, we might lose them and our house will suffer immensely for it. Lorist took out the plan he had spent a lot of time coming up with. Charade praised the reorganization from a strategic perspective. Your Grace, as the Dominion's main defense force, the might of the local defense legion is indeed a little lacking. Even though it numbers 75,000, the dominion and influence of the house have expanded and many other places will have to be defended. The local defense legion can't handle the load. Even though the Northlands is the province with the largest area in the old empire, almost thrice Delamock, we only have 30,000 men, 10 brigades, stationed here. Even though each village or town has its own garrison, we still have to mobilize Tigersaur and Ragebear Knights to make sure we're safe. There's no way we can rely on the local defense legion alone to hold off the barbarians. If our household forces field legions are all on excursions, what can we do in the event of another major barbarian invasion? Your Grace should increase the size of the local defense legion. From a strategic view, it needs to have at least enough power to hold off and defend against large-scale barbarian invasions like this independently. However, Spiel, the one in charge of the household finances, expressed his objections. Your Grace, 2/3 of the household's budget is spent on the military. It's already going too far. Chapter 391 Persuasion. We're back with our 3rd release of the week. Hope you guys enjoy. Spiel objected to Lorist's plan. He brought out a large list that detailed the scale the house's military and its huge yearly expenses. So far, House Norton had 5 legions in total. Firm Rock, with 60,000 men, Tigersaur, with 60,000, the Reformed Jaeger, with 60,000, the 75,000 of the local defense legion, and the 55,000 of Oceanic Legion. In total, the forces numbered 310,000. At the same time, there were the 15,000 from Ragebear Knights, the 3,000 from Lorist's personal guard, and another 3,000 from the guard sent out to carry out top-secret missions. Lorist's personal guard was basically 2 brigades. The total number of men would be 331,000 people. They were all the soldiers that enjoyed Tier 1 benefits, with their total salary alone amounting to 1.3 million. The house had another 10 police brigades in charge of guarding warehouses, prisons, factories, and other household properties and serve as supply convoy escorts. There were also the garrison units of the various towns and villages that totaled around 40,000 men. Even though they were Tier 2 forces, their salary and other benefits were still worth 200,000 annually. Your Grace, the total number of men we have exceed 400,000. The entire population of the Northlands is just 1.6 million. Even if we include Delamock and Winston and the citizens of our vassals, it's still only 2.3 to 2.4 million. Having a citizen-to-soldier ratio of 5 to 1 is incredibly dangerous. As if the burden of having such a military is not enough, our house has been involved in war consistently for the last 2 years and the military budget has grown immensely. If not for the 30 million gold fords plundered from Hanayabarta, the house would have gone bankrupt long ago. Spiel looked rather emotional. Your Grace, that was only an estimate. If we include the expenses of Fury Bear in setting up a patrol unit in every town, and the pension paid out to the dead or injured soldiers, the total annual amount would exceed 2 million. It doesn't include the expenses incurred in replacing broken equipment and dead war horses as well as lodging, clothing, food, medicine, and other necessities. We spent 4 million just last year. Forming Jaeger alone cost us 1 million, and conquering Iblaya another 3 million. Even though by occupying Windberry, we obtained near 2 million gold fords, our expenses are still double our income. While the house has about 10 million gold fords stored, if we continue like this, we won't even last 3 years. The house will collapse. I'm not exaggerating this at all, Your Grace. At first, I was thinking of telling you to cut the budget by half after we deal with the invasion. The number of soldiers our house employs rival that of the imperial family of the Christian Empire. They could have so many forces because they controlled the entire empire. We only control 3 provinces. 1 legion is already enough to defend each. If war breaks out, we can emulate the imperial family and have our vassals conscript soldiers to mitigate our costs. Lorist laughed bitterly when he considered the appalling difference in mentality. If Lorist acted like the former Duke of the Northlands, Loggins, he could have lived out the rest of his life in comfort and luxury, given the house's current standing. However, it was currently a raft traveling upstream. If it didn't progress, it would regress. The hidden threat the Second Highness posed, the longevity of the alliance, and the pressure of the countless knights jumping for a chance to contribute forced him to walk down the road of expansion. Spiel wasn't wrong in that only 1 legion was needed per province. However, if the house wanted to expand, it had to possess a spear and a shield. Firm Rock, Tiger Soar, Jaeger, and Oceanic were the spear, while they only had the local defense forces as the shield. There was no way Lorist would give up his spear for a bigger shield. He would be wasting his previous efforts. House Norton would be constantly barraged with attacks until it lost all the power it currently had. Spiel didn't have any ill intentions. He was one of the house's most loyal elders. Otherwise, Lorist wouldn't have allowed him to hold so much power as the chief finance officer that managed all of the house's finances. However, as Spiel paid too much attention to its spending, he wasn't aware of the situation the house currently faced. While it seemed to be a rising star, with madrasas and Iblaya's conquests under its name, and its widespread fame following the successful suppression of Duke Fizibalin, dangers still lurked beneath every syllable of the song of victory being sung. Needless to say, Lorist had made Duke Fizibalin fall into endless despair. It was like he gave the wake-up kick to his dreams of monopolizing the eastern part of the Northlands. With but a slap, Lorist had sent the Duke falling down from his pedestal, with his troops ruined and him losing his chance of coming back strong. All he could do was lick his wounds in his own dominion. However, Lorist didn't dare to let his guard down. It was obvious that House Fizibalin would become the house's worst enemy in the east, one deathly resilient as well. Lorist had to be on constant guard. While Lorist was an Andanak, Being the Duke of the Northlands and having the impressive achievement of conquering Iblia, Lorist knew better than anyone that the Second Highness to the west was not one to sit quietly and watch that unfold. The greater Lorist's contributions, the greater the Second Highness's doubt of his house. The Second Highness might have been quiet during the last year, and hadn't incited any conflict with the four duchies or the Union, but Lorist didn't think he was up to nothing. Given that he had conspired with Kenmays to make the Second Highness incur a huge loss through the contract, he was definitely scheming to get back at Lorist. Right now, House Norton's impressive military was what prevented him from acting rashly. If they crippled their own forces, the Second Highness would be the happiest person. He could launch one attack after another against the house by rallying more troops, slowly overwhelming Lorist. The legions can't go. At the very least, their current numbers have to be maintained. Regardless, convincing Spiel that was the case was not going to be easy. Looking at the list of legions, and their units and scale, and thinking back at the cost, he couldn't help but feel the supervisor's criticisms were valid. Having a citizen-to-soldier ratio of 5-to-1 was egregious. Most other nations that reached that point were biting off more than they could chew and weren't far from collapse. Lorist stroked his chin and thought frustratedly, why do I feel like I don't have enough soldiers even though we already have over 400,000? He recalled a very famous saying on the web in his previous life. It must be a qualitative problem. What, then, is wrong with the house's forces? Charade's laughter entered Lorist's ears. Hee, Supervisor Spiel, your citizen-to-soldier ratio is mistaken. Instead of 5-to-1, it is actually 20+1. We're definitely capable of having more soldiers than we do now. Spiel flipped out in rage and flailed about as he stood up. Ridiculous. The figure isn't wrong, neither is the population count of the Northlands. Also, our military spending doesn't lie either. Strictly speaking, the ratio is 4-to-1. Not 5. Please sit back down and calm yourself, Supervisor Spiel, Charade said calmly. I wasn't suspecting the figures. I was just pointing out that the citizen-to-soldier ratio is mistaken. We shouldn't take the total number of soldiers and divide it by the population of the Dominion. If the ratio was really as you said, then our Dominion would have collapsed long ago. It wouldn't look prosperous and developed like it is now. Actually, you forgot two important things. The first is that our household has only launched a recruitment drive for the forces 3 times. The first was when we were recruiting Marines for Oceanic. I believe we got 20,000 men. Rest of the 55,000 were made up of mostly rescued slaves and pirates. The second time was when we were forming the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division, which saw 15,000 people sign up. The third was carried out last year during Jaeger's formation. We recruited around 27,000 soldiers and mixed them with 20,000 veterans from other legions. Even though Jaeger's troops should number 60,000, the ranks were never filled. Only 3 of the divisions were successfully formed. In essence, we have only recruited a little under 80,000 men from the Dominion. Compared to the population of 1.6 million, the actual ratio is less than 20-to-1. Not only that, the space available in our legions is limited, resulting in many able-bodied youths being unable to join the ranks, having no other choice to join the garrisons. The youths serving in the patrol units across the Northlands frequently complain about how they're unable to join our forces despite their desire to. The second point you've forgotten is the origins of the soldiers that make up most of our forces. They weren't our subjects when they joined. Instead, they were mostly captives or rescued slaves. To be precise, they are serving as work for hire, hence the high military expenditure. The formation of Firm Rock and Tiger Soar was a result of the captives we got with the defeat of Duke Loggins and the Second Prince. These captives served our house for 3 years and obtained freedom. To avoid them having no other place to go and wandering around aimlessly, we recruited them. The formation of the local defense legion was a direct result of the 200,000 slaves we liberated. As our Dominion wasn't able to integrate such a huge workforce in a short time, we formed the legions to limit the chaos the slaves could cause. Not only did the formation of these legions not involve our youths, they're comprised mostly of captives and former slaves, who helped the Dominion's population grow. The family members of these soldiers also moved to our Dominion because of them serving in our military. Supervisor Spiel, I don't deny our military spending is high. But it's because of this kind of treatment and arrangement that our forces hold superior combat ability and are unstoppable on the battlefield. They are also incredibly loyal. Take, for example, the serious defeat of Jaeger at Wild Husbandry. Even though they were in an incredibly hopeless situation, the men still continued to fight. While we lost 30,000, the enemy suffered more than us. Following their defeat at the hands of the 23rd Local Defense Brigade at Pedro, their morale dropped quickly and they soon lost the will to fight. Without our household forces, House Norton wouldn't have achieved these heights. It was precisely thanks to our forces that we were able to exterminate Hanayabarta and obtain so much wealth. Now that Delamock and Winston have been added to our dominion, our sphere of influence has greatly expanded even though we didn't obtain many resources. We are now the sole hegemons of the Northlands, and this will bring bright prospects in the near future. This time around, His Grace's plan to reorganize and expand the local defense legion isn't without good reason. It is intended to keep Delamock and Winston in our hands. Also, His Grace isn't planning to recruit soldiers from the Dominion. Instead, he has his sights on the 100,000+ ex-Madras soldiers. Even though our military spending will increase by a bit more, we can integrate Madras's former forces into the house and better control unstable variables. It is extremely beneficial to us. I've always thought of having the captives of our house join our forces officially after serving their term. Not only would it increase their solidarity after serving in the forces with our own men, it would also make their families become our subjects willingly. While the military costs would stay high for a little longer, the house's income will increase as well. After all, we obtained 2 additional provinces. The local defense forces expansion won't be a huge burden in the long run. As the house's chief administrator, Charade understood its situation exceedingly well. His arguments were so well formulated that Spiel couldn't pick at any shortcomings. Everything Charade said was fact. After some thought, Spiel found that Charade made a lot of sense. The house has always expanded its military through the captives first without affecting the development of the Dominion. In that sense, Spiel's citizen-to-soldier ratio of 5:1 was inaccurate as the soldiers that were recruited into the force weren't subjects of the house in the first place. In fact, if the captives were allowed to do as they pleased after they obtained freedom, huge problems would easily arise. At the very least, the internal security expenditure of the house would increase. The free captives who were used to fighting and skilled at wielding weapons could easily be driven to the path of desperation for food and shelter. Recruiting them in the force would, therefore, be the better alternative. Very well, I agree to His Grace's plan to expand the local defense legion, said Spiel without objection, knowing when to step back when he was mistaken. Lorist was elated that he no longer had to waste so much energy trying to convince Spiel. Charade really outdid himself this time. Chapter 392 Admitting Loss. Enjoy the 4th release of the week. The real act of marriage takes place in the heart, not in the ballroom, church, or synagogue. It is a choice you make. Norton Lorist. Within the great hall of Crouch Tiger Castle in East Wild, the young seer knelt on one knee on the floor with soundless cries. In front of him was the coffin of 3rd Frontier's commander, Galini Belaput. After much trouble and effort, he'd finally completed the bumpy trip across the plains to Crouch Tiger Castle just as the snow began melting. The grief from being forced to surrender to the enemy made him unable to face Duke Fisibalin and the rest of his family. The Duke didn't look too surprised, nor did he flip out with rage. He just circled the coffin, step by step, before finally sighing. He stretched out his hand to touch Belaput's icy face and mumbled. I doomed you, old friend. If I had made the decision to retreat to the Dominion, you wouldn't have died like this. It's because I was too greedy. Even though we were in this kind of predicament, I hoped we could use Beaublaget to bargain with our enemy. To think it resulted in your death and the whole legion's capture." A look of defeat finally surfaced on the Duke's face. Everything had gone against his wishes. Ever since he left Beaublaget and returned to the Dominion, he'd led the various barbarian tribes on military campaigns, first to reorganize the half-beaten Fourth Frontier in wild husbandry, then to ambush Jaeger, before finally leading the 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen to attack Pedro. Back then, the Duke thought there was much he could do to turn the situation around. He didn't think, not even for a moment, that he could turn the loss into a victory. He just wanted to make sure the kingdom the enemy took was nothing more than a ruin. He had acted like a spoiled child with the mentality of if I can't have it, you can't either. The reason he allowed the grassland barbarians to raid and pillage was so he could cause as much trouble as possible. Nobody was supposed to profit. It had been the only way he could make their enemy wary of the house and not push to exterminate them completely. He didn't think the barbarians would actually be so spineless as to lose all their morale, losing just 30,000 men against a fort defended by just 3,000. The moment they saw the enemy reinforcements arrive, the dozen chieftains began thinking of retreating for winter. That was the moment he knew he was beating a dead horse. He decided to go all the way with his other plan, gather all the tribes that had submitted to him and launch an attack on the strongest tribe, Korinubi, the night before the retreat. Caught off guard, the great tribe suffered a disaster. He then led his barbarians to the plains to plunder the spoils from what remained of the tribe. The situation was set in stone. Since House Fisibalan would be trapped in their dominion, the great northeastern plains, he would give the strong tribes a makeover so they wouldn't cause trouble for the house in its weakened state. At the same time, he could make up for the house's losses by sucking the life out of the tribes. Since the troops he used were the other grassland barbarians, the house wouldn't lose anything. He just had to throw a bone to a dog to bite another dog to death. At the end of the previous year, he'd been far too busy thinking of how to deal with the alliance after stabilizing the internal situation of the Dominion. The Great Plains stretched far and wide, and he was confident the four houses couldn't set foot in his dominion easily. All conflict would be limited to wild husbandry. As for the border between Southern and East Wild, the four houses' forces were busy constructing defensive infrastructure, such as moats, to cut off traffic. He predicted the four houses would defend the south and attack from the east. They were gradually limiting the space he could roam free and survive. That was why Beaublaget was so advantageous. He could both attack and defend from there. They could mobilize their troops from time to time to stir up unrest in southern. Many times the number of troops were needed to defend against these raids. As long as they could drag the war on for long enough, the alliance would lose their grip on the resources drained and would be forced to the negotiating table. He could then bargain for better conditions to manage the damage the war would do to him. He hadn't thought, however, that House Norton would deploy their troops in the middle of winter and take the huge risk encircling East Wild to the rear of Beaublaget and conquering it. They'd forced Third Frontier to surrender without a fight, a fatal blow to the house. The Duke didn't blame Commander Belaput for committing suicide to atone for his mistakes. He knew there was no way they could resist, and not surrendering would result in a needless massacre. "You shouldn't have killed yourself, old friend," murmured he with another long sigh. He left the coffin after giving the cold face a final touch. "Rise, Seer Ya. You've fulfilled your duties, you didn't let down the honor of Fisibalan Knight. Tell me about the time the Duke of the Northlands met you. I want to know every word he said in detail and guess his intentions behind allowing you to do this. Did he really do so because he admired Commander Belaput's courage?" asked he as he raised his hand to have Seer Ya stand up. Seer Ya wiped the tears from his weather-beaten face, stood up, and reported his meeting with Lorist completely. He tried hard to recall Lorist's exact words. After a pause, Duke Fisibalan waved weakly. "Seer Ya, you must have been worn out. Go groom yourself and rest for a few days. I will take your contributions to heart. You're still young. You're the house's hope. Train hard and remember this trial. The house will require you young ones' service in the future. Understood. I will train hard to serve the house, promised Sirya emotionally before he left. Tap, tap, tap. The Duke knocked on his desk with the middle finger on his left hand in deep thought. He cracked a bitter smile. According to Sirya's recollection, Lorist was obviously sending him a message. House Visibilan's time is over. All that's left is for you to decide whether you'll admit your defeat. If he submitted obediently, they would be spared. Otherwise, Lorist would stop at nothing to kill of every last one of them. Humph, you ruthless and scheming brat. Forget making me submit. You shan't be allowed to mess with House Visibilan. Humphed the Duke loudly with ragged breath. He described Lorist the same way he would the Duke. Even though each had never heard of the other's insult for them, they were mysteriously of the same mind at that moment. The only difference was that the Duke called Lorist a brat instead of a sly old fox. Each considered the other his biggest rival. However, Duke Visibilan knew staying angry would do nothing for him. His house was tough only on the surface at the moment. Third Frontier's surrender was not as huge as First Frontier's complete defeat. Theirs was the truly harmful scheme. The Legion's soldiers fought to their deaths rather than submit. The Legion was eradicated as a result. Given that the four houses didn't declare war beforehand, the house was caught completely off guard. Third Frontier, on the other hand, was forced to surrender. The house would have to take out a massive sum to ransom the knights and house members back. The Duke believed Sirya that his relative and distant nephew, Wario, was the cause of the Legion's downfall. But there was no point to being angry at him. Having his own clansmen take up positions in the logistics of each legion was the elders' will. They believed only that would grant them a firm hand on the legions to ensure they would remain loyal. Not all members of the house were loyal and wanted to serve it. For instance, the Duke's second daughter, Iblaya's queen, was intent on going against his will. The moment he thought about his daughter who had just made her way back to the Dominion, he began to have a headache. He didn't think a queen would be inspired to start a brothel and ruin his reputation completely. Even now she was making her way to the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks, thinking there was gold to mine there and that she would definitely get incredibly rich. He slumped down in his chair in his study for a long time and thought about how he could deal with his current predicament. The house would probably have to suffer a huge humiliation in the coming days and endure their anger as they spent the next couple of years in their dominion. The four houses had cut the roads and paths that led out of their dominion and the house only had 2 legions worth of men, around 100,000. Second Frontier was stationed at the Golden Creeks and Fourth Frontier in wild husbandry. There was also another 20,000 metal armored garrison legion and his 1,000 personal guards stationed in Crouch Tiger Castle. While the house still had 120,000 men, it would take most of them to defend its 3 provinces. Fortunately, when the Duke was dealing with the threat of the grassland barbarians at the end of the previous year, he'd picked 20,000 to form a new reserve legion as a tool to use against the barbarians in the future. That way, even if the remaining tribes united to attack the house, they would have a way to resist them. However, while it had enough troops to deal with the barbarians, it didn't have enough to take on the 4 houses. Having ample for defense but not attack. That was the situation the house was in. Second Frontier couldn't be mobilized either as the Golden Creeks were one of the foundations of the house's revival. Many of the house's elders suggested its headquarters be moved to Gold Creek, but the Duke considered the fact that it was a little too far from the central area of the former empire and decided against it. "Have Sylvia come over," instructed he an attendant outside his study. The one most hurt by the war, no doubt Princess Sylvia. She had thrown a huge tantrum and tried a fast strike because of her desire to marry Lorist. But the poor princess didn't think that her paramour would actually attack her house without even declaring war and bring his allies to attack Iblaya, making her grandfather escape haggardly back to the Dominion after incurring huge losses. When the war broke out in the 5th month of the previous year, First Frontier was completely lost, Windberry was conquered, and the moment the Duke returned to Crouch Tiger Castle, Sylvia's days became incredibly hard. Some people secretly cursed her for being a harbinger of misfortune after hearing about First Frontier's defeat and worrying about their relatives' well-being. They believed bad luck would be present wherever she showed up. The last time she traveled to the Northlands for a trip, the second prince was defeated by House Norton and a 100,000-strong army was wiped out. Now, when she wanted to marry into House Norton, it ended with them exterminating the whole kingdom. When word of the 4 central duchies aiding Duke Fisibelan spread, the ones who made the curses were delighted when they believed the 4 houses were going to be defeated. Some even told the princess up front that the Norton kid would soon be captured and made a serf. She wouldn't have to be married so far away and could see her lover in the Dominion all the time. But word of the coalition army's loss soon spread. It had been a complete smack on the face. The mocking and subtle cursing turned into full-fledged rebukes. Sylvia had lost quite an amount of weight from weathering the stress. "Sylvia, you lost more weight. Are they still causing you trouble?" asked the Duke warmly when he saw her. "No, grandfather. I'm used to it, I'm fine." "I'm sorry, Sylvia. This isn't your fault, the war didn't break out because of you in the first place. House Fisibelan wanted to rise to new heights and become the northeastern area's hegemons. That desire is also shared by the 4 houses and it resulted in this war. This was an inevitable conflict from which neither side could escape," said the Duke with much thought. Sylvia nodded wordlessly. On one side was her lover, on the other, her house. She was numb to all the happenings, caught in the middle of it all. "I want you to go to the Northlands, to House Norton's dominion." "What?" asked Sylvia, wide-eyed. "I've no choice," he said with a pained smile, "we've lost. The situation is set, there's no turning back. I hope you will have a good talk with that brat so he shows us some mercy and not cut off too much meat. We're still the main force against the grassland barbarians. Without House Fisibelan, they will frequently invade and harass the Empire's borders. Have the kid think about this well." Duke Fisibelan breathed a long sigh. "Sylvia, as your grandfather, I regret this deeply. I shouldn't have refused his marriage proposal. Otherwise, the war wouldn't have happened, but it's too late for regrets now. I need you to do 3 things on your trip. First, ransom the members of the house and our household knights. Second, have the Salt Merchant Committee lift the sanctions on daily necessities. The plains only have alkaline soil and no edible salt. The farmers are at their wits' end. I hope they won't sharpen their blades quickly. Lastly, think of a way to convince him to let us ransom Third Frontier's common soldiers. We will need them to resist and suppress the grassland barbarians." The Duke silenced for a moment. "Go pack up your clothes and luggage. Bring as much as you can with you. I will let you stay there for good." "Grandfather, you..." Sylvia was sent into a stupor. "This means..." "Let's leave it at that. I will arrange your escort and the negotiators that will join you. You will set out immediately after the rainy season," said he without giving Sylvia even a glance. He turned with a wave of his hand and left. Chapter 393 The Barbarians Cometh. Here's the 5th release of the week. See you guys on Tuesday. Also, if you're a Patreon, you will now be able to access chapters from The Sword and the Shadow as well for no extra cost. Check out our Patreon page here to support what we're doing. The rainy season was over and the winter's wheat harvest was underway in the 4th month. The entire Northlands was becoming very lively. Just as Lorist was about to depart from Firm Rock Castle to check on the other parts of the Dominion, Sylvia and her escort set out for the Northlands from Crouch Tiger Castle. She had been given the heavy burden of being an envoy to House Norton. As the barbarian invasion was impending, Lorist had the house's forces be on standby even though it was harvest season. In the fields, the harvesters had a sickle in one hand and a weapon in the other. Halfway through the harvests, however, word came from Twin Mount Town that the barbarians had finished their preparations. According to the plan, the town's residents would be evacuated orderly. They would leave traces of panicked escape, though, to mislead their attackers. On the 21st day of the 4th month, the barbarian army conquered Twin Mount Town. Great volumes of fine wine and other daily necessities intentionally left in town made the barbarian soldiers incredibly excited about their victory. They believed the might of their combined force was enough to sweep the whole Northlands. Every warrior scrambled to be made part of the vanguard in fear of losing out on the chance to raid for spoils. Lorist arrived at Hyde Bull Citadel on the 23rd day of the month. This was where the wall was, and it would be among the first places to come under attack. He had to be present to make sure it remained safe. At noon, however, he received an urgent message from the acting commander of Jaeger, Waxima. House Fisibelin's Princess Sylvia had come as an envoy to discuss the ransoming of his prisoners and matters relating to trade. After receiving the news, he was both elated and troubled. He was glad that the old fox had finally acknowledged his loss. However, he was troubled that the envoy was Sylvia. He couldn't receive her even if he wanted, he was just too occupied. After some consideration, he sent the messenger back to Firm Rock, have Charade receive her for him and have her stay there for the time being. He would only return after the current situation was dealt with. Frankly speaking, the part that troubled him the most was that he didn't know how he should face the princess. He was aware that he had completely flipped out against her grandfather when he led his forces to exterminate Iblia and a number of House Fisibelin's legions. He had inflicted a lot of damage on her house. He had suppressed their rise to power and was one of their archenemies. Because of that, he was incredibly troubled by the fact that the princess who loved him so dearly, to the point she would marry no one else, was a member of the house he had just ruined. As Ken Mays had said jokingly, Iblia's extermination was in part the four houses venting on Lorist's behalf for Duke Fisibelin's refusal to accept his proposal. At the moment, word among the folk was that House Norton's leader, Duke Norton, had rained fire and fury on Iblia and focused their attacks on House Fisibelin because of this. Sylvia's name was no different from other bad omens now. He sighed lightly. I guess I can only wait until the war is over. I'll make it up to the girl afterwards. I really made her suffer this time, especially with what this has done to her reputation. Actually, even Duke Fisibelin knew that even if he'd agreed to let Sylvia go through with the marriage, war would have been inevitable. House Fisibelin's dominance conflicted with House Norton's interests, only one could emerge victorious. Your Grace, they're here. Lorist gazed into the distance. He just barely make out clusters of black dots among the trees. The clusters coagulated into a larger mass as a wave rushed at the wall, swallowing the land as it went. Using the telescope, he could see the different beast leather armor they wore. Some of them even fought with their chest exposed. Their faces were painted with ghastly and eerie tattoos, wielding bronze axes and weapons of crude design as they ran maniacally at the walls. At 4 in the afternoon of the 23rd day of the 4th month, the barbarian vanguard launched the first wave of attacks on the defensive wall between the citadels at Hyde Bull Mound and Tortoise Hill. However, these barbarians had never seen such a tall defensive wall before, and they couldn't help but stop in their tracks when they encountered the ditch. They stared at the 3 to 4 meter deep ditch laden with spiky wooden stakes in a stupor before the carabalisti on the walls took their lives with ease. The first wave's vanguard soon turned tail and ran. They left about 500 corpses behind. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, the vanguard launched another attack. They were probing the wall's defenses. This time around, they used wooden shields tied together with vines as walking planks to cross the moat. Even so, the carabalisti mowed their ranks down just as easily. Nearly 1,000 fearless barbarians died unceremoniously. The crudely made shields were ripped to pieces. Those not killed outright had no choice but to run away again. Haha, this is far too easy. It felt like we were shooting turkeys. How relaxing. The carabalisti operators seemed rather excited. The enemy on the other side of the ditch were nothing but target practice. Some would rather die than retreat. The braver ones were frequently skewered by ballistae bolts. The wall between Hyde Bull Mound and Tortoise Hill stretched for 36 kilometers. It was 8 meters high but only 6 wide. The wall was also separated by battlements every 5 to 6 kilometers where the soldiers could rest or stand guard. When the fight began, the battlements could be left in charge of a company. In front of the wall, a moat 5 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters deep was also dug, creating a chasm in the flat ground. "I'm bored," yawned Lorist. The invasion didn't put even the slightest pressure on his forces. Their threat was far inferior to even that of the four duchies and Duke Fisibelin's allied army half a year ago. Only local defense brigade soldiers who hadn't seen combat would be excited about fighting them. However, it was not often that the local defense brigades who only trained all day got to see blood. He decided he wouldn't give any commands during the battles to assess the command abilities of the two brigades' leaders. The only reason he stayed was so the soldiers would feel at peace, and to act as a contingency against any enemies of the Blade Master level. There should at least be a few in a 100,000 strong army. They were Lorist's actual targets. The enemy vanguard finally learned their lesson after their second failure. They knew they couldn't scale the walls on their own, so for the next 2 days, they patiently waited in the forests for the rest of their forces to arrive. The rest of the army arrived 2 days later. Lorist learned the intel they received was accurate. There were at least 100,000 men. Even though they lacked supplies and didn't set up a campsite, their bonfires looked like a field of stars in the middle of the forest. The forest seemed littered with little embers. Many of the soldiers in the local defense brigades had never actually seen such a large army before. The elation they felt at their victory 2 days earlier washed away completely. They began to talk in silent hushes. They doubted whether they could actually defend against so many barbarians. They put aside their lack of confidence and anxiety during the battle the following day, though. All they had to do, after all, was load the machinery, fire, rinse, and repeat. They forgot everything else and followed the instructions of their superiors like mannequins. Fire! The order sent a volley of arrows at the barbarians' ranks. They rained down and cleared out an area on the other side of the ditch, making countless barbarians clutch the parts where they were hit and scream in agony. It didn't last long, though. More barbarians replaced them soon enough. Those injured lightly were quickly taken back while those beyond salvation were given a quick send-off, back to the embrace of the mountain gods, as they sang their songs of war. The ditch was soon filled with corpses, branches, mud, stones, and other miscellaneous materials. Countless barbarians swarmed towards the wall, unhindered by the now filled moat. They soon found themselves in another awkward position, though. The ladders they brought were far from tall enough. In a fit of rage, some tossed their weapons up at the walls, inflicting some light injuries on the defenders. Some witter barbarians lashed some of the ladders together, but they were soon spotted and shot. Whenever similar attempts were spotted, they would be promptly stopped. None of the attempts succeeded. Instead, the barbarians soon began to connect the ladders further away from the walls. Though they finally had their ladders, they were shot before they made it up to the walls. The sword and shield soldiers, bored to death, finally had a chance to act. They tossed rocks, fuel jars, and torches down the walls. The smell of burnt flesh soon filled the air. Some vomited from the disgusting smell. The barbarians' ferocious attack lasted from morning to afternoon. The only time a dangerous situation almost came into being was right before they retreated. The enemy had gathered a group of braves to attack the walls all at once. They were surrounded and slaughtered by a group of rage-bear knights before Lorist could react. As the knights slaughtered the braves one after another, it was as if all the barbarians felt themselves punched in the gut. They let out cry after cry of grief and began to hesitate. Soon, the retreat was blown. The horn resounded across the plain. Lorist watched them retreat, leaving their comrades' corpses all over the battlefield. There were so many they were several layers thick in some places. They barely left any room for people to move around. Seeing this, he took benevolent action. He had the ranged units hold fire till the enemy could retreat unharassed. There were an estimated 20,000 corpses beneath the walls. The battle taught the barbarians a huge lesson. They lost nearly half of the 50,000 that had participated in that assault. He believed they would not attempt to take the wall again. After Lorist gave his order, the area around the wall quieted down. But the silence didn't last long. Cheers soon exploded all along the wall. We won. We defeated them. We held the wall. Many exhausted ballista operators collapsed right away. Many had fired non-stop for the whole battle like autonomous machines. Only after receiving the order to stop did they realize how fatigued they were. They were so worn they didn't feel like moving, even their voices were sore. The only thing they could do was tear up joyously. Opposed to the optimism on the walls, pained and grief-stricken cries wafted over from the forest on the wind. They grew ever louder until it sounded like a chorus. It seemed all the more ghastly and sorrowful when night fell. Lorist looked at the forest in the distance before gazing at the corpses littering the battlefield. He shook his head. Maybe the barbarians will know this defensive wall of ours as the Wailing Wall in the future. He sighed at the commander of Rage Bear Knights. They will remember this staggering loss of life. I don't feel a thing for them, though. If the wall were breached, it'd be our people crying. After the failed assaults, the enemy army stopped bothering with it. Over the next 4 days, they only sent several parties to collect the dead's heads. They also took the ballista bolts. No one dared approach the knot or the wall, though. In the end, Lorist ordered 2 regiments of pikemen and sword and shield infantry to move the corpses in the ditch and at the base of the wall to the barbarian corpse collectors under the longbowmen and ballistas' protection. After another 6 uneventful days, Lorist was woken by Turman, who was running and screaming as he approached Lorist's bedroom. Your Grace! Your Grace! They're on the move! They split up. Chapter 394 Defeating the Barbarians. Their movements are still within our expectations. A few days ago, Fierce Tiger Lowe's sent a messenger to report that a number of scouts showed up in the area of the Black Forest near Firm Rock Castle and Hyde Bull Fort. Apart from breaking through in that part of the forest, there's no way they can enter our dominion. Even though they number 100,000, they're not worth any concern, to be honest. Fighting them feels like bullying little children. Victory won't even be sweet, complained Lorist as he washed his face. Well, mused Turman, scratching his head. Lorist was right. Apart from numbers and dumb courage, the barbarians were inferior to the household's men in almost every way. During the assaults over the last couple of days, Turman got the feeling the barbarians posed even less of a threat than the magic beast wave had in its heyday. He also felt the wall was far too long. Only 2 brigades, approximately 6,000 people, manned them. Strictly speaking, that was an incredibly weak force. Should the barbarians split up into 1,000-man units and spread their attack out along the full 35 kilometers of the wall, they wouldn't have had such a hard time trying to breach it. However, simple-minded as they were, they used units of 10,000 instead to attack 5 different spots which weren't spread out either. They were really stupid beyond belief. The 2 brigades hurriedly brought their longbows and caraballisti to the attacked areas. They just needed 1,000 men to deal with the assaults. They used their ranged weapons' firepower to start a massacre, inflicting huge casualties on the attackers. One time, Turman and a number of other knights even felt a little pity for them. Lorist took him to a battlement on the wall and observed for a good while with his telescope. When did the barbarians split up? Turman gave it some thought. It should have been around 5 this morning, at dawn. The soldiers on duty noticed some movement among the enemy's ranks. They believed they were trying to attack, so they reported it to me. I headed up the wall and realized the barbarians in the camp had decreased when day broke. I walked along the walls but I could only see half as many as before. All right, Lorist said as he tossed his telescope to a nearby guard, let's wait until the night and see. If the barbarian army truly split up, there won't be that many bonfires tonight. We'll wait for the rest of the day. If the number of bonfires is really fewer, we can confirm they've split up. I will lead Rage Bear Knights to Tortoise Hill Fort and launch an attack there. We'll take a detour around Azure River to launch an attack from the rear and put an end to this." The barbarians left behind didn't know about intrigue or misdirection. They lit only a fourth of the bonfires compared to the previous evening when night fell. Everyone was now certain in their victory the moment they saw this. The next day, Lorist took a regiment and launched an attack from Tortoise Hill Ford at the rear of the barbarian army, accompanied Rage Bear Knights. The surprise attack went without trouble. None of them expected the enemy to emerge from the safety of their walls and attack them. The 10-odd chieftains all thought the wall's defenders were the entire enemy force, given how they only dared to retaliate from the wall's safety. Even though they weren't well informed, the chieftains knew they couldn't rely on their advantage in numbers. The brave barbarian warriors' blood shouldn't be casually spilled. Instead, they bribed the traveling Flatlander merchants to guide them and soon found another route leading into the Dominion. The only trouble was that it passed through the Black Forest for 5 kilometers. While there were still about 50,000 barbarian warriors left at their campsite, most of those that had set out were the young and brave. The ones that remained were either elderly or female non-combatants or the lightly injured who were saved from the walls just a few days earlier. The campsite didn't even have proper defenses. There wasn't a single fence or moat in sight. Only the injured got to sleep in simple tents made from beast skins, the rest camped in the open near their bonfires all over the forest regardless of sex or age. When the 6,000 heavily armored Rage Bear Knights rode into the camp with their magnificent and armored steeds, the enemy crumbled completely. None could defend against the metal monsters. While some brave warriors sacrificed themselves to protect the others, and were trampled to minced meat, quite a number lost control of their bowels completely and cried out in agony, slumped on the ground. The local defense soldiers launched their attack from the other side, having already made their preparations, and quickly captured a large number of barbarians. But Lorist was disappointed that he couldn't find even a single chieftain, nor was he able to kill any Blade Master level warriors. It wasn't that they weren't present. Instead, they escaped the moment they saw Rage Bear Knights approach and abandoned the rest of their tribesmen. He wasn't satisfied, even after a sweep of the entire battlefield, and led Rage Bear Knights to attack Twin Mount Town. Again, the completely unprepared enemy were completely defeated. This time around, Lorist finally saw blood. As they were fighting in a town, the knights only took care of sealing off the exits while Lorist brought 1,000 guards with him inside. They quickly chased the barbarians out of the houses and made obedient captives of them. Though Twin Mount Town was supposed to be the barbarians' supply center, Lorist didn't get much, mostly some herbs and miscellaneous produce from the mountain range. Most of the latter was kudzu roots. They were probably the emergency rations. Usually, each warrior would carry 7 days' worth of food with him into battle. If he ran out, he would forage for food wherever he was. Unless the situation was dire, the tribes didn't need to supply their warriors with food or weapons. Apart from medicines, the barbarians got everything through pillaging. It was a sign of incompetence, a blotch on his reputation and character, for a barbarian to be unable to forage for his own food. That was why the ones defending Twin Mount Town were mostly slaves, punished barbarian warriors, or barbarians too young or old to be of much use in battle. Under Lorist's savage assault, the 1,000 crumbled with a touch. They didn't manage to cause Lorist many casualties before they were taken captive. Retreat and bring the captives and spoils along. We will return to Hide Bull Fort. We'll have to rush to Fierce Tiger Lows to exterminate the enemy that split off, ordered Lorist. Along the path connecting Firm Rock and Maple Woods was a lake formed from an underground fountain. The lake was deep, but rather small, and its water was incredibly refreshing. Many passers-by favored it as a resting spot. This part of Black Forest was also where Lorist met the group of mountain barbarian cavalrymen when he first got back to the Dominion. The warriors that split off finally passed through the forest after 4 days of travel and appeared near the lake. It was soon surrounded as one barbarian after another emerged from the trees. It was only to be expected, they were tired and thirsty after 4 days' travel. The most crucial part was that part of the forest was drier than the rest. There were no streams or springs nearby. They were only able to get a little water by digging deep in the mud or biting into bitter leaves. Now that such an alluring lake was right in front of them the moment they emerged from the forest, they jumped with joy. Even though there were about 30,000 or cavalry among the troop of 70,000, they traveled at the rear with the chieftains and the other warriors of high status. The cavalry had to dismount and lead their horses through the forest and could only mount again after they were near the forest's edge. After the chieftains and high-status barbarians exited the forest, warriors that had earlier stepped aside to make a path for them. The moment he drank some of the refreshing lake water, the commander of the army, chief of the Habababa and the Jamasan, nodded with satisfaction. This is very refreshing water. But the lake's quite small. Will it be enough for everyone? A person dressed like a merchant replied respectfully, revered and undefeated great Jamasan, I've traveled this route many times and I know this lake well. Don't worry about whether there'll be enough water. There's a fountain beneath the lake and the water level will be retained no matter how much you drink. I even dare to swear on my life. Ha ha ha, the great Jamasan said with a hearty laugh, you're a pretty decent fellow for bringing us through such a nice route. What are you called again? Whatever. It's not like I can easily remember the names of you flatlanders. Don't worry, I'll reward you with gold for leading the way. So, is this the core of the Northern Dominion? Revered and strong great Jamasan, thank you so much for your generosity. Your humble and loyal servant pays his respects. That is right, this is the center of the Northern Dominion. To the south is Firm Rock Castle, to the north is Poplar Town and Maplewoods, to the west is a settlement called Felicitas with 7 towns and hundreds of villages. Apart from Firm Rock Castle, the other places are rather weakly defended. House Norton's forces are mostly gathered at Winston and Southern to fight against another duke, the very duke that had your fellow tribesmen from the grasslands pay a visit to you. That's why the soldiers defending those towns and villages will not be able to handle your brave warriors. They are weak and helpless maidens lying on the ground, waiting for you to conquer. The merchant named Ben Lehay bowed respectfully. He was a merchant captured by the Habababa during the previous year's summer whilst traveling. Given the choice between the bloody axe and gold, he picked the latter and agreed to guide them. As he had stayed in the mountains for quite a while, he wasn't aware of the current situation of the house, nor of Lorist and his forces' return. The merchant's words made the rest of the barbarians laugh. The great Jamasan, in particular, laughed so hard he couldn't catch his breath. You! Ben, what's your fizz? You really have a way with words. Like helpless maidens. Ha ha ha! I like these words. But as it's already evening, the sky should be darkening soon. My warriors have traveled for a good couple of days. Let's rest here for now. We'll eat well, refresh ourselves and rest. Tomorrow, the helpless maidens will be ours to conquer. Ah ha ha ha! The great Jambasan's words prompted a round of applause. Soon, the bonfires were lit and the barbarians brought out the dried food they carried with them and began to dine and enjoy the delicious lake water. All of a sudden, an ear-piercing horn sounded. Loud drumming echoed in from all directions. The warriors all stood up, dazed, and watched as the faintly visible black banner with a golden tiger with 2 wings entered their sights. The merchant jumped with shock. Impossible! Why is Tigersaur here? No, it's an ambush. Run! Yelled he. Run! Mused the great Jamasan as he clutched the merchant's clothes, you led us into this trap. You ought to die. He killed the merchant with a stab of his sword before he roared. What are you panicking for? Everyone, get together and get ready to attack. Don't forget. We are 70,000. Tigersaur didn't give them much time to prepare, however. The Carabalisti launched began firing. Bolts rained down on their ranks. Men fell in droves. While the barbarians did indeed have 70,000 warriors who weren't able to approach their enemy were nothing but targets. Soon, they began retreating slowly. The Carabalisti division pressed its assault. Under Dullus's command, the Carabalisti fired 2 bolts for every 2 paces they moved forward, maintaining a constant wave of pressure on the barbarian army. When the 4,000+ barbarian cavalry were dead, the army collapsed completely. They all turned and ran, wanting to leave the storm as behind them as possible. But when the forest entered their sights, they soon realized there were 3 rows of metal-armored mounted monstrosities. "Attack!" bellowed Turman. The horn was blown and Dullus ordered his men to stop firing and stand by. At that moment, Los came from the left and Pajik from the right. Each led about 6,000 metal-armored spear cavalry. They charged into the mess flanks. Lorist drew his sword and pointed it at the chieftains and high-status warriors wearing exquisite feather headgear and roared. "There they are! Kill them all!" Chapter 395 Gold Mine Obtained. We Nortons know a sickness of the heart only gold can cure. Charade. Enjoy the second release of the week. "The spoils this time around are pretty decent," said Lorist, filled with satisfaction. His current location was the hilly part of Black Forest at the old mine. They were in the secret gold storehouse of the barbarian tribe Walizinga. The guards, led by Els and Reedy, had broken into their campsite at dawn. The tribe was now just one of the many casualties. The tribe did have 2 strong ceremonial warriors, but Lorist was quick to kill them. The little cave now in front of them was stuffed with crudely made golden wares of varying sizes and odd shapes. Under the torch's illumination, they gleamed temptingly. An approximate count placed the content of the cave's worth at around 2 million gold fords. Why would the mountain barbarians use gold to make these weird little things? Lorist wondered as he picked up a crude heavy great axe fashioned of pure gold and waved it around. "This doesn't seem too practical." "Your Grace, according to the old barbarian slave, these golden wares were made with great care and scrutiny to be used as sacrifices to the mountain deity, Cuba Wesson," explained Howard swiftly. From the perspective of the mountain barbarians, gold was the most useless resource. They couldn't eat it or use it to make good weapons. It didn't help that they traded using mainly barter either. It was said that, in the distant past, the barbarians valued gold no more than a simple rock. However, when they realized that gold could be used to trade for incredibly practical goods from flatlander merchants, its demand spiked. Soon, they replaced good weapons, which used to be regarded as the most important resource, as sacrifices for the mountain deity. Since the discovery of the gold mine in the hills, the Walizinga tribe had become one of the richest tribes. They traded gold with the other tribes to gain slaves, food, and livestock and enjoyed a decent life. It was reflected in the golden decorations hung around their grass huts. They could even hire 2 strong ceremonial warriors to keep other tribes from having designs on their territory. It had now all fallen to the Nortons. Perhaps, the years of living in peace and luxury let the tribe lose their fighting spirit. The chieftain's instinct to preserve his life took over the moment the 2 warriors fell and he hurriedly surrendered. "Not only did we not suffer any losses, we also managed to earn quite a bit. I'm sure Spiel will be glad. Oh, also, when will Grandmaster Sid arrive?" asked Lorist. Grandmaster Sid was going to estimate the amount of gold available in the mines. Only after finding out whether it could be profitable to mine it would the house decide on investing funds into the facilities here. If it was already mostly dried up, then the house would leave with what they had. In a few more years, when another tribe mines the rest of the gold, the house would attack them instead and make off with some pocket change or collect some tribute. "There's no way he'd arrive this quickly, Your Grace. We took this place just this morning. It hasn't even been half a day since we sent the messenger. Each trip takes at least 5 days. Also, the path through the forest isn't easy to tread." Els already gathered some of the barbarian captives to build a road through the forest, complained Howard. He had slipped and fallen a number of times because they were rushing to launch the surprise attack. "Oh, apologies. I'm just far too happy. I forgot," Lorist consoled with a shrug as he tossed the golden axe back into the pile before turning to leave. "All right, let's go." Seal the door and have Spiel make an inventory when he arrives. Just tell me the worth of it all in gold fords. Usually, there would be people on hand to make an inventory. However, Spiel had to deal with stashes worth more than 1,000,000 gold fords personally. As the house's chief financial supervisor, he rushed to the area after hearing about the gold mine's capture and the golden wares they'd obtained despite how tiring or arduous the journey was. He arrived on the third day. Your Grace, I've made an inventory of the golden wares. They are worth 2.32 million gold fords in total, reported Spiel, a little crestfallen. Had the household forces arrived a few years earlier, there would have been a few times more gold. According to the slaves' testimonies, during the Cubawesan festival last year, the Walasange tribe fashioned countless golden wares to trade. At the same time, they made a 1.3-meter tall golden statue of the deity as a tribute to the holy site on Smormilgen Mountain. Near 1,000 cows were used to transport it. What a waste! They actually used gold to make such a statue and even used the cows they traded for with gold to transport them. They even had to generously feed the thousands of barbarian warriors escorting the statue and used the remaining cows as a blood sacrifice for the festival. They squandered everything so easily! Exclaimed Spiel hatefully. Lorist didn't take Spiel's words seriously. Had he really attacked the Walasange tribe back then, it would have been a disaster. Taking the statue made as a tribute to their gods was shaking a huge hornet's nest. He'd have made an enemy of every barbarian in the Magic Dragon Mountains. They would all hate House Norton for stealing their holy statue. While the household forces could easily take care of 100,000 barbarians, it couldn't deal with 1,000,000 at once. Even if they obtained gold worth tens of millions, it wouldn't have been worth it. Also, Spiel, make sure to give 10% of our spoils, 230,000, to Mayor Doboff. It's the bonus I promised him, instructed Lorist. Spiel hesitated for a moment. Your Grace, isn't it a little too much? Actually, the mayor would be satisfied even if we gave him 10 or 20,000. It's not like he knows how much we got anyway. Lorist smiled and shook his head. Just do as I say. A man cannot stand without his word. While you can hide the truth from people, you can never deceive the eyes of the gods. While 10% of the spoils is definitely a lot, it's nowhere near worth tarnishing the house's name. Trust is the foundation, and we must definitely stick to our word. If we cheat the mayor for just this much today, would we cut the pension of our brave warriors tomorrow? Doing something like this will shake the house's foundation to the core, do you understand, Spiel? It is my mistake, Your Grace, confessed Spiel, lowering his head. I'm not blaming you. You are my chief financial supervisor. You are an earnest man. I trust your ethics and character. You only did what you did out of consideration of the house's interests, not your own. After all, House Norton is rising rapidly and we've spent quite a bit these past years. It's only natural you, as the financial supervisor, would seek to balance our spending. I admire your attitude when it comes to furthering the house's interests. However, some things cannot be dealt with based solely on consideration for our finances. We would quickly be blind to the better, yet distant future by the allure of short-term profit. Do you understand? He was finally trying to address Spiel's increasingly miserly attitude. I understand, Your Grace. I promise not a single copper less will be paid when we hand this bonus to Mayor Doboff. Very well. I leave this to you. Also, tell Mayor Doboff that, since the mountain barbarians suffered heavy losses, he can expect a good period of peace. The house has decided to take in Twin Mount Town officially. He has done well as the town's mayor for these 10 years, so ask him if he would stay on as mayor or join the house's administration. Our sphere of influence is expanding quickly and we really need officials like him. His talent shouldn't be wasted in a single frontier town. Please pass my thoughts on and tell him that those who serve the house loyally will be rewarded. Understood, Your Grace. I will pass on your evaluation and your expectations word for word. I believe he'll make the most sensible choice. Grandmaster Sid arrived, disciples in tow, 2 days later. Without even bothering to rest, he had his disciples conduct a detailed survey of the area and the mine itself. He also entered the mine personally to check on the gold veins distribution. After 3 days of hard work, Lorist received the report. Congratulations, Your Grace. The mine is still rich. We've determined that less than a tenth of the ore has been harvested. Our observations and the slaves' testimonies confirm the mine's previous owners used one of the most primitive mining methods of which we know. They only got 500,000 gold for its ore in a year. If we invest heavily in the mines and uses the latest mining and refining techniques, we can produce 1.5 to 2 million gold forts every year for the next century. This is definitely something worthy of a huge celebration, reported Sid excitedly. Ever since he was made Viscount and given his own domain in Delamock, he was proud of his identity a Norton noble. He was genuinely happy for the house for obtaining such a rich gold mine. If the house had funds, Lorist could give him more support to invent even more unimaginable inventions. Currently, he only received 100,000 gold forts funding annually like Professor Balba's gunpowder laboratory. They were sourced secretly and not reported publicly. While he did enjoy the benefits as they were now, he was worried the house would one day be forced to cut his budget because of financial concerns. It would severely impact his goal of raising his rank to the next level through his experimental contributions. Thank you, Grandmaster Sid. You have truly brought me very good news, thanked Lorist with a beaming smile. A gold mine producing up to 2 million gold forts for a whole century was truly incredible. Even Spiel, who was just standing nearby, couldn't keep his mouth shut. I really didn't think this unnamed place in the Black Forest would have such a large gold vein. Even the Golden Creek's House Fisibalan spent lots of effort to conquer doesn't generate more than 1 million gold forts a year. Now House Norton has its own gold mine, not the least bit inferior to the Golden Creek's. How can we not be jumping with joy? This place shall henceforth be known as Golden Ridge. What do you think? He was so happy he couldn't help but name the place immediately. Nobody had any objections. Out of excitement, Spiel added, Your Grace's naming sense is sound. This is indeed a ridgy area full of gold. However, I believe we should concern ourselves with setting up some defensive arrangements so the house can conquer the mines for good and keep it from falling back into the barbarians' hands. Spiel's timely reply had Lorist call for a meeting immediately to discuss their plans to build a citadel at the ridge for the protection of the mine. We'll give up on the other smaller hills. Build a fort to protect the mines and outfit it with a complete loadout. We'll call it Fort Gold Ridge. Additionally, we will build another long wall from Hyde Bull Fort to here around the hills to the left of Firm Rock Castle. This way, we can split this part of the Dominion off from Magic Dragon Mountains completely. We won't have to worry about any invasions again. We shall also build a highway through Black Forest to connect to the lake. We shall build a town there to provide support and supplies for Fort Gold Ridge. As it is also situated within Black Forest, we will have to clear the surrounding land, everything within half a kilometer regardless of whether it encompasses the wall or the other forts will be cleared. The barbarians must have no cover for any future attacks. This will be a huge project, but the house has to do this no matter whether we're at war or not, regardless of the manpower and funds required. Building the wall and Fort Gold Ridge is of utmost importance. Els, Reedy, you two will take command of the guards and 7th and 18th local and defend this place. Be incredibly alert and ensure the laborers' safety. Deal with any incident as you see fit. Understood. Understood, Your Grace, said Els and Reedy in unison as they stood up. But, Your Grace, won't you have no one by your side if the guard squads stay here? Asked Reedy. Don't worry, I need just 500 men. Grandmaster Sid and Supervisor Spiel, I need you two to stay here for a while. Grandmaster, I will trouble you with setting up updated mining and refining facilities. Spiel, you will draft the budget and allocate the supplies the fort and walls construction. Make sure to monitor the mining strictly as well. I hope everything will proceed even as we work on the construction instead of beginning after everything is complete. Very well. Your Grace. We will start the upgrade work as soon as possible, replied Sid loudly. Understood. Your Grace, I'll make sure the mining process is monitored strictly, said Spiel as he stood straight up. Chapter 396 Insomnia. There is no pain equal to that which two lovers can inflict upon one another. This should be made clear to all who contemplate such a union. The avoidance of this pain is the beginning of wisdom, for it is strong enough to contaminate the rest of our lives. Princess Fizzable and Sylvia. So sorry for the late release. There was a scheduling error and I only noticed it in the next day. This will be the week's third release. After delegating the construction and mining projects at Goldridge, Lorist brought Howard and 500 other guards to Firm Rock. He thought about how Sylvia was waiting for him there and felt hesitation overwhelm. But, no matter what, he wasn't going to run away. There were some things that had to be settled. He understood the girl in love with him was the one most hurt by his conflict with House Fizzabelin. They traveled without rest and arrived at Firm Rock at midnight the next evening. It was already rather late and most of the inhabitants had already fallen asleep. After entering the gate, Lorist dismounted and instructed his guards to rest, refusing their offers of further escort. He and Howard take their mounts along the quiet path to the center of the castle. The streets and alleys in the castle town were illuminated by silver moonlight. Under its gentle embrace, the cool night breeze blew refreshingly. Lorist stretched and relaxed his body, fatigued by 2 days of non-stop riding. Time really flies. Come to think of it, you're getting married next year, he said eyeing Howard. I remember how small you were when I first saw you. Now you've grown into a magnificent young man. Oh, Howard, didn't your father-in-law write your father and I letters to prepare for your marriage? You said you would think about it back then. Have you come to a decision? Howard didn't respond. He just kept moving forward with his warhorse. Howard, weren't the two of you getting along well? You're always glued to her when she comes over. What's going on now? Having a spat? Howard looked straight at Lorist. Teacher, I want to put the marriage off for 2 years. Oh? What's going on? I've asked senior apprentice brother about this and he said I'm already at the 2-star silver rank and can start learning the Dan Ocean key refining technique. You promised to teach me 2 years ago, but it slipped your mind when the war started. Brother Reedy said he could teach me, so I want to learn it first before marrying. He said that, given that I'm smarter than him, I could establish my foundation in 2 years of focused training. Lorist only just recalled that he'd forgotten his promise. I'm sorry, Howard. I was far too busy and forgot about it. Since the household won't be caught up in anything for now, I'll teach you. As for your father-in-law and your father, I'll personally write them a letter to delay the marriage. I'm sure it won't be too much trouble. But teacher, if I start training, I'll have to train in seclusion. Then, there'd be nobody to serve by your side, hesitated Howard. There's no need to worry about that, Lorist smiled. Oceanic Legion's commander wrote me a letter just last month to remind me of my promise. Howard, do you still remember your junior apprentice brother? Sunbod Silly firstborn? What's his name again? Genalio. Darn it. When I said I wanted to take him as my disciple, Sunbod seemed to be in so much pain, as if he'd ate a pile of fly-infested shit, cause he thought I was taking his son as a hostage to ensure his loyalty. But now, he's anything but reluctant. It's almost like he wants to dump his son on me. Last month, he wrote me a letter saying his son's now 16 and has awakened his Batla force. He asked me when he should send him over to be my attendant so I can start training him. Soul, I said I wanted to take him as disciple back then to erase some of his doubts. I didn't think he'd actually take it seriously. He was aware of the matter as well. Sinbad was originally a pirate who'd been subdued and forced to serve House Norton after his attempt to raid Lorist's ship. But later, his forced service turned into willing service. It didn't take long for him to become loyal to the house either. It was simple: the more Lorist showed the true extent of his abilities, the more Sinbad respected and admired him. "Teacher, that junior is far from silly. He's just a little bigger than most his age. It's not like you didn't read the letters he sends us. He has an incredible way with words," argued Howard. "Tch. Come on, they were written by his mother. Didn't you see how neat and elegant the handwriting was? Men often write with large and sharp strokes, which usually result in messy writing that almost pierces through the parchment. Your father's handwriting is rooted to the parchment, and Loza's seems like it carries a hint of killing intent. Handwriting is a good reflection of a person. Do you think such a huge kid can have that kind of nice and tidy handwriting? It's just as ridiculous as a brute doing embroidery." Howard had to admit that Lorist made quite some sense. What in the world did Sinbad's huge son eat for him to grow to 2 meters tall at the tender age of 16? Given his build, it's no wonder Lorist calls him silly brute. However, he liked his junior quite a bit. Perhaps it was because of Sinbad's amazing skills in setting people up with each other. Apart from bringing his son along to the Dominion for the annual reports, he also had him write to Howard in the name of being his junior to ask about things he should pay attention to about Battle Force Awakening. In time, Howard grew to like his straightforward, if huge, junior. "Fine. Write a letter to the silly brute and have him come over. Since you aren't going to start your training immediately, give him a few pointers and evaluate his personality. Even though I also instructed Tarkle to pay attention to it and he hasn't reported anything bad about him, we only know about the surface. You should be able to get a better understanding of him after you spend some time together. If he's untrustworthy, I'll only have him as a disciple in name and won't treat him like you or Reedy." "As you wish. I'll write him a letter and have the guards bring him here tomorrow." The two walked in silence for a while before Howard spoke again. "Your Grace, are you afraid of meeting Princess Sylvia?" Now they weren't conversing as teacher and disciple, Howard changed his tone. "I'm not. Why would I be?" Howard stared at him suspiciously. "Why would I lie to you?" Lorist continued, a little embarrassed and mad. "I only wanted to take a slow walk because of how nice the moonlight is. It helps me relax after riding for 2 whole days. Also, given that it's already midnight, riding into the castle will wake everyone. Incredibly inconsiderate, isn't it?" "Fine, fine," smiled Howard. "Humph." Lorist continued his walk discontentedly. No matter how long the walk took, arriving at the destination was inevitable. The path to the keep wasn't that long either. After the guard brigade left with Lorist, the police brigade took over defending the keep. They were mostly retired soldiers who couldn't give up on military life completely. They all knew Lorist rather well. The moment the squad saw the two approach, they hurriedly greeted them and took care of their mounts. "Don't bother, there's no need to open the main gates and wake everyone. We'll enter from the side. Have the servants boil some water, make us food and send it up to my study. We'll be there. Leave any and all reports to tomorrow," ordered Lorist as they got closer. The guard's leader saluted and rushed off to carry out his orders. The two that brought the hot water, however, were 2 female servants. Lorist looked at them oddly. He usually had male servants on duty at night. Why would these 2 be on duty this time? "Princess Sylvia is having trouble sleeping, Your Grace. We're on duty in turns at night to take care of her needs," explained one. "Oh? Sylvia's losing sleep?" "Yes, Your Grace." "On which is she now?" "The East Wing's 3rd, where she used to stay, Your Grace." Lorist hurriedly washed and changed into some comfortable clothes. By then, the 2 maidservants had already brought 2 large plates of food over. After biting off a piece of honeyed bread, Lorist asked, how has the princess's appetite been in the past 2 days? Your Grace, she's only eating very little. She said that she doesn't have any appetite and only has a bowl of soup every meal, replied the maidservant. Lorist couldn't sit still. He turned to Howard. Get some rest after you're done eating. I'll go see the princess. The keep was built against the mountains, split into 4 sections. The front was the main work area where Lorist's study, the guest hall, meeting hall, and the various departments of the house were situated. The rear wing was Lorist's personal area where his concubines lived. The west and east wings housed the main guest accommodations. The two differed from one another slightly. The east wing had a beautiful view of the castle. Guests of high status tended to reside there. So far, apart from Princess Sylvia and the Second Highness, the others who lived there had some form of relationship with the house's 3 allies. Sylvia was currently staying in a room on the wing's 3rd floor. Lorist had had the room sealed after the princess moved in. It was now her personal quarters and wasn't used for any other guests. Lorist stepped lightly. A reclining chair on the balcony greeted him as he entered the room. A person dressed in a snow-white linen gown lay on it, bathing in the moonlight as she hummed to the night breeze. Lorist slowly approached. Didn't I say I don't want to eat or drink anything? Well, it's not your fault. I'll tell your manager about this tomorrow, said she clearly when she noticed Lorist's footsteps. It's me, Sylvia. Lorist realized how hard it was for him to speak out. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, almost entirely inaudible. The princess, however, sunken into the depth of the recliner, snapped up like she was struck by lightning. Is it you, Locke? Her voice shaked. Yes. His voice was slightly louder this time. He took a few steps into the moon's embrace. Locke. Sylvia leaped into his arms and hugged him with all her might as tears streamed down her face. I missed you so much. What's wrong, Sylvia? Why have you lost so much weight? She was only half the size he remembered. Her face had thinned, but her 2 big emerald eyes were still just as alluring as he remembered. He hurt when he hugged her. She must have suffered a lot to thin this much. Nothing's wrong. I just couldn't sleep or eat. Sylvia cried in her lover's embrace. Her eyes fountained rivers down her face and neck. Locke, grandfather doesn't want me anymore. I can't go back to the house either. He said I shouldn't think of going back after coming here. Will you still have me? The usual proud and unapproachable princess was gone. Sylvia cried like a child who'd lost her way home, like a dog waving its tail desperately to please its master. Of course I will. Idiot, why wouldn't I? Lorist's heart spasmed as he stroked her hair gently and hugged her thin frame. My little fool, no matter what happens, I'll always be here for you. I'll stay by your side until our hair snows. I vow it. Sylvia couldn't hear him. Her emotions flowed out of her like her tears, and drew her consciousness with it. She collapsed in his embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Her face, however, glowed lightly with a serene smile. Her petite hands tugged on the corners of his clothes, refusing to let go. Her cries startled the 2 servants. When they entered the room, Lorist hushed them quickly and helped him guide the princess to her bed. He pulled the blanket over her gently and turned to leave, but her hands, as thin and petite as they were, clamped on his clothes. They held on tighter than a magic beast's claws. Fine, I'll stay. Lorist smiled bitterly and asked the maidservants to get him a chair. He would spend the night by her side. Well, can you tell me about why she can't go home? Speak softly. Don't wake her. Having nothing better to do, he decided to ask the maidservants about the situation. As Sylvia's personal servants, they also suffered quite a bit. They told Lorist about how the princess was treated by her house and how the duke only allowed her and them to take their clothes when they left. Even the princess's guard was disbanded and absorbed into other units. Lorist nodded. He understood Duke Visibalin's intentions in sending Sylvia here. He admired how ruthless and straightforward the old fox was. Poor Sylvia, she doesn't know the grandfather that spoiled her so much has placed her on the table as a bargaining chip. She wasn't sent here as an envoy, but instead, as a token of apology. He wanted the 4 houses to spare House Fisibelan and not force them into oblivion. Lorist made a silent decision the moment he saw Sylvia's thin, sleeping face. Chapter 397 Untitled. What a cruel thing war is. It drives families together and lovers apart. Tarkle. Princess Sylvia slept for almost 5 hours. When she saw Lorist seated beside the bed, she smiled happily. Lorist had the maidservants prepare a luxurious breakfast. He even fed the princess 2 small bowls of wheat porridge himself. He refused to let her off the hook until she finished another 2 pieces of bread and some milk. As he stroked her long, platinum blonde hair like he would a spoiled little girl, he said, "I want to feed you until you're nice and chubby like a little piggy. I won't let you stay this thin. Look at your hands. I can even see your veins. They're practically skin and bones. Sylvia, do you know how much it hurts to see you like this?" Sylvia buried her head in his chest shyly. She hammered his chest at the mention of feeding her like a pet pig. Though, she did so with a delightful, satisfied smile. Lorist could only leave after having lunch with her and promising to join her for dinner. Even though Sylvia was acting incredibly clingy, she was still aware of his status House Norton's head and as Duke of the Northlands, titles that came with their share of duties. She had no choice but to watch him leave eventually, however unwilling she was. It's always the hardest to be expected by a beauty. Lorist sighed deeply. He turned back and smiled at Sylvia, waving at him from a balcony on the 3rd floor, before he left in large strides. Her situation is indeed rather troubling, thought he furrow-browed. She's naive, but no fool. She's surprisingly sharp. From what the 2 maidservants had said the day before, Lorist surmised the princess probably realized the intention behind the Duke sending her to the Northlands. She thought she had already been abandoned, falling from her position as a treasured princess to a token of apology. After the 4 houses attacked Iblia and fought House Fisibelan, Sylvia had received lots of scorn and criticism from her house. Everyone saw her as a bringer of misfortune and the war's cause. According to the maidservants, all Sylvia could do was stay home as much as possible and avoid interacting with others. It didn't stop the rumors from reaching her, though. She cooped her up in her tower and spent her days there, hoping desperately the nightmare would soon pass. If Sylvia's godmother, Xanthai, had been there, she would have had a much better time. It was too bad the Blade Master had dug her own grave and pursued Reedy. In the end, the teacher came out to stand for the disciple. Given that Reedy was his eldest disciple, he didn't plan on reasoning with Xanthai. No matter who Reedy had killed, they deserved it. He set out to save Reedy himself and left her under the Second Highness' supervision. It had been a year since then already, and it had caused Sylvia to lose her strongest supporter, as well as the shoulder she leaned on. The Fisibelans were a large house. While Duke Fisibelan was its head, he didn't have a say in every single thing. There were still a few elders that just wouldn't die, and a huge bunch of relatives. If the house had been in the inner parts of the empire, they would have split off and formed branch families long ago. But given that they were on the grasslands and faced the constant threat of the barbarians, strife and division would most certainly send the house down the road of demise. Its members had no choice but to huddle together for warmth. They had secured their land and legacy through unity. But it also resulted in problems, particularly the many malignant goals of the house's many members. Some were loyal and willing to serve the house with all they had, others would take advantage of it when the opportunity arose. In times of peace and prosperity, the members would get along just fine and share the fruits of their success. Anyone bearing the Fisibelan name would be served delicious meat, or if not, some soup. But the house was now in a pretty dire predicament, with First Frontier exterminated, Third Frontier captured, and Fifth Frontier disbanded, and the Reserve Legion ruined. The four houses had stripped the elegant clothes off the former empire's most powerful faction and even dragged them across the ground. Be it the surface or the interior, those watching properly knew House Fisibelan had utterly lost. Even with Duke Fisibelan's non-stop encouragement and his recruitment of the grassland barbarians to reform the reserve legion, the house's members had begun to hold varying opinions. On the great northeastern plains, barbarian cavalrymen were common as clouds. Rider or mount, as long as one was willing to pay the right price, they would charge to the front lines for your sake. But the problem was that, while recruiting them was easy, feeding a force of 20 to 30,000 was rather difficult. In the past, when the Salt Merchant Committee was trading daily necessities in large quantities, the house just had to sell the goods to the barbarians and profit. They were even able to use the supplies to hold tight control over the tribes and use them to conquer the Golden Creeks, causing the area rich with gold to fall to them. This spurred on rapid provincial development and caused the house's fame to rise even more. Those were the good old days. All of the momentum the house had come to an end when they asked the four central duchies for reinforcements to eliminate Malene. On the surface, it seemed they'd obtained large numbers of young laborers by exterminating the duchy, given that they'd moved up to 300,000 to their domain and had increased their might. At the same time, they established a trade route to the four duchies. As the house had been quite well off financially, they formed two more frontier legions. The household's might and impressive military had given the Duke with the ambition to take control of Iblaya's affairs. You were so blinded by your ambitions that you couldn't see the way forward clearly. One of the elders had criticized the Duke thusly. The one who'd said it was the Duke's uncle. The old man was a lustful alcoholic. Though he was almost a century old, he still hadn't passed on and met the war god. He continued to cause trouble for the Duke instead. He even had 7 children and held quite a bit of power. Wario, 3rd Frontier's logistics officer, was his most pathetic son, and his youngest. Your carelessness and your pride made you ignorant to the fact that the four houses are guarded against us. When they eliminated Madras, you should have already been on alert. That way, our house's forces wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. The uncle had rebuked during a household meeting after the fact, bringing the Duke much trouble. He'd completely forgot that he'd been the most steadfast supporter of the Duke's plan to conquer the Northeast, busying himself with allocating his descendants to preferable positions. Why didn't you agree to the marriage to House Norton's head? Letting Sylvia marry the Duke wouldn't have been humiliating at all. He was already profiting greatly from his agreement to the first 2 conditions. You just had to ask him to chase his concubines and illegitimate children away. That's no doubt what made him see us as an enemy. Face. I wonder how much is our face worth? Since when was Sylvia so high up she couldn't tolerate a few concubines? Had it not been for the Duke's status as one of the strongest fighters in the house, being a rank 3 blade master, the others might have ousted him already. After all, the Duke's failures cost them a little too much. Many lost a close relative or two, especially those who'd placed them in profitable positions. None had expected it to end up a suicidal affair. They didn't hesitate to voice their malcontent at all. Given that even the Duke was forced into such a tough position, what happened to Sylvia was to be expected. Her father was the eldest son of the Duke who had unfortunately perished in battle with the grassland barbarians. Sylvia had yet to be born. As her mother had heard the news of her husband's death right before her birth, she passed on right after making the delivery. The orphaned Sylvia was left to the Duke's lover, Blade Master Xanthi, to raise, so she didn't have any close ties to many in the house. Sylvia only re-entered the Duke's sights when she grew up and showed talent in Battle Force training. She was one of the very few who showed such characteristics. Back then, the second prince, Iblaya, came to Eastwild personally to ask the Duke's support to found his kingdom. At that time, he entitled Sylvia with the title of princess and increased her status among her peers. Coupled with the intentional effort on the Duke's part to make her into the house's face through the formation of her own personal guard, her status was unmatched and she came to be known as the most beautiful pearl of the kingdom. With the aloof Xanthi's protection and the Duke's deep care, Sylvia's life was simple and joyful. The dark side of the house had never been shown to her. That was why Lorist found her naive and filled with optimism and hope for the world. She was a cute and pure girl like an elf worth protecting. However, back then, Lorist wasn't in the mood for a romance and busied himself with the house's affairs. What he didn't expect was that his casual tone and the unique tales of being exiled by the house when he furthered his studies, as well as his loss of contact, left a huge impression on her. As the godmother who'd raised her single-handedly, Xanthi was quick to realize Sylvia's fondness for Lorist. She herself was completely uninterested in him. In her eyes, he was an average-looking, good-for-nothing low-ranked and cowardly noble 10 years older than Sylvia that only knew how to hide within his dominion despite having such an impressive military. He also trained in the weird and uncommon fighting techniques of the Eastern martial monks. Naturally, she would never acknowledge she was biased against Lorist because she was dissatisfied with losing a match to him. She believed he'd used her unfamiliarity with his fighting technique to catch her off guard. He even stopped fighting when he had the advantage and collapsed from fatigue the moment he stepped out of the Duke's manor. Despite her objections, though, Sylvia's interest in Lorist only grew. Following their subsequent interactions, her interest changed into admiration. Xanthi, seeing that the situation was turning grim, forced Sylvia to train in seclusion for 4 years in a hurry and hoped the passing of time would calm her mind and dull her love until it disappeared. She didn't expect that after 4 years, while Sylvia had managed to break through from the 1-star gold rank to the 2-star gold rank, her love had turned into a deep longing. The moment she heard Duke Fisibalin was going to organize a knighthood competition, she hurried to the Northlands and expressed her desire to have Lorist participate. What followed would become the 2 most painful and impactful experiences she had. First came the death of the little brother and heir of Iblia she had raised. The little prince that was the result of a drug-induced copulation between the second prince and the queen orchestrated by the Duke had died from a prenatal heart disease. The queen and the Duke's coldness towards the matter caused Sylvia much grief. She ignored the Duke's orders and returned to the Dominion to attend the funeral for which not many others cared. She then went to the Northlands to calm her mind. Lorist told her the second piece of bad news there, the 3 conditions the Duke had brought up. While he had agreed to the first 2, he couldn't agree to the third because he was not a heartless person. The Duke refused his proposal for a union with the house as a result. While the princess was disappointed, she didn't really take it to heart. She believed her grandfather was just worried she would have to suffer jealousy from the concubines after marrying Lorist. She believed that after returning to the Dominion, she could convince her grandfather to agree to the marriage. Sylvia spent her time traveling around the Northlands in peace. That was the happiest time of her life. Lorist accepted her feelings and accompanied her on the trip. He even brought her to Silaoz, allowing her to experience a kind of beauty non-existent in the grasslands for the first time. Had it not been for Xanthi's watchful eye, she might have been so deeply submerged in the river of love she would have gone to Lorist's bed willingly. However, what awaited her when she returned was the Duke's rage. He had given her a curfew to prevent her from stepping out of Crouch Tiger Castle. She begged her loving grandfather to agree to the marriage. She explained she didn't mind Lorist having a few concubines, but the Duke told her it wasn't her decision to make, and that Lorist's refusal to agree to that condition was a slight on the house's reputation. Marrying Sylvia under these circumstances would damage the house's reputation. She never imagined her loving grandfather would give her such an answer. Was the reputation of the house more important than her happiness? No matter how she cried and begged, the Duke's answer to that question was the same, yes. As a result, he started a hunger strike. But thanks to Xanthi's consolation, she was saved in the end. That was also the driving factor behind Xanthi's rampant pursuit of Reedy. She had intended to offend House Norton intentionally and make the 2 houses enemies so Sylvia would completely give up on the notion of marrying Lorist. In the end, Xanthi's wish was granted. While she didn't manage to make it back and ended up the Second Highness's prisoner, House Norton did end up becoming House Fisibalin's enemy. Lorist led the 4 houses to crushed House Visibalen's frontier legions and the 4 central duchies' reinforcements. Then came the blame of the members of the house on Sylvia. The matter of her failed attempt to marry Lorist had been made known throughout the house. It was inevitable that she would be criticized. What she didn't think was that her grandfather would actually present her to Lorist to make peace. Marrying Lorist and being given as a gift were 2 different things. Marriage represented the union of the 2 houses and was a celebratory affair. However, giving her to Lorist was treating her like a female slave that could be beaten or scolded however her master liked. Her life would depend on his whims. She never imagined this kind of ending for her. She thought about her cousin, Kakene's insult. "What's so great about you? You just have a blade master guarding you. Now the blade master was captured by your lover and sent to the imperial capital's prison, you deserve what you get. So what if you got the gold rank after a few years of training? You're close to 28 and still single. You want to get married? Dream on, you harbinger of misfortune." Kakenu was 6 years Sylvia's junior. Her paramour was one of the household knights serving First Frontier. Sylvia's own maidservant had seen the knight climb the walls into Kakene's chambers in the middle of the night. Now that First Frontier was no more, it wasn't known whether the knight still lived. So, she directed her angst at Sylvia. While Sylvia could pretend to not hear the curses house's members flung her way, Duke Visibalen's mission to head to the Northlands as an envoy was the biggest mental blow she could suffer. On the surface, she was there to provide a peace offering. Only, she was the offering she was presenting. Even though she could finally stay with Lorist, it was in the most humiliating fashion possible. She was filled with despair and completely isolated. The only reason she didn't crumble completely was her yearning to reunite with Lorist. The moment she met him, she was elated. Hearing the sweet whispers of her lover finally made all the emotional tension that had built up inside her and which made her suffer insomnia go away. She fell asleep immediately and, by the time she woke up, Lorist felt a little off with how clingy she was being. The slight hint of despair that hid behind her 2 loving eyes made him feel even sourer. He knew letting the naive, fairy-like girl stay with him like this wasn't the way to go. He wondered if he would regret the decision he was about to make. Chapter 398 Decision. The real act of marriage takes place in the heart, not in the ballroom, church, or synagogue. It is a choice you make. Norton Lorist. Your Grace, this won't do. You can't do this. I strongly object to this decision of yours, said Charade with a jump. He had come over to bring a stack of documents to be signed. After putting down the documents, he reached for a bottle of fruit wine from the rack. He heard Lorist talk about the decision he made right after he sat down and instantly voiced his objections. Lorist had said he wanted to get married to Princess Sylvia and wanted Charade to start preparing a grand wedding ceremony to take place in half a year. He believed the time would allow Sylvia to recover from her mental scars as well as her malnourishment. He didn't think the moment he revealed his intention, he would receive an instant objection. Why? Weren't you guys in agreement about this before? Asked Lorist a little angrily. Your Grace, it was a matter of timing. Right now, House Visibelen is our enemy. While I believe Princess Sylvia's qualities more than qualify her to be your wife and the house's matron, given that she bears the Visibelen name, I cannot allow it. Lorist shook his head. This is a personal matter. I won't take anyone but her as my wife. Whether you agree to this or not, this is none of your concern. I've made my decision. Just do as I say. No. Charade said desperately, a duke has no personal matters. Your Grace, you don't just represent yourself. You are the face of the house and the representative of our 1.6 million subjects as well as our loyal household knights. You must consider the house's reputation. Hee. Is that so? Why didn't I know I represented so many things? Did anyone ask me whether I was willing to represent them? Lorist said without holding back, you're telling me I have to go through you lot to even pick a wife? So if you're against it, I can't be with the woman I love? What do you treat me as? A mannequin you can push around? Must I do everything according to your will? Well. Charade realized he had used the wrong choice of words. Your Grace, you know that I didn't mean it that way. Nobody dares to treat you like a mannequin. You are truly the Duke of the Northlands, and this is a fact that everyone recognizes. What I'm against is only your decision to take Princess Sylvia as your main wife. Before, we were more than happy to accept her because House Visiblin wasn't an enemy. Your marriage to Princess Sylvia would also gain us a strong ally. But now, not only is House Visiblin our enemy, they also suffered such a huge loss at our hands and no doubt consider us their archenemy. Most importantly, they've already been defeated and forced to stay in their dominion. Our generals are currently mocking them and no longer take them seriously. We're still in preparation to take revenge against them for Jaeger's loss in wild husbandry. Do you think it's appropriate to marry Princess Sylvia now? Think about the rumors about the reason of the war being Duke Visiblin's refusal to allow you to marry Sylvia, and Duke Kenmaze's joke about how our three allied houses are joining in on a battle to secure you a wife. If you take Princess Sylvia as your wife now, you will only be validating the rumors. What would the family members of the sacrificed soldiers think? Would they get the impression that their loved ones died because of your marriage issues? Also, how should our soldiers face House Visiblin in the future after Princess Sylvia becomes the house's matron? Do we treat them as in-laws? If House Visiblin launches another invasion, I suspect our men wouldn't know whether to retaliate or not. Your Grace, if you make this decision lightly, you'll cause lots of chaos in the house. Most of us will not support you in this decision. Nobody would be as stupid as you say and not resist when an enemy is right in front of them, Lorist said disheartedly. So what if I marry Sylvia? It's not like House Visiblin will stop being our enemy. Despite his continued counters, Charade had made a few good points he hadn't considered yet. As the head of the most powerful house in the Northlands, he would have to think this through properly. However, his decision was already made and he would not change it. He would definitely give Sylvia, who loved him so much, a reliable place to which to belong. Here's something you don't know about. On the surface, the Duke sent Sylvia as an envoy, but she told me she no longer has to return to the Dominion. Didn't you notice she didn't bring any guards? Only 2 of her personal maids came along. Also, the one in charge of the talks is someone else. Do you understand? The old guy is insulting our love. I have to give Sylvia a proper resolution and take her as my wife, insisted Lorist. Soul, this old man is far too cruel. Charade finally realized why Lorist was so set on marrying Sylvia. He recalled that when he was a child, the store near his house had gotten some new wooden dolls. One of them was a colorful clown with a long nose. It was incredibly beautiful and rather expensive. As he'd wanted the toy a lot, he begged his father to buy it. But his father said he could only get it through his own efforts, so he let Charade take care of some chores in exchange for pocket money. Charade, who wasn't even 10 years old at the time, worked hard to earn the money copper by copper. The days passed one after another, and by the time he finally saved up enough, he learned the shop's owner was organizing a stock clearance. According to the owner, he was going to go back to his hometown and would no longer run the shop. Seeing Charade come over, he said with a smile, "You still want to buy that doll? Since it's no longer worth anything, I'll give it to you as a parting gift." The experience left the deepest impression on him. Seeing the thing he pined for day and night just abandoned by someone else, he looked at the pouch of coins he had saved up after working hard for 3 months, and looked back at the toy the shop owner had tossed to him. It made Charade feel incredibly vexed, and he left the toy in a corner of the house when he got back. He never played with it. Lorist's current situation was similar. Perhaps, it was even worse. Duke Visiblin was practically giving Sylvia away as a gift to express his willingness to submit. Here you go. Didn't you start the war for her in the first place? We'll give her to you now that we've lost hopes that you'll spare the house. Either Duke Fisibelan didn't really consider the emotions of the two involved, or he was intentionally mocking their relationship. Didn't you guys want to be together? Alright, you don't even need to ask to marry her or spend so much money on this anymore. I'll just give her to you. Do with her what you want. You're satisfied now, right? You two can be together. We'll host a wedding ceremony in a few years, once the matter subsides, but please don't invite too many people. We have to keep the effects of this as small as possible. Is this all right? In fact, you can make Princess Sylvia the house matron right now if you want. She'll only not be one in name for the time being, suggested Charade after some thought. It was the best solution he had for now. No, Lorist refused right away. I can't let Sylvia live with me just like that. How different would that be from making her my concubine? I know you're taking the house into consideration, but Baron Charade, did you consider how the princess would feel? It's already bad enough her house abandoned her. If I treat her this way, she would really become a gift house Fisibelan tossed our way. I want her to have a grand wedding. It will give a huge face slap to that old man at the same time. Did he think I would treat Sylvia like a female slave? I will publicly make Sylvia my bride and the house matron. She'll be Duchess of the Northlands. I'll have everyone feel envious of her and let House Fisibelan regret their decision. I trust Sylvia will be quick to forget the Fisibelan name after marrying me and take on the Norton name proudly. But your grace, we have to answer the men. No worries. This will be easy. I will express my gratitude to them for their courage, for making House Fisibelan submit and send Princess Sylvia. We two lovers were finally united thanks to the great contributions of our troops. In essence, Lorist was trying to affirm the rumors that he had exterminated Iblia for Princess Sylvia, taking on the active stance instead of remaining passive. That way, not only would he be able to pin the war between the two houses on a juicy legend, the gossip lovers would surely spread it around as a tale of war for the sake of love. Our men will be proud. When they are old, they will be able to boast to their descendants how they fought for the sake of the Duke of the Northlands' marriage and crushed House Fisibelan so badly they had no choice but to hand over the princess. They brought the tragic lovers together. This way, House Fisibelan will be painted the villains. Ha ha ha, this idea sounds rather decent. Also, our house has conquered the Gold Ridge mine and obtained more than 2 million gold fords. We should use some of it to make commemorative badges with Sylvia and my name on them and the saying love persists till the end. We'll distribute them to everyone who participated in the war, including our allies. Everyone who took part will get one. I believe nobody will complain about fighting for the sake of my wife after receiving these, said Lorist with both his legs against his desk gleefully, greatly satisfied with the excuse with which he had come up. Your Grace, isn't this a little too shameless? Charade was both humoured and troubled at the same time. Don't sweat the small details, replied Lorist lazily before he leaned back and started napping. It was only to be expected since he hadn't slept when he was accompanying Sylvia throughout the night. Baron Charade, I'll leave the preparations. Give me a budget and the rough timeline. We still have half a year, so set it at around the 11th month. Don't forget the guest list. I want a grand ceremony, understood? If there isn't anything else, you may leave. I'll get some shut-eye. Hey, not so fast. I came here for official business, you know. These documents need your signature urgently. You've wasted enough of Howard's time on your wedding. Howard, splash some cold water on his grace. Howard, Howard. Where's he? Charade called out few times, but nobody answered him. Stop calling him. He's not here. He should be on his way to Northsea to pick up his junior, Lorist said after recalling his conversation with Howard the previous night. Also, I wasn't joking with you about the wedding. I'm serious. Understood. I'll make sure everything's in order. Don't worry. Just sign these first. Stretch your face a bit while I get someone to bring you a basin of water, said Charade before he left the room. He returned a moment later with a basin. What's the matter? You mentioned Howard going to North Sea to pick up his junior. Did you forget I told Senbad I'd take his son as my disciple? Now he's 16 and has awakened his Batla force. Senbad wrote me a letter to remind me of the promise. I had Howard go to North Sea to pick him up. He'll serve as my attendant in the future. I'll see whether he's worth training or not, said Lorist. He submerged his whole face in the basin to wash his fatigue away. I did hear you mention it once. Isn't his son the silly brute that follows him around all the time? Charade had gotten the same impression of Janalio because Senbad always brought his son along to the Dominion when he made reports on Oceanic Legion. That's the one, Lorist affirmed as he picked up the stack of documents. What's with all this? What's so urgent about it? It's regarding the local defense legion's reorganization and expansion. The expenditure and rationing all require your signature before they can be arranged. Also, you have to appoint the 4 other legion commanders to the new legions. Local defense would be reformed into 4 new legions. Each would be comprised of 4 divisions, subdivided into 4 brigades. Each legion numbered 48,000, with there being at least 100,000 captive soldiers drafted. The captives had already served a little more than 2 years and were the main contributors to the transportation routes and irrigation construction efforts in Delamoc. They would regain their freedom at year's end. According to the traditions of the house's military, captives of war could freely join. How about this? Call Baron Freyar and Baron Belnick back and have them deal with reorganizing the legion. You focus on the marriage, said Lorist as he signed one document after another. By your will, your grace, said Charade with a shrug and a look of frustration. Chapter 399 Effect. I don't need a friend whom changes when I change and nods when I nod, my shadow does that much better. Well, I don't need one, but I sure want one. Norton Lorist. Here's this week's first release. Enjoy. Also, support us on Patreon if you like our work and gain access to early access chapters. Lorist had not expected that after word spread of his intention to marry Sylvia, he would receive countless letters from the household knights and officials. All of whom were against Sylvia becoming the house's matron. As opposed to the officials who tried to come up with nuanced arguments about how that would be inappropriate, the household knights were far more forthright. Their argument was strong. They believed a woman from a defeated house wasn't fit to be House Norton's matron. Charade predicted the situation's turn out well. Everyone opposed Lorist's decision. Hansk, governor of Silaoz, was the leader of the officials who objected to the decision and most of the administrative officials agreed with him. How could Lorist take the descendant of an enemy house as his wife? It was completely different from their agreement 2 years earlier. One of the people to express the strongest reaction was the chief finance supervisor, Baron Spiel. His reasons were different from the others. He was against Lorist throwing a huge wedding ceremony. He believed the funds it would require was a huge waste. In his letter, he stated that if Lorist was marrying a princess from another nation, then a huge wedding ceremony was inevitable because it would increase the house's reputation. But Princess Sylvia's current status didn't necessitate that kind of spending. He believed a quiet ceremony would suffice. Lorist was both glad and angry after he read Spiel's letter. He received Potter Fong's letter soon afterwards. It was similar to Charade's. He was worried the soldiers would be swayed and their morale would fall. He also believed, like the other knights, that Sylvia, being a member of House Fisibelan, had no right to become the Duchess. Thankfully, only 6 of the 16 gold-ranked knights publicly wrote him letters to object to the wedding. Jusk and Yuri had suffered a huge loss from House Fisibelan's forces in wild husbandry, so their objection was only expected given their animosity. Loz and Dulles, commanders of Tiger Soar, also expressed their objections. Loz was the representative of the knights that believed a member from a house they defeated didn't qualify to be married to him. Dulles had only joined in the objection because of his close relations with Yuri, hardly unexpected. Vice Commander Belnick, stationed in Delamoc with part of the Defense Legion, probably wrote his letter reluctantly, given his status as a knight from Maplewoods. The last one was Potter Fang. The 10 other gold-ranked knights, apart from Senbod, didn't express any opinions. As Charade knew Lorist's mind was set, he didn't bother to do much after advising him against it the first time. Terman's view was that it was a private matter, and a household knight only had to follow his orders and do his duty instead of objecting to Lorist's decision. The ex-bandit Ovides would never dream of objecting given how enamored he was with him. He wouldn't dare risk crossing his bottom line. Freyar and Pajik kept their silence and didn't tell anyone what they thought no matter who asked. The commander of the local defense legion stationed on Silao's gold-ranked knight Jades, and Messon, serving the legion from Firm Rock, didn't dare express their opinion given their lack of understanding of the overall situation since they had only served the house for a short while since their liberation. As for Malak, he fought with Potter Fang and believed his friend ought not write Lorist a letter of objection. However, he didn't express any support for the matter either. Last was Els, who merely laughed when he heard about Lorist's decision. As the leader of the Guard Brigade, he was the one most familiar with the relationship between Lorist and Sylvia. Given how well he understood Lorist's temperament, he didn't care much about those who opposed the decision. The only one who wrote a congratulatory letter was gold-ranked Knight Senbod, commander of Oceanic Legion. He said he was glad that the two were finally able to get married. It was the first positive response he'd received. All Lorist did after reading it was snicker and call Senbod a sneaky bastard. Even though he was also a member of the household, Oceanic Legion was a more independent entity that didn't have to care much about what the other knights thought. House Norton had 2 other blade masters, one was Englich stationed at Firm Rock. Even though the old man was a rank 1 blade master, he was so afraid of Lorist he acted as meekly as a mouse before a cat whenever he saw him. There was no way he'd dare object. As for Blade Master Sha stationed on Silao's, he was preparing to break through to the 2nd rank and couldn't be bothered to stick his nose into this matter. Even though Governor Hansk had tried to get him to sign the letter, he wasn't even allowed to enter his room. Being rather furious, Lorist decided he would teach these fellows who didn't know what's good for them a lesson. He hosted a grand meeting at Firm Rock and called all the knights and officials that objected to his marriage with Sylvia. During the meeting, Lorist let his rage explode as he rebuked those present about how they'd forgotten their place and criticized the head of the house for something as trivial as marriage and overstepping their bounds. During the most climactic point, he got hold of a vase and smashed it hatefully on the ground before storming out of the room. The household knights and officials didn't imagine Lorist would react that strongly. Seeing the smashed vase and Lorist's figure leaving angrily, they all began to feel unnerved. Some more fearful ones were covered in cold sweat, while others started to reflect on whether their objection to the marriage was appropriate. Just as the panic started to build up, the good cop, Charade, got on the podium. As he consoled his colleagues, he reminded them. House Norton is only able to achieve its current glory thanks to none other than the current Duke. While His Grace is rather agreeable most of the time and respects the opinions and suggestions of all of you, as seen with how he frequently promotes those with good problem-solving abilities, that is only when it comes to public matters. It comes as no surprise that the Duke, most impressive leader of House Norton, to be consumed by anger if he was criticized by his subordinates on a private matter like his marriage. But worry not. His Grace was only angered by the fact of the matter, not the people involved in it. The reason for His Grace's rage was because you interfered in a private matter. If you contribute well in your duties, His Grace will still reward you fairly without question. What you need to know is that the marriage between His Grace and Her Highness Princess Sylvia is already set in stone, and that your objections will not sway His Grace's dedication in the slightest. I advise you not to waste any more of your attention and energy on this matter and carry out the duties you ought to in service of the house. Naturally, if there are those who can't to accept this and decide to leave, the house will not stop you. Naturally, no one did. Only idiots would leave at a time when House Norton was in its prime. The officials and knights only had their current positions because of Lorist's leadership. Many had only joined in the objection because they didn't want to feel left out and went with the flow. When Lorist showed his anger, they were already drowning in endless regret. Who wouldn't take the opportunity to step down after Charade's pep talk? Think about this. His Grace brought us to the Northlands and turned the desolate dominion into paradise. Which one of his decisions has been wrong? Ours is not to reason why, ours is but to do and die. One can only look afar from a high vantage point. Given His Grace's high position, it's only natural that he'd be able to look further than we can. His decision is not something we should question. Only time will prove this decision right or wrong. He adjourned the meeting and went to Lorist to report the results of his consolation. Lorist wrote a letter of explanation to Hansk that carried a hint of scolding to remind him of his position as an official and not to meddle in his private affairs. But at the same time, he praised him for his loyalty and expressed his recognition of Hansk's contribution to the house given how Silaoz had entered a new age of prosperity under his management, turning into an island with filled fishing and trading activities. Lorist's letter to Spiel contained one simple message. Either he shut up and obey his orders to serve as the chief financial supervisor or go mine for gold in Goldridge since he likes it so much. It was said that Spiel was so mad that he couldn't even eat after receiving that letter. It was only after Sid's consolation that he came to an understanding. Since Spiel was one of the house's old officials, it wasn't that hard for Sid to convince him. He reminded Spiel how much money the Bastide had when Lorist first inherited the title and how much the house had now. A simple comparison showed the immense difference which wouldn't have been possible without Lorist's efforts. And, since he practically earned all the money, he should be allowed to spend some of it. All Spiel had to do was supervise and record the spending for Lorist's reference. He had no right to tell Lorist how he should spend it. Spiel was initially vexed and believed Lorist had wrongly blamed a loyal official like him for worrying over the house's expenses. But after Sid's explanation, he realized his shortcomings and no longer said anything. Lorist's third letter was addressed to Loz. In it, he didn't scold or criticize him, instead, he thanked the soldiers for resisting House Fisibalin and fighting to wrestle Sylvia from the Duke's hands. At the same time, he wrote that he would be making commemorative gold badges to be distributed to every soldier who had participated in the war and asked Loz for his opinion. Lorist understood Loz well. He was a freak for battle who would fight in every conflict that came his way regardless of whether it was for conquest, or, as Lorist put it, wife-taking. The reason Loz objected to the marriage was that he saw House Fisibalin as the loser instead of being against Sylvia herself. As expected, Loz was happy to receive the letter and incredibly pleased by the notion that they'd fought for the sake of Lorist's marriage. He quickly replied that the soldiers were looking forward to receiving the medals and had already forgotten that he had objected to the marriage in the first place. The last one Lorist wrote to was Potter Fang. He didn't hold back in this one and rebuked him with 2 whole pages before sending it to him with a messenger eagle. Charade laughed when he read Lorist's letters. He understood the reason he was so cordial with Hansk was that he didn't trust him that much. As for Spiel, while it was apparent that he trusted him, there was a hint of annoyance at how stingy the supervisor was being. It was also apparent that Lorist not only appreciated Loz as a general, but also understood his personality incredibly well. The letter was completely on point. As for Potter Fang, it could be seen that he was the knight that Lorist trusted the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to scold him that harshly. Your Grace, don't forget about Jisk and Yuri. Lorist didn't intend to write any more letters. He just nodded. I know. I plan to visit them personally at Jaeger's camp and give them an explanation. They only have so much animosity for House Fisibalin because of the loss they suffered. I'll tell them that even after taking Sylvia as my wife, House Fisibalin will still be our enemy. I trust they'll understand. As for Dulles and Belnik, they only joined in because of their positions. There's no need to write back. Let's spare them the awkwardness. Lorist sighed after dealing with the house's opinions. Before he resumed his days of bliss with Sylvia, Freyar and Belnik hurried to Firm Rock to report. The 2 barons were summoned to deal with the reorganization and expansion of the local defense legion. After Charade briefed them, the two were called to attend a meeting. The local defense legion will be expanded into 4 units. I plan to have the 1st and 3rd take care of the Northlands. The 2nd and 4th will be stationed at Delamock and Winston respectively. You two will serve as the commanders for one of the legions. In which would you prefer to serve? The 4th, Your Grace. Given that Pedro and Southern might come under attack in the near future and that I am already familiar with Winston, I'll stand guard there, said Freyar first. Belnick complained with his arms opened wide, Freyar, that's not fair. You chose the spot where conflict will break out again. Your Grace, which legion will defend Goldridge? The 1st, Lorist replied, it will also take care of Firm Rock and the Dominion. Goldridge will come under the 1st after the renovations there are complete. All right, I'll take the 1st then. If the barbarians come, I'll get to Vent as well, said Belnick. Then, do you guys have any commanders you could recommend to head the 2nd and 3rd? Nightjades is a decent candidate, offered Freyar. Even though Ovides has been serving you for so long, he's only the leader of a brigade. It's high time he's promoted, recommended Belnick. Then, what will we do with Silaos? We need to station a gold-ranked knight there. After some thought, Freyar said, let Pajik serve there for a few years. He's mentioned that his wife and children quite like the scenery there. He also said that his prospects for training are already limited and that he will find it hard to break through to the 2-star gold rank. It's a little dangerous to have him serve in Tigersaur's vanguard. Makes sense. Lorist thought of the 2 times Tigersaur had charged into battle as the vanguard. While Loz hadn't been injured, Pajik had gotten some light injuries a few times. His skills paled in comparison to Loz's. Alright then, we'll have Pajik stationed on Silaos. Chapter 400 Right of Inheritance. Yes, it's finally that time. We've finally reached chapter 400. Now there are less than 200 chapters left until we've caught up with the author. We are so happy that so many of you have been coming along for the ride so far. Let's make these last 200 or so chapters an absolute blast. And here's the quote of the chapter. A son can bear with equanimity the loss of his father, but the loss of his inheritance may drive him to despair. Norton Lyscott. Locke, take a rest. Look, you're already sweating all over, said Sylvia as she wiped the sweat of Lorist's face with a linen cloth lovingly. When word of how Lorist had insisted that he take her as his wife even at the cost of going against his house's officials and knights, including holding a meeting just to scold those who'd objected and forcefully suppressing their opinions, spread to Sylvia's ears through the gossiping maids, she felt incredibly moved and seemed like a completely different person. All her low spirits and depression faded away at once. With her mood changed, her appetite returned to normal and she was getting much better sleep, unlike before when she still required Lorist to accompany her at night, holding her hand. She would panic whenever she couldn't see him. She was a 2-star gold rank, so now that her emotional problems were gone, her body recovered quickly and she soon regained her stunning beauty. She was still as clingy as usual though, which made Lorist feel a little troubled by what he had done. It wasn't that he didn't have a chance to finally bed her. There had been an instance one night where he'd made out with her enough that she was willing to dive into the river of love with him. But for some inexplicable reason, he'd decided to resist the urge and leave it for after their marriage. After all, the best moment should be left to the most important night of their lives. So, he spent the 2 months at Firm Rock with his self-imposed celibacy. While Deliana and 2 other concubines were there too, he had no time to cheat. Currently, he was living in the room next to Sylvia's. While they didn't sleep in the same room or bed, they were practically next to each other. Sylvia slept lightly and couldn't do so without Lorist remaining by her side. She would be woken by the slightest movement. There was this one time Lorist had received an urgent military notification and had to deal with it in his study. However, it was a false alarm. A newly formed garrison squad had gone missing during its training session in Black Forest. The officers thought it might be a barbarian attack. So, Firmrock's troops were put into battle stations. After waiting for an hour, the squad made it back safely. Relieved, Lorist left his study and saw Sylvia in her night robes with her maidservants huddling in the corner of the study's mini lounge. According to the maidservant, when the princess realized Lorist wasn't by her side after waking up, she wanted to look for him no matter what. When she found that access to the study was restricted, she decided to wait in the lounge until he came out. Seeing Sylvia's panicked, loving eyes, he had no choice but to forget looking for his concubines to relieve him and accompany Sylvia to her room to lull her to sleep again. Every morning, he was greeted with Sylvia's smile before he had breakfast with her and headed off to his study to work. The local defense forces expansion had gotten underway recently. Even with Freyar and Belnik in charge, Lorist still had to personally sign off on the transfers and appointments. He also had to gain an understanding of the newly appointed knights and pay attention to the mine's development, as well as the fort to be built there. There was also the matters of the overhaul of the Northlands roads and the general construction endeavors within the Dominion. Having to provide general oversight to everything made Lorist so busy he usually didn't even have time for lunch. But no matter what, he still had to accompany Sylvia for dinner every evening. Deliana and his two other concubines, Daisy and Maria, joined them. Fanazali and her elder sister Ariatali still hadn't returned from New Dina Barony. Diliana's son was already almost 2 years old, so she brought him with her all the time. It didn't bother Lorist, but Daisy and Maria felt a little vexed when they saw the gazes Lorist gave his child. Ever since he'd returned 2 months ago, he still hadn't made a move on them. Lorist had his share of troubles. Celibacy was taking quite the toll on him, but he didn't have the time to relieve himself. These days he was busier than ever during the day. And he spent the night with Sylvia. He only had his stupid mouth to blame for suggesting they left their best moment for their wedding day. Even though Sylvia had already recovered more or less, whenever Lorist tried to strip her after a making-out session, she would always say the same thing with teary eyes. "Locke, do you still love me? Didn't you say you would leave it for the best night of our lives?" Lorist slapped himself to calm his fire. Though she was right in front of him, he couldn't dig in at all. Sometimes, he was so sexually frustrated he was tempted to crawl into the two maidservants' beds. If not for his fear of inadvertently waking her, he would have done so long ago. "I wonder how long I can last." Lorist counted the days since he'd last relieved himself. Why was I so stupid to set the wedding for the 11th month? It's only the 7th. Looks like there's still quite a wait. Though he had a rare free day today, he had to go to the training grounds behind the mountain after having breakfast with Sylvia. It was the first day Howard would officially enter secluded training to work on the Dan Ocean key refining technique. Given that he'd experienced teaching the technique to Reedy, it wasn't too hard to repeat the process with Howard. Lorist left after teaching him some key points and making sure he wasn't making any mistakes. Nowadays, the one who served by Lorist's side was Janalio, Senbad's son. He had only just turned 16 and awakened his Batla force a year ago. Senbad had already written Lorist a letter to remind him so he wouldn't forget his promise to take him in as a disciple. Before this, Howard had already mentored him for a month to show him the ropes as Lorist's attendant. Though Janalio was only 16, his physique was incredible. Lorist himself was only 1.86 meters, but Janalio was a solid 2.06, at least 20 centimeters taller. He was also big-boned and looked really tough overall, much to Lorist's displeasure. As Howard was shorter than 1.8, Lorist could easily stroke his head or pat his shoulders to praise him. However, given his new attendance, he had to tiptoe to do the same. The thing most unexpected of this new addition, however, was neither his height nor his girth, but his neat handwriting. It completely disproved Lorist's theory that his mother had been the letter's author. At the same time, he also realized that Janalio was a gifted academic. He was so good that even Lorist felt he was inferior. He once asked his new disciple how he'd learned so much. The honest and frank kid said it was all thanks to his teacher. It all started when Senbad pledged to serve House Norton loyally and recalled that Lorist said he would be taking Janalio as his disciple. He knew that Lorist had done it merely to appease him. However, he feared a person with his background might be looked down on by his peers in the house, so he decided to make sure his son wouldn't. Senbad, in a flash of inspiration, thought that letting his son actually become Lorist's disciple would secure his position. So, he thought of everything he could do to nurture his kid to appeal to Lorist. From his early childhood, Janalio underwent physical training to mold his will and took classes to learn the traditions and etiquette of knights. When he was 12, Senbad attended a household night meeting and heard Potter Fang praise his own son, Howard, for his avid interest in reading. Upon hearing that Lorist greatly favored Howard, Senbad realized his son was nothing more than a slightly literate hunk of muscle. This won't do. I have to make Janalio proficient in both the physical and intellectual. I can't have him lose out to Howard if I want Lorist to favor him. So, Senbad started looking for tutors. He couldn't find anyone suitable even after many months of searching. Everyone he came across was either too young or too old. The old ones without an impressive reputation made him feel they probably didn't do well in their field, while the younger ones couldn't inspire his trust. As his wife was quite the beauty, he didn't feel safe having young male tutors around. Given that he was the commander of a Norton legion and often had to go out to sea for months on end, them having an affair with his wife was a realistic possibility and he definitely wouldn't allow it. In the end, he found Janalio a female tutor that 8 years the child's senior. She was young and beautiful and it was said her father was a famed scholar who had passed away from illness during the Civil War, leaving her and her mother to fend for themselves. When Senbad learned that she was at least 4/5 as accomplished as her late father, he was convinced and hired her as Janalio's private tutor. The woman proved worth her salt. Within 4 short years, Janalio became a refined scholar. The interactions they had also let him not only develop respect for her, but also love. The reason he could write so finely was because of the painstaking effort he took to mimic his teacher. That female tutor of yours is really something, for her to be able to educate you so well. Oh, and, Janalio, do you really like her? Personally, a difference of 8 years isn't much of a problem. Since I'm your teacher now, I can find a way for you, teased Lorist. Janalio smiled bitterly. Thank you, teacher, but there's no longer a need. She's my father's concubine now. Lorist couldn't find the words to react. He just patted Janalio on the back softly. After returning from the training grounds and having lunch with Sylvia, he took a stroll through the gardens. Tea time soon came. Sylvia quite liked Dilliana's son and played with him the whole time. Lorist was glad that Sylvia treated his concubines rather well. As the 3 present knew that Sylvia becoming House Norton's matron was already set in stone, they got along with her without any issues, save for how she monopolized Lorist the whole time without letting him look for the concubines privately, much to his frustration as well. Having nothing better to do, he had Janalio practice some basic swordsmanship techniques and pointed out his flaws, fully enjoying his role as teacher. He also demonstrated some techniques a number of times and ended up sweaty. Just as Sylvia was lovingly wiping the sweat off his forehead, a guard came to make a report. Your Grace, Baron Keaton requests an audience. Ever since Supervisor Hansk was made governor of Silaoz, Keaton had taken over the census department of which the former used to be in charge. Coupled with his responsibilities as the human resource department head, Keaton was busy almost all the time. Had something happened in the Dominion for him to request an audience? Hansk, Spiel, and Keaton were old hands in the house who came from Maplewoods. They were the 3 administrative talents trained by the old butler, Glaze, himself. Keaton was the first to get along with him after he took over the house and also the first to pledge his fealty. Keaton was the only supervisor among the 3 who hadn't expressed any objection to Lorist's decision to marry Sylvia. When he entered the study, Keaton made a bitter smile and an exasperated expression. Your Grace, Madame Irina had me come over to remind you not to forget the promise you made back then. Hey? What's going on with Irina that Keaton had to personally make a trip? Thought Lorist as he dove into his memories. Lorist and Irina's relationship had worsened quicker than ever these last 2 years. As the only maidservant Lorist had bedded since he returned to the Dominion and the first concubine to birth him any offspring, Irina should have received the most love and care. However, she had an odd quirk in that she wouldn't leave Maplewoods. Given that Lorist was busy traveling around to develop the Dominion and expand his power, Maplewoods rapidly lost its importance as the house's headquarters. Nowadays, the Bastide was a forgotten corner in the Dominion, something akin to Irina's domain. Lorist had once fought with her because of their son, Lyscott. The 8-year-old was raised into a lawless tyrant thanks to how much his mother spoiled him. Lorist had given him a harsh beating and took him away from Maplewoods to put him in the care of Malek's wife, though Irina threw a massive tantrum upon being informed of it. But after Lorist threatened to strip Lyscott of his rights as the first successor, Irina stopped causing trouble. In the days thereafter, Irina wallowed in depression in the Bastide. She hated how Lorist took her beloved child from her and binged all the time. In the 2 years since, she had doubled her girth. She was no longer the petite girl Lorist had bedded all those years ago. Your Grace, Irina's father was a household knight and he took care of us very well back in the day. But he perished in battle for the house's sake, so we took his daughter in. It was because of that connection that Baron Hansk was so against your marriage with Sylvia. I have come here because of Irina's beckoning to remind you of your word to not change the position of Lyscott as the first successor, explained Keaton. Lorist was struck with a sudden realization. It turned out that Irina was worried that after he married Sylvia, their child would come to be the main contender for Lyscott's position as heir. After all, Irina was only Lorist's concubine. While Lyscott was on the household registry, the son of the main wife usually carried far more weight than that of a concubine. Sigh. What the hell is this? Even though I'm still alive and well, they're already discussing succession. If I do become a sort saint, I might even outlive my sons. Come to think of it, it isn't weird for a sort saint to have to attend his grandchildren's funeral. Tell Irina to stay put in the Bastide and warn her to keep her imagination in check. During the year-end celebration this year, I will make her a life peer, a baron, and Maplewoods will be her dominion. It will only be reclaimed by the house 100 years after her birth date. I hope she will live out the rest of her life happily. As for my sons, the elder one has already changed a lot and I will send him to attend Nico Academy when he is 12. Before that, I will allow him a trip back home for a meeting with his mother. Since the younger one is still by Irina's side, I hope she doesn't spoil him like she did Lyscott. That will be all, Baron Keaton. Understood, Your Grace.